Chapter 168. At this moment, Tang Zhenan knew that he had to face this problem again. The problem he was facing now was still the same as before. There was no change at all. He said that eldest senior brother LV Wenkang wanted to steal the blueprint, but he didn't say whether he would do it or not. If he did, the consequences would be worse. Because as long as everyone thought that eldest senior brother LV Wenkang wanted to steal the blueprint, and he didn't say whether he would do it or not, then everyone would think that he had solved all the problems. In this way, eldest senior brother LV Wenkang would still be facing the same problem. After hearing Zhong Laji's question, the joy on Bai Zhenmu's face instantly dissipated, and his heart was once again in his throat. He also knew very well that after Zhong Laji's question, things had returned to the original point. They were still facing the same problem. Seeing that Tang Zhenan's forehead was covered in cold sweat again, Bai Zhenmu suddenly gritted his teeth, took a step forward, and cupped his fist to his master. "Master, I think that second senior brother has already answered this question, so there's no need to answer it again. I think that third senior brother is forcing him to do something. He must have ulterior motives. Master, please understand." Sun Xinzheng was also waiting for Tang Zhenan's answer. At this moment, after hearing Bai Zhenmu's question, he turned to look at Zhong Laji and asked, "What do you think?" "Bai Zhenmu is right. I think that Tang Zhenan has already answered this question, so there's no need to answer it now." After hearing Sun Xinzheng's words, Tang Zhenan was immediately overjoyed. He hurriedly bowed to his master and said loudly, "Master, you are wise. I have already answered this question, so there's no need to answer it this time." Sun Xinzheng didn't answer Tang Zhenan's question. He only looked at Zhong Laji, waiting to hear what Zhong Laji had to say. After all, the person who asked this question wasn't him, but Zhong Laji. Even if he didn't want to ask, he needed Zhong Laji's permission. Although he could force Zhong Laji to follow his orders, it was meaningless. Sun Xinzheng naturally wouldn't do that. After hearing his master's words, Bai Zhenmu was so happy that he almost jumped up. As long as Tang Zhenan didn't answer this question, everything would be easy to handle. The most important thing was that when Tang Zhenan answered this question just now, he did not offend his master, nor did he offend his eldest senior brother, LV Wenkang. This answer was very smooth. However, Tang Zhenan was the second senior brother, and Zhong Laji was the third senior brother. After the second senior brother finished answering, it was the third senior brother's turn. His third senior brother was Zhong Laji. Bai Zhenmu wanted to see how Zhong Laji would answer this question. Bai Zhenmu knew in his heart that this was an opportunity, a great opportunity. He used this question to ask Zhong Laji. According to Zhong Laji's question, Zhong Laji definitely suspected that LV Wenkang would steal the blueprint. At that time, the person who offended eldest senior brother would be Zhong Laji. If eldest senior brother stood on his side, then this matter would be much easier to handle. Although eldest senior brother LV Wenkang did not care about the trivial matters of the South County branch, he was still the eldest senior brother after all. His words still had some influence. If eldest senior brother LV Wenkang joined his side, then it would be easier to deal with Zhong Laji. Bai Zhenmu looked around and calculated in his heart. If eldest senior brother joined his side, then there would be 4 people on his side. Who else was left? 7th junior brother and 8th junior sister. These 2 people were useless. It was useless even if they were not here. In this way, the other party only had Zhong Laji and Yi Xian who was locked up. As long as he took this good opportunity to deal with Zhong Laji and prevent him from making a comeback for Yi Xian, then this matter would be settled. Thinking of this, Bai Zhenmu's mood immediately improved. His originally nervous mood was completely relieved. Not only was Bai Zhenmu relieved, but even Liu Huarong was relieved. Second senior brother Tang Zhenan was on the same side as him. If he collapsed, he would be finished too. That was why he was so anxious. Liu Huarong's situation was similar to Tang Zhenan's. In the South County branch, in terms of status, he was only slightly stronger than 8th junior sister. Even 7th junior brother was probably stronger than him. Under such circumstances, if he did not fight for himself, it would be a problem for him to stay in the South County branch. It was precisely because of this reason that Liu Huarong joined Bai Zhenmu's side. Liu Huarong was not an idiot. He would not choose easily. He knew that second senior brother Tang Zhenan had already reached an agreement with Bai Zhenmu and became a member of their side. That was why he agreed to join their side. Liu Huarong, who had always been cautious, naturally considered the pros and cons of joining Bai Zhenmu's side. With second senior brother Tang Zhenan joining Bai Zhenmu's side, their strength would be much stronger. Liu Huarong knew that Bai Zhenmu's opponents were only Yi Xian and Zhong Laji. Yi Xian was Bai Zhenmu's biggest competitor. However, Yi Xian was locked up for stealing the blueprint. This gave Bai Zhenmu a chance. Liu Huarong knew that in the past, Yi Xian had his master taking care of him, so Bai Zhenmu could not do anything to him. But now, Yi Xian had actually made a mistake in such a big matter. It was impossible for him to turn the tables. In other words, Bai Zhenmu only had one competitor left, and that was third senior brother Zhong Laji. Between Bai Zhenmu and Zhong Laji, Liu Huarong actually did not think highly of Zhong Laji. Zhong Laji's attainments in the mechanism technique seemed to be inferior to Bai Zhenmu's. Therefore, although he was also one of the competitors for the South County branch leader, his chances of becoming the branch leader were not high. On the contrary, Bai Zhenmu's chances were very high. In the South County branch leader, everyone knew that in terms of attainments in the mechanism technique, other than Yi Xian, Bai Zhenmu was the second. Under such circumstances, Liu Huarong knew that if there were no accidents, Bai Zhenmu would definitely be the next branch leader. Bai Zhenmu's attainments in the mechanism technique were very high. In addition, with the help of second senior brother Tang Zhenan, if he joined their camp, Liu Huarong believed that they would be the strongest force in the South County branch leader. Liu Huarong even suspected that even if Yi Xian was released at this moment, he might not be able to defeat Bai Zhenmu. This was because Bai Zhenmu's side, with him and second senior brother Tang Zhenan joining, could be considered the strongest force in the South County branch leader. However, Yi Xian only managed to achieve what he had today because of his master's trust in him. The problem was that he was locked up because of the blueprint. If they wanted to lock Yi Xian up in the Repentance Pavilion, only Sun Xinjing could personally give the order. After suffering so much in the Repentance Pavilion, Liu Huarong guessed that Yi Xian would definitely not be satisfied. At that time, Sun Xinjing and Yi Xian would not have a good relationship, and Yi Xian would be finished. Chapter 169. Liu Huarong knew that even if Yi Xian was released, it wouldn't end well for him. Sun Xinjing had personally given the order to lock up Yi Xian. When that happened, the two of them would definitely be estranged and have different opinions. They might even hate each other. Under such circumstances, Sun Xinjing would probably slowly give up on Yi Xian. As for the possibility that Sun Xinjing would compensate Yi Xian and let him become a branch leader again, Liu Huarong felt that it was unlikely. After all, the Repentance Pavilion wasn't a good place. Yi Xian had suffered so much, so he definitely wouldn't be happy. Sun Xinjing naturally knew what the Repentance Pavilion was like. In order to prevent Yi Xian from taking revenge on him in the future, he definitely wouldn't give Yi Xian the chance to become a branch leader. It was like someone slapping you. After the incident, no matter how he explained, you would probably remember that he had slapped you. When you became successful in the future, you would definitely remember that he had slapped you. As for whether or not he would take revenge, no one dared to say. Therefore, after figuring out these problems, Liu Huarong resolutely joined Bai Zhenmu's camp. He originally thought that everything was settled, but he didn't expect third senior brother Zhong Laji to suddenly raise this issue. Liu Huarong was shocked. Although Liu Huarong was usually taciturn, he wasn't a fool. He understood the stakes involved. If Master wasn't present at this moment, everything would be fine. It wouldn't matter what everyone said. However, Master was sitting right in front of him. If he was stumped by this issue, Zhong Laji would have a chance to turn the tables. Not only that, but Yi Xian would also have a chance to turn the tables. When that time came, it would be really bad. If second senior brother Tang Zhenan's answer was that eldest senior brother might steal the blueprint, then he would have completely offended eldest senior brother. If Yi Xian was also released, they would have Yi Xian, Zhong Laji, and their eldest senior brother, LV Wenkang. After being offended by Tang Zhenan, he would definitely join Yi Xian's faction. When that happened, they would have 3 people. Not only that, 7th junior brother Mai Guangji also had a good relationship with Yi Xian. As long as Yi Xian was released, Liu Huarong was sure that he would join his camp without hesitation. At that time, Yi Xian's camp would have 4 people, while his side would only have 3. In terms of strength, they would be weaker than the other side. Although they could also rope in 8th junior sister Li Shuiyang, it would be useless. 8th junior sister Li Shuiyang was only in her teens. Even if she stood on their side, it would be useless. In the end, Yi Xian's side would definitely be stronger than his. When it came time to compete for the position of branch master, even if Yi Xian wasn't the branch master, it wouldn't be a good thing for Zhong Leji to become the branch master. If he treated Zhong Leji and Yi Xian like this, Liu Huarong was sure that he wouldn't have a good ending when Zhong Leji became the branch master. At this point, Liu Huarong was very clear that this was a critical moment. All the questions would depend on 2nd senior brother Tang Jianan's answer. Just now, 2nd senior brother Tang Jianan's words had really made Liu Huarong overjoyed. He thought that there was a turning point for the situation. Seeing the excited eldest senior brother LV Wenkang, Liu Huarong was relieved. He knew that LV Wenkang wouldn't stand on Yi Xian's side. Unfortunately, his happiness didn't last long. What happened next gave him a headache. 3rd senior brother Zhong Leji asked 2nd senior brother Tang Jianan to answer the question again. There was no need to answer whether eldest senior brother had stolen the blueprint. He only needed to answer whether eldest senior brother had any intention of stealing the blueprint. This kind of question was the most difficult to answer. Liu Huarong knew very well that 2nd senior brother Tang Jianan had encountered a problem this time. It was impossible for him to answer the question like he had just now. 3rd senior brother Zhong Leji hadn't restricted him, so he could answer without offending either side. But now, Liu Huarong knew that Tang Jianan really had a hard time answering the question this time. Liu Huarong didn't need to hear 2nd senior brother Tang Jianan's answer to whether eldest senior brother LV Wenkang had any intention of stealing the blueprint. Yes, he definitely did. Eldest senior brother definitely had the intention of getting his hands on the blueprint. There was no doubt about this, because this was the truth. Eldest senior brother had abandoned his wife and children for the sake of researching mechanism techniques. Apart from mechanism techniques, there was nothing else that could attract his attention. And that precious blueprint was eldest senior brother LV Wenkang's Achilles heel. It could be said that it was what he wanted the most. As long as eldest senior brother LV Wenkang got his hands on that blueprint, his strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Under such circumstances, anyone would say that eldest senior brother LV Wenkang would definitely want to get his hands on that blueprint. Everyone could think of the answer to this question. However, if 2nd senior brother Tang Jianan really answered in this way, then things would be really bad. Everything would go according to his plan. In the end, Yi Xian would be released and form a 4-man team to fight against his side. Liu Huarong felt a headache at the thought of this. He was a little regretful now. He regretted joining Bai Jianmu's team. If he had chosen to be neutral like 7th junior brother and 8th junior sister, there wouldn't be such a troublesome matter. In fact, if he wanted to choose a side, it would have been better to choose later. It wouldn't have been too late to choose after the matter was settled. Liu Huarong thought about how he had actually taken the initiative to join Bai Jianmu's team. He felt even more upset and regretted it so much that he wanted to slap himself a few times. However, it was useless to regret. Things had already come to this point. If he had the time to regret, he might as well think about how to deal with Zhong Leji. At this point, Liu Huarong began to think carefully about how to answer this question. When Zhong Leji raised this question again, eldest senior brother LV Wenkang's face suddenly changed. His face, which was originally full of joy, turned pale at this moment, and his heart was in his throat again. LV Wenkang stared at Tang Jianan, waiting to see how he would answer this time. Although Tang Jianan's answer just now was a twist to smooth things over and prove that he didn't steal the blueprint, the first half of his answer still proved that he had the intention to steal it. As long as he had the intention, he might carry it out. Everyone would think of this possibility. LV Wenkang naturally knew how important Tang Jianan's answer was. He only hoped that Tang Jianan could give him a surprise like just now to prove his innocence. However, under such circumstances, LV Wenkang also knew very well how difficult it was to achieve that. It was almost impossible. Although LV Wenkang knew how Tang Jianan would answer, he still hoped that Tang Jianan would give him a surprise. Chapter 170. Everyone looked at Tang Jianan nervously. They wanted to hear how he would answer because his answer would also affect the others' answers. Although everyone had different thoughts, Tang Jianan was still the most uncomfortable one. Tang Jianan felt like his head was about to explode. He couldn't think of an answer that wouldn't anger his master or offend his eldest senior brother. This was simply too difficult. Tang Jianan wished that he could just lie down and faint so that he wouldn't answer this question. Unfortunately, this was just his imagination. He had to face this question now and answer Zhong Leji's question because Sun Xinjing was also staring at him. Sun Xinjing also knew that Tang Jianan was in a difficult position. However, he really wanted to know what the real situation was because Sun Xinjing also wanted to find that blueprint as soon as possible. That blueprint was too important. If he lost it just like that, Sun Xinjing would feel like dying. The consequences of this were very serious. Sun Xinjing wasn't afraid that his master would punish him after he lost the blueprint. Instead, he felt that he had let his master down. That blueprint had almost surpassed this era. Sun Xinjing felt relaxed and happy when he saw it. He almost couldn't believe that such a mechanism technique existed. His master had spent half his life researching this thing, but in the end, he had lost it. This blueprint wasn't like money. If it was lost, so be it. It wasn't a big deal. However, this blueprint was different. This blueprint represented the highest level of mechanism technique. His master had even prepared to treat it as the most precious treasure of the Sky Secret sect and pass it down. Not only that, to be honest, Sun Xinjing had never thought of passing this blueprint down to the disciples. Of course, this wasn't because Sun Xinjing wanted to keep it a secret. It was because this blueprint was too important. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this blueprint was related to the future of the Sky Secret sect. This blueprint might be passed down to the successor of the next branch leader when Sun Xinjing resigned from his position. However, it definitely wouldn't be passed down to the other disciples. This was because the fewer people who knew about this secret, the better. If it was an ordinary blueprint, Sun Xinjing would have let everyone take a look at it. Especially boss LV Wenkang. If it was an ordinary blueprint, Sun Xinjing would have shown it to him long ago. However, this blueprint was too important. Facing this blueprint, Sun Xinjing had no choice but to be careful and keep this a secret. Once this blueprint was leaked out, all the secrets would disappear. Not only that, as long as someone with the intention to obtain the blueprint and study the contents of the blueprint, they would definitely be able to surpass the current technology of the Tianji sect in terms of technology. At that time, what would the Tianji sect do? Currently, the Tianji sect's mechanism technique was already very powerful in the Anwu country. It could be considered second to none. However, if someone who surpassed the Tianji sect's mechanism technique appeared, what would the Tianji sect do? Therefore, Sun Xinjing was very anxious to find that blueprint. Yi Xian was his most trusted disciple and also the successor he was preparing to appoint as the next branch leader. However, even so, Yi Xian was implicated in the matter of the blueprint. Sun Xinjing didn't hesitate to lock him up in the Repentance Pavilion. At this time, Sun Xinjing wouldn't show mercy to anyone who was implicated in this matter. He would use thunderous means to capture that person and use this as an excuse to search for the blueprint. However, Yi Xian had been locked up for so long, yet he still hadn't revealed the whereabouts of the blueprint. This made Sun Xinjing somewhat puzzled. Sun Xinjing naturally knew how terrifying the Repentance Pavilion was because he was the one who had ordered people to build it. After being locked up in the Repentance Pavilion for so long, Yi Xian still hadn't revealed the whereabouts of the blueprint. At this time, Sun Xinjing was really puzzled. He even suspected that Yi Xian had stolen the blueprint. However, even though he suspected that Yi Xian hadn't stolen the blueprint, there were no clues to prove that someone else had stolen the blueprint. This was because Yi Xian was indeed the only one who knew where the blueprint was kept. He had once led Yi Xian to the location where the blueprint was kept. At that time, Sun Xinjing thought that since Yi Xian was about to become the next branch leader's successor, Yi Xian would find out about this secret room sooner or later. It didn't matter if he led him there earlier. It was also because of this reason that Sun Xinjing led Yi Xian to the secret room. However, the blueprint was lost. The moment Sun Xinjing found out that the blueprint was lost, he was instantly furious. The first person he suspected was, of course, Yi Xian. This was because Yi Xian knew where the blueprint was kept. In addition, the other disciples didn't know where the blueprint was kept. Thus, the furious Sun Xinjing locked Yi Xian in the Repentance Pavilion and told him that he would only be released if he handed over the blueprint. Otherwise, he would have to stay there for the rest of his life. The reason why Sun Xinjing locked Yi Xian in the Repentance Pavilion was because he had given it a lot of consideration. If Yi Xian was really the person who stole the blueprint, then as long as Yi Xian was locked up in the Repentance Pavilion, the secret of the blueprint couldn't be leaked out. If Yi Xian didn't return the blueprint, Sun Xinjing was prepared to lock him up in the Repentance Pavilion forever and never let him out. This way, even if the blueprint couldn't be found, the secret wouldn't be known by outsiders. However, Zhong Lezhi said that there were other possibilities. It was possible that the blueprint was stolen by someone else. This made Sun Xinjing a little restless. He thought that Yi Xian was the person who stole the blueprint. As long as Yi Xian was locked up, the secret naturally wouldn't be leaked out. However, if what Zhong Lezhi said was true, then it meant that the blueprint wasn't with Yi Xian. It was in the hands of someone else. This meant that the secret of the blueprint could be leaked out. This was a big matter. It was related to the future of the Tianji sect. Sun Xinjing had to be careful. That was why he gathered all his disciples together to see if there were any other possibilities. Therefore, at this gathering, everyone had to speak the truth. They had to say what they were thinking. Only then could they find the person who stole the blueprint. In order to find the person who stole the blueprint, Sun Xinjing was willing to do anything. Just now, when Tang Jianan didn't want to answer this question, Sun Xinjing was already very disgusted. It could be said that if Tang Jianan continued to refuse to answer, Sun Xinjing would definitely expel him from the sect without hesitation. However, even if Tang Jianan was expelled from the sect, Sun Xinjing would not let him leave the South County branch. Instead, he would lock him up in the Repentance Pavilion and never let him leave the South County branch to prevent the secret of the blueprint from being known by outsiders. Of course, after the blueprint was found, Sun Xinjing might consider letting Tang Jianan leave. Sun Xinjing knew very well that if the blueprint was not in Yi Xian's hands, he had to find it as soon as possible. This was because the later the blueprint was found, the more changes there would be, and the greater the possibility of it being leaked. Chapter 171. Sun Xinjing knew that the most important thing now was to find out who the real thief of the blueprint was and get the blueprint back. If the contents of that blueprint were to be leaked to the outside world, then Sun Xinjing would really have the heart to die. Sun Xinjing was anxious. He looked at Tang Jianan and saw that he was unwilling to answer. He was a little unhappy and his gaze turned cold. As Tang Jianan's master, Sun Xinjing naturally knew Tang Jianan's character very well. Usually, he was not competitive and was not decisive. He was just an ordinary person. It was normal for it to be difficult to make a decision when faced with a big matter. It was because of this reason that Sun Xinjing did not rush him. Because it was actually quite difficult for such a person to make a decision. The truth was as such. Tang Jianan's current behavior was even worse than before. Large drops of cold sweat flowed down from his forehead, along his cheeks, and onto his clothes. Tang Jianan could only keep wiping his sweat, but the more he wiped, the more anxious he became, and the more cold sweat flowed down his body. This was not a simple answer. It was a matter of great importance. Most importantly, Tang Jianan also knew the consequences of each choice. If he said that eldest senior brother LV Wenkang wanted to steal the blueprint, not only would he be offending eldest senior brother, he would also be pushing eldest senior brother to Yi Xian's side. However, if he said that eldest senior brother LV Wenkang did not want to steal the blueprint, it would obviously be unreasonable. A person like eldest senior brother would not be indifferent to such a precious blueprint. If Tang Jianan really said that eldest senior brother did not want to steal the blueprint, It would be no different from lying through his teeth. It would be equivalent to lying to his master and treating him as a fool. No one wanted to be treated as a fool. Sun Xinjing naturally did not want to be treated as such. Tang Jianan knew this very well. He did not know how to answer. Logically speaking, he had three choices. First, eldest senior brother LV Wenkang secretly wanted to steal the blueprint. Second, eldest senior brother LV Wenkang did not want to steal the blueprint. Third, Tang Jianan did not answer. Tang Jianan had thought of these three choices before, but it was useless. Tang Jianan didn't want to answer the first question. As for the second choice, Tang Jianan wanted to say this, but he knew the consequences, so he couldn't answer. As for the third choice, Tang Jianan couldn't do it in front of his master. Therefore, although Tang Jianan seemed to have three choices, he actually only had one choice. At this point, Tang Jianan even thought of pretending to faint to deceive them. However, he only thought about it for a moment before dispelling this idea. Tang Jianan knew that if he dared to do so, he would definitely incur the wrath of his master. At that time, he would really be in trouble. Did he really have to choose the first option? Thinking of this, Tang Jianan subconsciously glanced at Bai Zhenmu and saw that Bai Zhenmu was also frowning and staring at him. Seeing Bai Zhenmu's expression, Tang Jianan knew that Bai Zhenmu also didn't know how to answer. If he knew, he would definitely help him out because the two of them were grasshoppers on the same rope. If he was unlucky, Bai Zhenmu would definitely not have it easy. Seeing Tang Jianan hesitating, Bai Zhenmu was also thinking hard. Liu Huarong lowered his head and didn't say anything. Zhong Leji knew that if it was someone else who asked this question, it would be easy to answer. They only needed to say their own thoughts. However, the three of them couldn't. If Tang Jianan dared to say that eldest senior brother LV Wenkang wanted to steal the blueprint, then Zhong Leji was sure that he would definitely offend eldest senior brother LV Wenkang. In that case, their group would have one less helper, and their side would have one more helper. If that was really the case, and they took the opportunity to rescue Yi Xian, then based on the number of people on their side, they would definitely be able to win against the other party. At that time, their side's strength would definitely surpass the other party's. On his side, there were LV Wenkang, himself, and Yi Xian, the three of them. The other party had Tang Jianan, Bai Zhenmu, and Liu Huarong. Comparing the two sides, in terms of strength, it was obvious that his side was stronger than theirs. If the two sides continued to fight, the losing side would definitely be the other party. Zhong Leji really wanted to see that happen, because when that happened, all the problems would be solved. Although he still didn't know who stole the blueprint, he wouldn't be in danger anymore. As long as he was stronger than Bai Zhenmu and the others, then he could slowly find the person who stole the blueprint. The biggest problem now was to protect himself. Zhong Leji knew that although he was the one who raised this question and asked whether senior brother LV Wenkang was suspected of stealing the blueprint, he couldn't offend senior brother LV Wenkang because he only raised a question. He didn't say that senior brother LV Wenkang would definitely steal the blueprint. Therefore, Zhong Leji was sure that senior brother LV Wenkang would never blame him no matter what the result was. On the other hand, Tang Jianan was different from him. When he raised this possibility, it already showed that it was just a possibility, just a hypothesis. Tang Jianan's answer had to be a definite answer, which was the most disadvantageous for him. It was impossible to not offend both sides. Through the master's anger just now, everyone present knew that it was impossible to maintain a neutral attitude at this time. Everyone's answer now could only be a definite answer. And Tang Jianan was facing such a situation. No matter how difficult it was to answer this question, no matter how much he didn't want to answer this question, he had to answer it and give it a definite answer. In the end, did eldest senior brother LV Wenkang want to steal the blueprint? This was a trap. Even if Tang Jianan knew it was a trap, he could only jump into it because he had no other choice. Looking at Tang Jianan, who was sweating profusely, Zhong Leji suddenly felt relieved. He knew that no matter how Tang Jianan answered at this moment, he would definitely not get any benefits. Because Zhong Leji also knew that Tang Jianan actually had no other choice. He only had one choice. What he was worried about now wasn't how difficult it was to answer this question, but his attitude. Tang Jianan only had one choice. If he chose to say that eldest senior brother LV Wenkang might have stolen the blueprint, then it would mean that he was betraying their group. Even if Bai Jianmu didn't blame him, he definitely wouldn't feel good in his heart. Because if he did that, the situation they were facing would be even worse. Zhong Laji turned his head and looked at Bai Jianmu. He saw that Bai Jianmu also had a heavy expression on his face. His eyes flickered incessantly. Upon seeing this scene, Zhong Laji understood that Bai Jianmu was also thinking bitterly, wanting to find the answer to this question to help him out of this predicament. Chapter 172. Although Bai Jianmu thought hard, things were not that simple. No matter how hard he thought, he could not think of a solution. Bai Jianmu naturally knew better than anyone what the consequences would be if Tang Jianan answered wrongly. Not only that, the consequences of this matter would make Bai Jianmu even more miserable than others. Not only would he not be able to stay in the Tianji sect, but even his family would probably be mocked by the people in his family. Bai Jianmu did not want to accept such an outcome, so he had to go all out. This problem seemed simple, but it was definitely not a simple matter to solve it well. Seeing that Tang Jianan was unwilling to answer, Zhong Laji decided to give him some time and pressure so that he could make a decision as soon as possible in case things changed. Thinking of this, Zhong Laji slowly walked in front of Tang Jianan and smiled softly. Second senior brother, it's just a matter of a sentence. Is it that difficult? When Tang Jianan heard this, he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He raised his head and looked at Zhong Laji. The resentment in his eyes even made Zhong Laji's heart turn cold. However, at this point, Zhong Laji also understood that everyone's positions were different. Although they did not make a move, it was actually more dangerous than that. It was because they liked mechanical techniques that they decided to join Sun Xinjing's tutelage and study the mechanical techniques that they liked. However, if this matter failed, it would be impossible for them to stay in the South County branch to continue studying mechanism skills in the future. Therefore, they could not retreat from this matter. They could only move forward. Thinking of this, Zhong Laji ignored Tang Jianan's resentful gaze and asked loudly again. Second senior brother, quickly answer. Master can't wait any longer. Do you still want Master to urge you? Tang Jianan looked at Zhong Laji and felt the anger in his heart grow stronger and stronger. It was all because of this guy in front of him that he had made a fool of himself. If it weren't for this guy, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Just as Tang Jianan was furious, Bai Jianmu saw Zhong Laji coming forward to ask him a question. He hurriedly took 2 steps forward and stood in front of Zhong Laji. He sneered and said, Third senior brother, aren't you being a little too nosy? With Master here, is it your turn to speak? Second senior apprentice brother is our second senior apprentice brother. As a junior apprentice brother, how could you speak so rudely to your senior apprentice brother? At this point, Bai Jianmu coldly snorted and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Although it was just a flash, this cold light gave Zhong Laji a fright and he subconsciously took a step back. Seeing Zhong Laji retreat, Bai Jianmu coldly snorted again. Third senior brother, do you think you're already a branch leader? That's why you're speaking so rudely to second senior brother. However, let me give third senior brother a piece of advice. You're not a branch leader yet, and second senior brother is still your second senior brother. I hope you'll pay attention to your words. If you want to show off your might, wait until you become the branch leader. Now, third senior brother, if you dare to speak rudely to second senior brother again, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson on behalf of second senior brother. In the end, Bai Jianmu spat out the words through gritted teeth, showing his determination. That's right, Bai Jianmu was really going all out now. Just now, he wasn't warning Zhong Laji. Instead, he was telling these words to his master. If Zhong Laji really dared to say anything else, Bai Jianmu would definitely make a move. Bai Jianmu would definitely make use of this opportunity to severely injure Zhong Laji. Zhong Laji would be unconscious, but Bai Jianmu wanted him to be paralyzed. If Bai Jianmu made a move, with his martial arts, no one present would be a match for him. Even if everyone here attacked together, they definitely wouldn't be a match for him. Bai Jianmu had this confidence. Bai Jianmu knew that if he used this reason to seriously injure Zhong Laji, his master wouldn't be able to do anything to him. At most, He would be reprimanded and locked up in the Repentance Pavilion. Although he might be locked up in the Repentance Pavilion, it was different from Yi Xian. Yi Xian was locked up because he stole the blueprint. If the blueprint couldn't be found, he would never be able to come out. Bai Jianmu was different. If he beat up third senior brother Zhong Laji, his master would lock him up in the Repentance Pavilion. Even if the punishment was heavy, even if he was locked up for 3 years, he would still have a chance to come out. Even if he was locked up, Zhong Laji wouldn't have the ability to reverse the situation for Yi Xian. At that time, even if Tang Jianan became the branch leader, it wouldn't matter. At most, he would deal with Tang Jianan after he came out. If it was just dealing with Tang Jianan, Bai Jianmu didn't feel any pressure. Tang Jianan was different from Yi Xian. If Tang Jianan could become the branch leader, he could only rely on his second senior brother's qualifications to be the branch leader. When he came out, he would definitely obediently give up the position of the branch leader. Bai Jianmu understood this point. Therefore, he was really ready to go all out now. Even if he was locked up in the Repentance Pavilion, he didn't care because he already had no way out. Seeing the trace of coldness in Bai Jianmu's eyes, Zhong Laji suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Only then did he remember that Bai Jianmu still had a strong martial arts. If he angered him, he would use his martial arts to deal with him. He really wouldn't be his opponent. Zhong Laji had seen Bai Jianmu's martial arts once. At that time, the 4 of them went out to the west region. On the way, they encountered a group of bandits. At that time, there were more than 20 bandits. All of them were strong and each of them had a weapon in their hands. When Zhong Laji saw more than 20 bandits, he was really scared out of his wits. He felt that his fellow disciples were finished this time. But he didn't expect that when everyone was about to be unable to resist, Bai Jianmu would make a move. When Bai Jianmu made his move, Zhong Laji only saw a figure flicker in front of him. Not long after, the strong and sturdy bandits were beaten to the ground by Bai Jianmu, wailing in pain. It was also at that time that Zhong Laji really knew that Bai Jianmu was a martial arts master. Moreover, he was a very strong martial arts master. Thinking of the situation that day, Zhong Laji knew that if Bai Jianmu made a move on him, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand 3 moves. Zhong Laji took a few steps back and put some distance between him and Bai Jianmu before speaking. 5th junior brother, when did you see me speak rudely to 2nd senior brother? I just saw that master was a little impatient, so I reminded him. Speaking of this, Zhong Jianan's tone paused. He looked at Bai Jianmu vigilantly before speaking loudly. Junior brother Bai, what do you want to do? Don't forget that I'm your 3rd senior brother. Don't tell me you want to make a move on me. After hearing Zhong Laji's words, Bai Jianmu sneered. 3rd senior brother, how can I make a move on you? You're my 3rd senior brother. I just can't stand what happened just now. Chapter 173. Zhong Laji saw the cold gleam in Bai Jianmu's eyes when he answered. He knew that he couldn't provoke him now. Otherwise, this guy would definitely attack him and he would be the unlucky one. Thinking of this, Zhong Laji turned to Tang Jianan and said, 2nd senior brother, please answer the question. Before Tang Jianan could answer, Bai Jianmu snorted and spoke first. 3rd senior brother, why are you in such a hurry? It's 2nd senior brother's business when he answers. Why are you in such a hurry? Speaking of this, Bai Jianmu's eyes suddenly lit up. He took a step forward and closed the distance between him and Zhong Laji. He said coldly, I understand now. 3rd senior brother, I think you're the one who stole the blueprint. Otherwise, why are you in such a hurry to drag eldest senior brother into this? As soon as Bai Jianmu finished speaking, Tang Jianan was overjoyed. His originally gloomy face was swept away at this moment. He also took a few steps forward and came to Bai Jianmu's side. He looked at Zhong Laji and asked loudly, 3rd junior brother, I was wondering why you kept telling me to only think that eldest senior brother was the one who stole the blueprint. So that's why. Junior brother Bai is right. I think you're the one who stole the blueprint. Otherwise, why would you do that? Is it because you have a guilty conscience? In order to get rid of suspicion, you framed eldest senior brother as the one who stole the blueprint. I think you're the one who stole the blueprint, 3rd junior brother. Zhong Lezhi's face turned pale when he heard their conversation. He didn't expect things to take a turn for the worse and turn out like this. He had asked Tang Jianan to answer the question, but at this moment, it turned out that he had a guilty conscience. Zhong Lezhi was so anxious that he couldn't think of a way to answer the two of them. At this moment, Liu Huarong also hurriedly stepped forward and looked at Zhong Lezhi. Third senior brother, logically speaking, I shouldn't say anything as your junior brother, but I really can't stand it anymore. Second senior brother and fifth senior brother are right. You only admitted that eldest senior brother was the one who stole the blueprint in order to cover up the fact that you stole it. Tang Jianan and Bai Zhenmu's accusations were already difficult for Zhong Lezhi to deal with. Now, with Liu Huarong's addition, Zhong Lezhi was even more tongue-tied and couldn't say anything. Although Zhong Lezhi couldn't answer them, he was thinking quickly about how to deal with this situation. The problem raised by Bai Zhenmu was also a problem that was very likely to happen. He had already said that if Yi Xian was locked up, then he would have a chance to become the branch master. If he stole the drawing, framed Yi Xian, and then destroyed Bai Zhenmu, it would be possible for him to succeed in his plan. And framing eldest senior brother for stealing the blueprints was the key to bringing down Bai Zhenmu. It could be said that this question raised by Bai Zhenmu not only resolved the problem that he had raised earlier, but it also turned the tables on him, admitting that he was the one who had stolen the blueprints. At this moment, Zhong Lezhi sensed the danger and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He knew that he had no way out at this moment. Either Bai Zhenmu and the others would fall, or he would be finished. In short, whichever side won would have the chance to stay in the South County branch. Now, it was no longer a simple matter of being the branch master of the South County branch. Instead, it was a matter of whether he could continue to stay in the South County branch. Zhong Lezhi had already understood that if he failed, he could only leave the South County branch. Other than that, there was no other choice. On the other hand, there was only one possibility for Bai Zhenmu and the others. If they failed, they could only leave the South County branch. There was no other possibility. This was because no matter which side won, they would not leave their opponent in front of them to get in the way. Moreover, their opponent was like a hungry wolf that could counterattack at any time. Under such circumstances, they could only completely chase their opponent out of the South County branch to ensure their own safety. Needless to say what Bai Zhenmu and the others were thinking, Zhong Lezhi also thought the same. This was because no one was willing to keep danger by their side. Zhong Lezhi wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and lowered his head to secretly look at his master. He saw that his master was also looking in his direction. However, the expression on his face became more and more solemn. It seemed that Bai Zhenmu's words had also attracted his attention. The current Sun Xinjing was really a little anxious. What he was worried about was if Yi Xian was not the person who stole the blueprint. In other words, the blueprint might be in someone else's hands. If this blueprint were to be leaked to the outside world, then he, Sun Xinjing, would be the sinner of the Tianji sect. Therefore, Sun Xinjing had already made up his mind to not let go of any clues. As long as it was possible, he had to investigate until he found the blueprint. Now, Sun Xinjing had no other thoughts. For the sake of that blueprint, he did not care about any other methods. As long as he could find that blueprint, nothing else mattered. Just now, seeing that Tang Jianan did not dare to answer Zhong Lezhi's question for a long time, Sun Xinjing was already a little annoyed. Sun Xinjing really didn't know if this question was so difficult to answer. As long as he answered yes or no, it would be fine. Was it really so difficult to answer? Or did Tang Jianan have other motives? However, what other motives could he have? Sun Xinjing really couldn't figure it out. Suddenly, Sun Xinjing's brows suddenly frowned. He thought of a possibility. Could it be that Tang Jianan stole the blueprints? That was the only explanation that could explain why he was so hesitant. However, it was not right. If the blueprint was stolen by Tang Jianan, he should have identified LV Wenkang as the person who stole the blueprint. LV Wenkang was suspected of stealing the blueprint. In this way, even if the blueprint was stolen by Tang Jianan, he would not be suspected. After figuring this out, Sun Xinjing's brows furrowed even tighter. He really couldn't figure out why Tang Jianan would find it so difficult to answer this question. Although Sun Xinjing didn't understand the reason, at this moment, he was sure of one thing. There must be something wrong. As for what the problem was, Sun Xinjing didn't know. After hearing Zhong Laji's question again, seeing that Tang Jinan still refused to answer, Sun Xinjing, who had been waiting impatiently for a long time, was about to urge him to answer. However, he suddenly heard Bai Jianmu's words. Bai Jianmu's words really caught Sun Xinjing's attention. Zhong Laji was the person who stole the blueprint. Therefore, he framed eldest senior brother LV Wenkang for stealing the blueprint so that he would not be suspected. This kind of thing was really possible. Sun Xinjing frowned and thought about it carefully. If Zhong Laji did this, Tang Jinan would accuse eldest senior brother as the person who stole the blueprint. Once he succeeded, then Zhong Laji would be cleared of suspicion. Not only would he be cleared of suspicion regarding the blueprint, but in the end, no one knew what method he would use to ostracize the other disciples. Chapter 174. At this moment, the most important thing in Sun Xinjing's mind was to get the blueprint back. Everything else could be put aside for the future. However, Sun Xinjing still did not know who had the blueprint. Initially, he did not want the blueprint to be stolen by Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian was his most trusted disciple. If Yi Xian stole the blueprint, it meant that he had betrayed his trust. It also meant that Sun Xinjing was not a good judge of character. However, things were really different now. Sun Xinjing hoped that Yi Xian was really the one who stole the blueprint. Because then, the blueprint would not be leaked out. As long as the blueprint was not leaked out, Sun Xinjing felt that it was already a blessing. This blueprint was the result of his master's research for half of his life. If it leaked out, his master's painstaking research would all go to waste. Therefore, nothing must happen to the blueprint. Sun Xinjing looked at these disciples in front of him and wondered who was the one who stole the blueprint. Could Boss LV Wenkang have stolen the blueprint? Sun Xinjing did not know, but Zhong Laji's words had really caught his attention. As his master, Sun Xinjing naturally knew what kind of person Boss LV Wenkang was. LV Wenkang was dedicated to studying the art of mechanisms. Sun Xinjing naturally knew about this. That blueprint was definitely very attractive to LV Wenkang. No one could deny this. Even LV Wenkang himself could not deny this. If that was the case, could LV Wenkang have stolen the blueprint? With this question in mind, Sun Xinjing was even more curious about the answer to Zhong Laji's question. If he was the only one who suspected him, then he might be biased. However, if everyone suspected him, then there might be a problem. However, just as Sun Xinjing was waiting for Tang Jinan's answer, things took a turn for the worse. The person who suspected him was actually Zhong Laji. Most importantly, Bai Jianmu's suspicion was very reasonable. Why was Zhong Laji so concerned about this matter? Why did he want to help Yi Xian turn the tables when everyone thought that Yi Xian was the one who stole the blueprints? Why? Could it be that he really did this because he felt that everyone was unfair to Yi Xian? Or perhaps, there was some inside story that everyone didn't understand. At this moment, everyone was doubtful. Since there was a possibility that eldest senior brother had stolen the blueprint, then that precious blueprint was also the best treasure in the eyes of third senior brother, Zhong Laji. There was no guarantee that third senior brother Zhong Laji wouldn't steal that blueprint. Moreover, there was another possibility. It was Yi Xian and Zhong Laji who had worked together to steal the blueprint. Now that Yi Xian was suspected and locked up in the Repentance Hall, Zhong Laji had to rescue him. Otherwise, Yi Xian would definitely expose him. So, Zhong Laji ignored everyone's opinions and wanted to help Yi Xian turn the tables. His goal was naturally to rescue Yi Xian. Otherwise, if Yi Xian wasn't rescued and exposed, Zhong Laji wouldn't have a good ending either. This was the reason why Zhong Laji gathered everyone together to help Yi Xian turn the tables. Sun Xinjing thought for a while and also turned his suspicions to Zhong Laji. If the blueprint was stolen by Zhong Laji, then it would be more useful than if it was in LV Wenkang's hands. Even if LV Wenkang stole the blueprint, it would only be used for his research and wouldn't be used for anything else. Zhong Laji was different. He had stolen the blueprint not only for the sake of studying it, but also for many unexpected benefits. Everyone was clear about this. Zhong Leji naturally didn't want to be suspected by everyone. Looking at Bai Zhenmu's smug smile, Zhong Leji thought for a while and said slowly, "Fifth junior brother, since you suspect me, do you have any evidence?" Bai Zhenmu was stunned when he heard Zhong Leji's question. Then, he thought for a while and said with a cold smile, "Third senior brother, you want evidence, right?" Zhong Leji nodded when he heard Bai Zhenmu's question. "Since you suspect me, you naturally need evidence to prove that I stole the blueprint. Otherwise, wouldn't you be framing me?" Bai Zhenmu nodded when he heard this and suddenly shouted sternly, "Then tell me, only Yi Xian knows where Master put the blueprint. Under such circumstances, you still insist that Yi Xian didn't steal the blueprint. Then tell me, how do you prove that Yi Xian didn't steal the blueprint?" At this point, Bai Zhenmu paused. He stared at Zhong Leji and Bai Zhenmu with a fierce look in his eyes. "Unless you were the one who stole the blueprint. That's how you know Yi Xian didn't steal the blueprint. Third senior brother, am I right?" Zhong Leji shook his head when he heard Bai Zhenmu's words. "Fifth junior brother, don't tell me that you think I stole the blueprint based on this point alone." Bai Zhenmu looked at Zhong Leji and shouted sternly, "Third senior brother, then tell me, other than this, how do you know that Yi Xian didn't steal the blueprint?" Zhong Leji shook his head again when he heard Bai Zhenmu's words. "I didn't say that Yi Xian didn't steal the blueprint. I just feel that it's unfair to Yi Xian based on this point alone. Is there anything wrong with that?" Bai Zhenmu sneered when he heard Zhong Leji's words. He slowly took 2 steps forward and stopped in front of Zhong Leji. His tone was somewhat cold. "Third senior brother, based on your words, I'm beginning to suspect that you and Yi Xian worked together to steal the blueprint." Zhong Leji's expression changed drastically when he heard this. He hurriedly said, "Bai Zhenmu, don't spout nonsense in front of Master. On what basis do you suspect that Yi Xian and I worked together to steal the blueprint? Do you have any evidence?" Bai Zhenmu sneered. "What evidence do you need? Why are you in such a hurry to rescue Yi Xian? This is the best evidence." Zhong Leji said angrily, "What kind of evidence is this? Are you saying that just because I want to rescue Yi Xian, you can suspect that the two of us worked together to steal the blueprint? Isn't that a joke?" Bai Zhenmu was secretly delighted when he heard Zhong Leji's answer and saw how anxious he was. As long as Zhong Leji was anxious, he would definitely reveal a flaw. As long as Bai Zhenmu pursued him closely, Zhong Leji wouldn't be able to retaliate. Bai Zhenmu's tone turned even colder when he thought of this. "Third senior brother, tell me then. Why are you in such a hurry to rescue Yi Xian? If you don't have an ulterior motive, why are you still trying to turn the tables on Yi Xian when Master believes that Yi Xian stole the blueprint?" Chapter 175. Zhong Leji flew into a rage when he heard Bai Zhenmu's question. "Bai Zhenmu, I just want to seek justice for Yi Xian. How can you say that Yi Xian and I worked together to steal the blueprint? Find a reason. This game is too far-fetched." Bai Zhenmu laughed when he heard Zhong Leji's words. "Third senior brother, what's so far-fetched about this reason? If you didn't work together with Yi Xian to steal the blueprint, then why don't you tell me who else would steal the blueprint other than the two of you?" Zhong Leji couldn't help but be stunned when he heard that. If he knew who stole the blueprint, he would have found that person long ago. He wouldn't have waited until now. Faced with this problem, Zhong Leji couldn't be like Bai Zhenmu and spout nonsense. He needed concrete evidence before he could say who stole the blueprint. Otherwise, the situation would be even worse if he simply pointed out the culprit. However, if he didn't say who stole the blueprint at any time, Bai Zhenmu wouldn't let him go. Zhong Leji felt a headache coming on when he thought of this. However, he still had to answer Bai Zhenmu's question. Zhong Leji thought for a moment before he answered, "Bai Zhenmu, how would I know who stole the blueprint? How can I point out who stole the blueprint at any time? Your game is too far-fetched." Bai Zhenmu burst into laughter when he heard that. He pointed at Zhong Leji and asked loudly, "Third senior brother, I don't think you're right. Since you don't know who stole the blueprint, how do you know if Yi Xian is the one who stole it?" At this point, Bai Zhenmu paused for a moment. He stared at Zhong Leji with narrowed eyes and said coldly, "Don't worry. Unless you're the one who stole the blueprint, Zhonglaji subconsciously took a step back when he saw the cold glint in Bai Jianmu's eyes. He knew Bai Jianmu's martial arts very well. At such a close distance, if Bai Jianmu wanted to make a move, he would definitely be in trouble. After Zhonglaji steadied himself, he slowly said, "Bai Jianmu, don't talk nonsense. I've already said that I don't know who stole the blueprints. I'm not the one who stole the blueprints. I hope you don't suspect me." Before Bai Jianmu could say anything, Tang Jianan had already stepped forward and said loudly to Zhonglaji, "Let's go. Third junior brother, you're wrong. Since you don't know who stole the blueprint, why do you suspect eldest senior brother? Tell me, what reason do you have to suspect eldest senior brother?" At this point, Tang Jianan paused for a moment. He glanced at his fellow disciples before raising his hand to point at eldest senior brother LV Wenkang and said, "You all know what kind of person eldest senior brother is. But today, he was suspected by third junior brother for no reason. Tell me, what kind of logic is this?" At this moment, Tang Jianan really had a feeling of exultation. The gloomy image from before had long been swept away and turned into an expression of righteous indignation. The question just now made Tang Jianan's hair turn white from worry. He still couldn't answer it. Fortunately, Bai Jianmu came up with that idea and immediately turned the situation around. Now, the person being questioned was no longer Tang Jianan, but Zhonglaji. Bai Jianmu accused Zhonglaji of knowing that Yi Xian wasn't the one who stole the blueprints because he was the one who stole them. This kind of reason was actually possible. Zhonglaji and Yi Xian had a good relationship. Everyone knew this. Under such circumstances, Zhonglaji stole the blueprints and Yi Xian took the blame for him. He was locked up in the penitent's pavilion and suffered. As Yi Xian's good friend, Zhonglaji naturally couldn't bear to see such a situation happen. Moreover, he was the one who stole the blueprints, so Yi Xian definitely wasn't the one who stole them. Zhonglaji was condemned in his heart for benefiting but letting his good friend suffer. He felt that he had let Yi Xian down, so he proposed to help Yi Xian turn the tables. This kind of reason was definitely possible. And Bai Jianmu's other accusation was that Zhonglaji and Yi Xian worked together to steal the blueprints. That was even more likely. If there were no accidents, Yi Xian would be the next leader. Under such circumstances, logically speaking, Yi Xian wouldn't steal the blueprints because he would see them sooner or later. As long as he became the leader, Sun Xinjing would definitely pass the blueprints to him. No one doubted this. However, Zhonglaji couldn't see them. So he instigated Yi Xian to steal the blueprints and explained the various benefits of stealing them. Yi Xian couldn't stand these benefits and stole the blueprints. In the end, the suspected person, Yi Xian, was locked up in the penitent's pavilion while the messenger, Zhonglaji, was free and unfettered outside. However, Zhonglaji, who wasn't suspected, knew that if he didn't rescue Yi Xian as soon as possible, Yi Xian would expose him sooner or later. It was precisely for this reason that Zhonglaji was anxious to rescue Yi Xian. It could be said that Zhonglaji's suspicion wasn't small at all. On the contrary, it was very big. Seeing that his side had gained the upper hand in the blink of an eye, Liu Huarong felt like crying with joy. He watched as second senior apprentice brother Tang Jianan was sweating profusely from Zhonglaji's questioning. In a situation where they were about to lose everything, there was a sudden turn of events. Bai Jianmu's stroke of genius actually turned the situation around like this. Zhonglaji was suspected. Under such circumstances, Liu Huarong, who originally regretted joining Bai Jianmu's side, was suddenly revived and regained his fighting spirit. When Liu Huarong saw second senior apprentice brother Tang Jianan questioning Zhonglaji, he also knew the principle of taking advantage of your weakness to make your illness worse. He quickly stepped forward without hesitation and looked at third senior apprentice brother Tang Jianan. Third senior apprentice brother, I think second senior apprentice brother's words are very reasonable. We all know eldest senior apprentice brother's character very well. I think eldest senior apprentice brother entered the sect earlier than us, so he naturally knows more than us. When we first entered the sect, who didn't receive eldest senior apprentice brother's care? When you have a problem, go ask eldest senior apprentice brother if he has helped you. Think about it carefully. Eldest senior apprentice brother has helped us so much, but he still attracted our suspicion. Do you know how uncomfortable it must be in his heart? Liu Huarong paused for a moment and looked at Zhong Laji. He asked loudly, "Third senior apprentice brother, don't tell me eldest senior apprentice brother hasn't taken care of you enough? You entered the sect earlier than us, so you must have received more care from eldest senior apprentice brother than us. Why? Why are you suspecting eldest senior apprentice brother? Don't tell me third senior apprentice brother doesn't know what kind of person eldest senior apprentice brother is. I think you should know eldest senior apprentice brother's character better than us. Eldest senior apprentice brother has never competed with anyone in his life. He has never participated in anything. Why should we suspect someone like him? What reason do we have to suspect him? Third senior apprentice brother, tell me, why do you suspect eldest senior apprentice brother? Third senior apprentice brother, or do you suspect eldest senior apprentice brother has other motives? Do you have some ulterior motive?" Chapter 176. Looking at Liu Huarong, who was speaking leisurely in front of him, Zhong Laji felt that his eyes were playing tricks on him. It was as if the person speaking in front of him was not Liu Huarong, not his sixth junior brother, but someone else. The previously submissive Liu Huarong had actually become like this. It was really amazing. Hearing Liu Huarong's question, Zhong Laji also sighed secretly. Although Liu Huarong was criticizing him, he was right. He had joined the sect earlier than him, so he had naturally received more care from his eldest senior brother. Zhong Laji naturally knew what kind of person his eldest senior brother was. In Zhong Laji's eyes, his eldest senior brother was like half a master. When he first joined the sect, there were many questions that he did not understand. The first person he asked was not his master, but his eldest senior brother. This was because he felt that his eldest senior brother was easy to talk to. Even if he said something wrong, his eldest senior brother would not blame him. Therefore, it was precisely because of these reasons that Zhong Laji still respected his eldest senior brother, LV Wenkang. It could be said that if Bai Jianmu and the others had not been chasing after him, he would not have made such a decision. Zhong Laji had no choice. It was best to choose his eldest senior brother as his target. His eldest senior brother lived a life of seclusion. Among his fellow disciples, no matter what he did, whether he succeeded or failed, it would not affect his future life. This was because even if his master left the South County branch, no matter who became the branch leader, they would not do anything to his eldest senior brother. His eldest senior brother would not pose a threat to anyone in terms of his conduct. Moreover, his eldest senior brother did not have any ambitions. He was originally the eldest senior brother. His skills in mechanism techniques were almost on par with his master, Sun Xinjing. If he wanted to be the branch leader, it should not be difficult. However, LV Wenkang did not want to be the branch leader. He wanted to study mechanism techniques wholeheartedly. Therefore, no matter who became the branch leader, he would not be in any danger. In addition, there was another reason why Zhong Laji chose his eldest senior brother as his target. Although his eldest senior brother, LV Wenkang, did not care about trivial matters, he was still the eldest senior brother after all. If Zhong Laji chose someone else, such as his seventh junior brother, Mai Guangji, it would obviously not be enough. If that was the case, Tang Jianan would not have been troubled for so long. He would have long said that his seventh junior brother might have stolen the blueprint. That way, the effect that Zhong Laji wanted would not be achieved. Therefore, eldest senior brother LV Wenkang was the best candidate. Hearing Liu Huarong's question, Zhong Laji sighed inwardly and replied, "I naturally know what kind of person eldest senior brother is. However, don't you know what he likes?" Zhong Laji paused for a moment, looked at Liu Huarong, and asked in return, "Are we going to stop suspecting eldest senior brother just because of this?" At this point, Zhong Laji turned to look at his master, Sun Xinjing, and cupped his fists. "Master, everything your disciple has done is for the sake of finding the blueprint as soon as possible. Other than that, I have no other selfish motives. If we don't find that blueprint as soon as possible, the consequences will be unimaginable." Sun Xinjing nodded after hearing Zhong Laji's words, but he didn't say anything. No matter what, the blueprint was lost in his hands, so he had a certain degree of responsibility. If he didn't find it as soon as possible, Once the blueprint leaked out, Sun Xinzheng wouldn't be able to survive even 100 deaths. Seeing that his master nodded, Zhong Lezhi felt a little more confident. He then turned to look at Liu Huarong and asked slowly, "Sixth junior brother, since the blueprint is so important, shouldn't we focus on finding it first? What's the use of thinking about other things at this time? The most important thing is to find the blueprint. I have my reasons for suspecting eldest senior brother. Don't tell me you think that what I said just now was wrong." After hearing Zhong Lezhi's question, Liu Huarong was stunned and felt a little regretful again. He was so happy just now that he forgot that Zhong Lezhi wasn't someone to be trifled with. If Zhong Lezhi asked any strange questions, how was he supposed to answer? Earlier on, second senior brother Tang Jianan was there to take the blame. He was just anxious at the side, but he didn't face the problem directly. That was already the best outcome. However, he had foolishly rushed forward now. Could it be that he wanted to face Zhong Lezhi's questions? At the thought of this, cold sweat broke out on Liu Huarong's forehead. How could it be so easy to retreat? It was easy to say something, but it wasn't easy to take it back. Hearing Zhong Lezhi's question, Liu Huarong forced himself to answer calmly. Third senior brother, of course finding the blueprint is the most important thing. However, we know eldest senior brother's character very well. Are we supposed to suspect him? Zhong Lezhi shook his head when he heard that. Suspect. Seventh junior brother, I can tell you that I can suspect anyone in order to find the blueprint. At this point, Zhong Lezhi paused and turned to look at eldest senior brother before continuing. I can suspect eldest senior brother, and eldest senior brother can suspect me too. In short, the most important thing now is to find the blueprint. We can talk about other things after we find the blueprint. When Liu Huarong heard that, he sneaked a glance at second senior brother Tang Jianan, who was next to him. However, when he saw that Tang Jianan looked relieved, he regretted it again. He shouldn't have been the one to face the problem. He had jumped out too early and had to bear Zhong Lezhi's questioning in place of second senior brother Tang Jianan. If he hadn't jumped out, second senior brother Tang Jianan would have been the one to face third senior brother's questioning. At the thought of this, Liu Huarong broke out in a cold sweat. However, he still had to answer Zhong Lezhi's question. Liu Huarong had no choice but to answer. Although that's the case, we really shouldn't suspect eldest senior brother. Zhong Lezhi sneered in his heart when he heard that and directly asked again. Seventh junior brother, are you saying that eldest senior brother is really not a suspect? After hearing Zhong Lezhi's question, Liu Huarong cursed in his heart. Zhong Lezhi's question was the same as asking the original question again. It was the question that Tang Jianan was vexed about just now. Did eldest senior brother LV Wenkang have the intention to steal the blueprint? Just now, Bai Jianmu had helped Tang Jianan out. What should he do this time? Faced with this question, Liu Huarong couldn't answer it. He could only hope that Bai Jianmu could show his prowess and help him out again. Just like how he helped Tang Jianan just now, he could completely reverse the situation. However, could Bai Jianmu really reverse the situation this time? Could he really think of a good way to answer Zhong Lezhi's question? The answer was no. At this moment, Bai Jianmu was also stunned by everything that happened in front of him. He had used all his strength to solve that problem. He originally thought that he had the upper hand. However, he didn't expect that things would take a turn for the worse after he was happy for a short while. He was back to square one. Chapter 177. Seeing Liu Huarong's panicked and fearful look, Zhong Lezhi was secretly delighted. He knew that he had to take advantage of the situation to make it worse. Junior brother Liu, why don't you tell me if eldest senior brother is suspicious? After hearing Zhong Lezhi's question, Liu Huarong was so regretful that his intestines turned green. He thought that he could beat a drowning dog and gain the upper hand, but he didn't expect to hit a nail on the head. Zhong Lezhi couldn't answer this question just now, so how could Liu Huarong answer it? Liu Huarong now had a taste of what Tang Jianan felt just now. Liu Huarong was sweating profusely. He quickly thought about how to answer Zhong Lezhi's question. Although this question seemed simple, it wasn't that easy to answer. Just like what Tang Jianan thought just now, if he answered wrongly and offended eldest senior brother, then it would be equivalent to pushing eldest senior brother to Yi Xian's side and becoming his enemy. However, at this time, he had no choice but to make that choice. Zhong Laji had already asked if eldest senior brother was suspicious. In Liu Huarong's opinion, the answer to this question was yes. Eldest senior brother was definitely suspicious. For someone like him who didn't care about anything for the sake of mechanism techniques, that blueprint was definitely the most precious treasure in the world in front of him. It was the most precious treasure in the world. In this world, how many people wouldn't be tempted by their most precious treasures? Not to mention others, Liu Huarong felt that there was almost no one who wouldn't be tempted by that kind of treasure. Therefore, the answer was yes. Eldest senior brother LV Wenkang was definitely suspected of stealing the blueprint. Although Liu Huarong knew this, he couldn't say it out loud. If he did, then everything would be over. Although Liu Huarong didn't usually speak, he could see what was happening around him. He knew very well that although Bai Zhenmu had his and Tang Jinan's help, he could be considered the strongest among them for the time being. However, once Yi Xian was released, it would be like a fierce tiger returning to the mountain. Coupled with Zhong Laji and LV Wenkang, who they offended, it would be incredible. At that time, Bai Zhenmu's side would definitely not be a match for Yi Xian. As for himself, he had already chosen to join Bai Zhenmu's camp. Once Yi Xian was released, Bai Zhenmu would definitely be in trouble. If Bai Zhenmu was unlucky, how could he bear it? After all, he had already chosen Bai Zhenmu's group. Everyone had seen it. Even if he wanted to regret it now, it seemed that there was no chance. Thinking of the consequences of his answer, Liu Huarong felt even more nervous. He only felt his heart beat faster. He wanted to focus and think of something, but his heart was beating too fast. His mind was filled with the sound of his heart beating wildly. It was impossible for him to concentrate. When Bai Zhenmu saw Liu Huarong's cowardly appearance, he couldn't help but vent the anger in his heart. Although Tang Jinan's performance just now was very unsightly, compared to Liu Huarong, he was much stronger. At least when Tang Jinan was thinking, he was still standing straight. Although the expression on his face was not good, it was still normal. At this moment, Liu Huarong's eyes were listless and blank. His face was frighteningly pale. Not only was his body unable to stand straight, but he was also trembling slightly. Seeing Liu Huarong like this, Bai Zhenmu sighed secretly. It seemed that he couldn't rely on Liu Huarong to answer this question. He had to rely on himself. Thinking of this, Bai Zhenmu hurriedly took a step forward and stood between Liu Huarong and Zhong Laji. Looking at Zhong Laji, Bai Zhenmu sneered. "Third senior brother, who stole the blueprint? You haven't answered me yet, but you're in a hurry to ask another question. I feel that you have an ulterior motive, third senior brother." After hearing Bai Zhenmu's question, Zhong Laji's expression changed. He quickly answered, "Junior brother Bai, I hope you don't talk nonsense. I asked junior brother Liu a question because he asked me a question. That's why I asked him a question. What does this have to do with you?" After hearing Zhong Laji's answer, Bai Zhenmu clapped his hands. "Third senior brother, if you can't say who stole the blueprint, then do I have a reason to say that you stole the blueprint?" Hearing this, Zhong Laji was stunned. Then, he said angrily, "Junior brother Bai, you can't talk nonsense. How can you say that I stole the blueprint? What evidence do you have?" After hearing Zhong Laji's words, Bai Zhenmu sneered. "Third senior brother, if you didn't steal the blueprint, why were you in a hurry to save Yi Xian? You even didn't hesitate to accuse our eldest senior brother. Don't these reasons make us suspect you?" After hearing Bai Zhenmu's words, Zhong Laji knew that he couldn't continue to talk to him. Even if he continued, it would be useless. Bai Zhenmu insisted that he was the one who stole the blueprint. He had no way to defend himself. As long as he couldn't find the person who stole the blueprint, Bai Zhenmu could frame him indefinitely. Thinking of this, Zhong Laji immediately abandoned Bai Zhenmu and turned to look at Liu Huarong. He asked loudly, "Junior brother Liu, you have to answer my question. Is eldest senior brother suspicious?" Just now, Liu Huarong was so anxious that he didn't know what to do. Seeing Bai Zhenmu come over to help him out, he was relieved. However, not long after, This hateful Zhongleji threw the question back to him. How should he answer? It was still the same question. He still couldn't answer. Thinking of this, Liu Huarong helplessly turned to look at Bai Jianmu, hoping that he could help him out again. Seeing Liu Huarong giving Bai Jianmu a look, Zhongleji knew that things weren't good. Liu Huarong couldn't answer his question. How could he answer Bai Jianmu's question? He wanted Liu Huarong to answer whether eldest senior brother was suspicious. Bai Jianmu wanted him to answer who was suspicious. If not, he was the one who was suspicious. There was no way to answer these two questions. At this moment, Liu Huarong and Zhongleji couldn't face this question directly. No one wanted to offend people. Because offending people now meant pushing them to the opposite side and increasing the strength of the enemy. Therefore, when faced with this question, everyone found it difficult to answer. Tang Jianan was very distressed when faced with this question. Liu Huarong was also very distressed when faced with this question. Zhongleji also couldn't answer Bai Jianmu's question. Zhongleji understood that now wasn't just a problem of finding the blueprint. He couldn't let the other party have the upper hand. Zhongleji knew very well that at this time, eldest senior brother LV Wenkang was actually very important. If eldest senior brother LV Wenkang joined Bai Jianmu's camp, then Bai Jianmu's strength would immediately increase greatly. Sun Xinjing had a total of 8 disciples. Now, there were already 3 people in Bai Jianmu's camp. If eldest senior brother LV Wenkang was included, they would already occupy half of all the disciples. Chapter 178. If eldest senior brother LV Wenkang joined Bai Jianmu's camp, they would have 4 people. Although the number of people only accounted for half of the 8 disciples, don't forget that LV Wenkang, Tang Jianan, Bai Jianmu, and Liu Huarong were the more powerful figures among the 8 disciples. Of the remaining 4, only Yi Xian and Zhongleji were decent. The rest, 7th junior brother and 8th junior sister, did not have any prestige at all. In other words, even if the 4 of them joined forces, they would not be as useful as Bai Jianmu's group. Moreover, 7th junior fellow apprentice and 8th junior fellow apprentice were likely to remain neutral in this kind of dispute. That was to say, if eldest senior fellow apprentice LV Wenkang joined Bai Jianmu's side, only Yi Xian and him would be left on his side. At that time, no matter how much Sun Xinjing trusted Yi Xian, with most of his fellow disciples supporting Bai Jianmu, the position of the branch master might not necessarily fall to Yi Xian. Moreover, after the incident with the blueprint, there would definitely be a certain gap between Yi Xian and Sun Xinjing. Under such circumstances, Zhongleji knew that he could not let his eldest senior brother join Bai Jianmu's camp. If things turned out like that, even if Yi Xian was released, he would probably not be able to stay in the South County branch anymore. Therefore, eldest senior brother LV Wenkang was very important. If he joined his and Yi Xian's camps, then both sides would have 3 people in each camp. Their strength would be equal, and everything would be much easier to handle. Zhongleji spent a lot of effort just to let Bai Jianmu's camp say that his eldest senior apprentice brother LV Wenkang was suspected of stealing the blueprint. At that time, his eldest senior apprentice brother LV Wenkang would naturally not join his camp. As long as eldest senior brother LV Wenkang did not join Bai Jianmu's camp, even if he maintained a neutral attitude, he and Yi Xian had a certain chance of winning. What he was afraid of was that if eldest senior brother LV Wenkang joined Bai Jianmu's camp, then everything would be over. Not only did Zhongleji understand this logic, but Tang Jianan, Bai Jianmu, and Liu Huarong also understood it. Therefore, they could not say that their eldest senior brother LV Wenkang was a suspect. Now, although both sides were only facing one problem, in fact, everyone had the same goal, which was to make the other party offend eldest senior brother LV Wenkang. Both parties understood the importance of eldest senior brother LV Wenkang, so they did not mention it. However, both parties were directly facing this problem. Bai Jianmu asked Zhongleji. On one hand, he wanted to help Tang Jianan out of this predicament. On the other hand, he naturally wanted Zhongleji to say that his eldest senior brother, LV Wenkang, was a suspect. The key now was to see who could not help but say this first. It could be said that whoever spoke first would be the unlucky one. Of course, it was impossible not to say anything. If anyone dared to not say anything, Sun Xinjing would not let them off. He would definitely expel them from the sect. At this moment, Bai Jianmu was probably the most relaxed person. This was because Zhong Leji couldn't directly ask him this question. According to the ranking of the senior and junior brothers, whether it was from the top to the bottom or from the bottom to the top, Bai Jianmu was in the middle. No matter how many questions were asked, he was not the first to answer. However, at this moment, Bai Jianmu did not feel relaxed at all. Bai Jianmu's forehead was also covered in fine cold sweat. His martial arts skills were high. Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to sweat in this kind of weather. However, at this moment, he was sweating a lot. Of course, this was not because of the heat, but because Bai Jianmu was very nervous. Bai Jianmu knew that if he failed this time, he would really lose everything. Ever since the incident with the blueprint, Yi Xian had been locked up because of this matter. Then, the next problem was the branch leader's problem. Bai Jianmu believed that in the South County branch, as long as there was no Yi Xian, the position of branch leader would definitely be his. Seeing that Yi Xian had been locked up, Bai Jianmu, who was ecstatic, had already sent a letter to his family. He told his family, of course, to his parents' family, that he was very likely to be the next branch leader. After this news was spread, his family was so happy that they cried. Bai Jianmu's family did not have a high status in the Bai family in the South County. They were only second-rate characters. If it was not for the fact that Bai Jianmu was doing well in the Tianji sect, he would not have been able to become a second-rate character. Seeing that Bai Jianmu was about to become the branch leader, his family was naturally overjoyed. They naturally could not hide the happy matter. In the end, too many people knew about this news. In fact, the patriarch also heard this news and directly sent someone to send a message to Bai Jianmu's family. As long as Bai Jianmu became the branch leader of the South County branch, the position of the fifth elder in the family would be reserved for Bai Jianmu's family. Hearing this news from his family, Bai Jianmu was really pleasantly surprised. On one hand, he blamed his family for spreading this news. On the other hand, he was also a little happy. As long as his family became the fifth elder, there would be too many benefits. The Bai family in the South County had people in many sects. These people had their own positions in various sects. If his family became the fifth elder, then he could use all the resources of the Bai family. This was a great thing. The Bai family in the South County had many disciples who were involved in a wide range of things. The Bai family had people in all kinds of sects, such as martial arts, medicine, weapon refinement, equipment, and so on. As long as his family became the fifth elder of the family, then he and his family would be able to obtain these benefits. This kind of treatment was something that only a few elders of the clan could enjoy. Bai Jianmu also knew that after becoming the branch leader of the South County branch, he would be able to obtain all these benefits. However, if he could not become the branch leader of the South County branch, this matter would not be good. What was even more terrifying was that if he lost the battle with Yi Xian, Zhong Leji, and the others, the outcome would not be good. Bai Jianmu knew that if he lost this battle, it would be impossible for him to stay in the South County branch even if he wanted to. He could only leave obediently. If he left the South County branch, then his family's status in the Bai family would definitely plummet. They would not even be able to maintain their original status. They would probably fall to the lowest. It could be said that if he lost, the problem Bai Jianmu would face would be much more serious than Tang Jianan and Liu Huarong. Even if he lost, his family would probably not have any room to turn the tables. Therefore, Bai Jianmu understood that he had to win this battle. If he won, he would be able to soar freely. If he lost, he could only say that his ending would be very miserable. Originally, Bai Jianmu thought that after Yi Xian was locked up, he could easily become the branch leader. However, he did not expect Zhong Leji to appear out of thin air and ruin his plans. Usually, Bai Jianmu did not take Zhong Leji seriously. Although Zhong Leji's attainments in the mechanism technique were also very high, Bai Jianmu still looked down on him and thought that his skills were not as good as his. Chapter 179. Bai Jianmu took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He knew that it was useless to think too much. The most important problem now was Zhong Leji in front of him. He knew that Zhong Leji wanted him to say that LV Wenkang was a suspect so that he would offend eldest senior brother. However, how could Bai Zhenmu let Zhong Leji have his way? He was also thinking of a way to get Zhong Leji to say that LV Wenkang was a suspect so that he would offend eldest senior brother and take the opportunity to win eldest senior brother over. As long as he had LV Wenkang's support, Bai Zhenmu was certain that even if Yi Xian was released, he would definitely not be able to defeat him. However, how should he deal with this situation? How should he answer Zhong Leji's question? At this moment, Tang Zhenan and Liu Huarong were not the only ones who were having a headache. Bai Zhenmu was also fuming with anxiety. Seeing that Liu Huarong was about to collapse from fright, Zhong Leji suddenly felt a little sorry for him. After all, Liu Huarong was his junior brother and had always been very respectful to him. Now that he was in such a difficult situation, Zhong Leji decided not to make things difficult for him. With this thought in mind, Zhong Leji turned to look at Tang Zhenan and suddenly said with a smile, "I forgot. According to the order, second senior brother should be the one to answer this question." Speaking of this, Zhong Leji paused for a moment before continuing. "In that case, second senior brother, please answer this question." At this point, Zhong Leji paused and stared at Tang Zhenan as he enunciated each and every word. "Second senior brother, is eldest senior brother suspected of stealing the blueprint?" After Zhong Leji finished speaking, everyone's expression and mood changed abruptly. After hearing Zhong Leji's words, Liu Huarong's heart suddenly relaxed, and a relaxed feeling welled up in his heart. The tension from before, in addition to the relaxed feeling now, made Liu Huarong feel like he was in a daze, as if he was in a dream. When he was about to answer Zhong Leji's question just now, Liu Huarong felt as if he was in hell. When he heard Zhong Leji ask his second senior brother to answer this question, he felt as if he was on cloud 9. Compared to Liu Huarong's relief, Tang Zhenan's heart sank to the bottom. Tang Zhenan knew that the key to this question was who was the first to say it. Just now, if it was Liu Huarong who said it first, then it would be better, but if it was him who said it first, then the situation would not be good. After all, Tang Zhenan was the second senior brother. What he said would definitely have a considerable impact. Yi Xian and Bai Zhenmu were more skilled than Tang Zhenan in the art of mechanisms, but as the second senior brother, Tang Zhenan had more experience than the two of them. If Tang Zhenan said that eldest senior brother LV Wenkang was a suspect, although it would not be of much use to others, it would still be a great example in front of 7th junior brother and 8th junior sister. Originally, Tang Zhenan felt a lot more relaxed after Bai Zhenmu helped him out. But he didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, the problem would return. Just now, Tang Zhenan didn't remember how to answer this question, let alone now. Helpless, he could only turn his head to look at Bai Zhenmu, hoping that he would help him out again. When Bai Zhenmu saw this situation, he could only sigh inwardly. He knew that he had to step forward. Otherwise, the situation would only become more and more passive. Thinking of this, Bai Zhenmu took a step forward and stood in front of Zhong Leji. He looked at Zhong Leji in front of him and asked loudly, "Third senior brother, before you asked second senior brother, what were your thoughts? Do you think eldest senior brother is a suspect of stealing the blueprint?" Seeing Bai Zhenmu walk over, Zhong Leji already knew that Bai Zhenmu was going to speak again. After hearing Bai Zhenmu's question, Zhong Leji thought quickly in his heart. After a while, he looked at Tang Zhenan behind Bai Zhenmu and said, "Junior brother Bai, as I said just now, the seniority is in order. Let's start with second senior brother and go down in order. So, I think it's better for second senior brother to answer this question first." After hearing Zhong Leji's answer, Bai Zhenmu sneered. He stared at Zhong Leji's face and asked again, "Third senior brother, usually, when you ask someone a question, you have to know the answer yourself. I want to know what you think, third senior brother. Do you think eldest senior brother is a suspect of stealing the blueprint?" Zhong Leji shook his head when he heard this. "Junior brother Bai, it's not convenient for me to answer this question now. I'm afraid I'll mislead second senior brother. So, I'll ask second senior brother to answer first before I answer." After hearing Zhong Leji's words, Bai Zhenmu's heart suddenly moved. He immediately laughed out loud. After a while, he looked at Zhong Leji and said slowly, Third senior brother, you said that seniority is in order. Since you know this principle, it's a little against the rules for you to ask a question for everyone to answer. After hearing Bai Zhenmu's question, Zhonglaji was stunned. He was a little puzzled. He didn't know what Bai Zhenmu was thinking. After a while, Zhonglaji asked in confusion, Junior brother Bai, what do you mean by that? Why shouldn't I be the one to ask this question? Bai Zhenmu sneered. Third senior brother, according to you, there should be eldest senior brother and second senior brother above you. Even if you want to ask a question, you should start from eldest senior brother. It doesn't seem like you should start from third senior brother. After hearing this, Zhonglaji finally understood what Bai Zhenmu was thinking. He turned to look at eldest senior brother LV Wenkang, only to see that LV Wenkang was also looking at him. Zhonglaji thought for a while, then turned to look at Bai Zhenmu and asked, Junior brother Bai, in your opinion, what should we do about this? When Bai Zhenmu heard this, he turned to look at eldest senior brother LV Wenkang and said with a smile, Eldest senior brother, you're our senior brother. Even if there's a question, you should be the one to ask it. After saying this, Bai Zhenmu paused for a while before continuing. Eldest senior brother, then it's up to you to ask the question. After hearing Bai Zhenmu's words, LV Wenkang was stunned. He didn't expect Bai Zhenmu to ask him to ask the question. To be honest, LV Wenkang didn't care about these questions. He also didn't care about who stole the blueprint. What he cared about was the mechanical technique he was researching. Bai Zhenmu asked him to ask the question, but LV Wenkang didn't even think about it. He didn't know how to ask the question. However, at this moment, LV Wenkang also understood that this opportunity was given to him by Bai Zhenmu. If he didn't ask the question, then the person who would ask the question would be Zhonglaji. Zhonglaji's question was something LV Wenkang didn't want to face. LV Wenkang wasn't the only one who didn't want to face it. Because of Zhonglaji's question, Tang Zhenan and Liu Huarong were already so distressed that their heads were about to explode. If this question continued, who knows what would happen? Maybe the two of them would really accuse LV Wenkang of stealing the blueprint. Chapter 180. Zhonglaji knew that he couldn't be the first to say that LV Wenkang was suspected of stealing the blueprint. If he did, not only would he fall into a passive position, he wouldn't even have a chance to make a comeback in the future. Thinking of this, Zhonglaji turned to look at Tang Zhenan again and asked, Second senior brother, you should answer my question first. We can talk about other things after you answer. Seeing that Bai Zhenmu had come to help him out of this predicament, Tang Zhenan had just heaved a sigh of relief. But before he could even catch his breath, Zhonglaji asked him another question. After hearing Zhonglaji's question, Tang Zhenan was shocked. He subconsciously turned to look at Bai Zhenmu, hoping that he could help him out again. However, things weren't that simple. Zhonglaji knew very well that he couldn't give them a chance to catch their breath. If he did, they might come up with other ideas to make things difficult for him. Thinking of this, he saw Tang Zhenan looking at Bai Zhenmu. Zhonglaji hurriedly asked again, Second senior brother, you should answer my question quickly. Even if you want junior brother Bai to answer, you have to answer first before it's junior brother Bai's turn. Seeing Tang Zhenan's pleading gaze, Bai Zhenmu knew that if he didn't help him out quickly, Tang Zhenan might say something he didn't want to hear. Thinking of this, Bai Zhenmu snorted coldly again. He turned to look at Zhonglaji and asked loudly, Third senior brother, you should answer first. Third senior brother, why don't you tell me first? Is eldest senior brother a suspect? Hearing this, Zhonglaji shook his head. Second senior brother, you should answer first before I answer. Bai Zhenmu sneered. What's the difference? You're the one who raised the question. You're the one who said that eldest senior brother is suspicious. Don't you know the answer? Speaking of this, Bai Zhenmu paused for a moment before continuing. Third senior brother, since you raised this idea, I think you're also suspicious of eldest senior brother. You also think that eldest senior brother is the one who stole the blueprint. Hearing this, Zhonglaji knew that things were not going well. He hurriedly said, This has nothing to do with me. I'm just analyzing the possibility between us. I didn't say exactly who has the possibility of stealing the blueprint. Speaking of this, Zhong Laji knew that he couldn't continue the conversation with Bai Jianmu. If he continued, he was afraid that Bai Jianmu would make him answer this question first. That would be terrible. Thinking of this, Zhong Laji immediately turned to look at Tang Jianan and asked loudly, "Second senior brother, hurry up and answer. Can't you see that everyone is waiting anxiously?" When Bai Jianmu saw that Zhong Laji had changed the topic to Tang Jianan, he hurriedly spoke again. "Third senior brother, don't be in such a hurry to let second senior brother speak. Since you're the one who raised the question, why don't you set an example for everyone and let us hear your opinion?" At this point, Bai Jianmu turned to look at Tang Jianan and asked with a smile, "Second senior brother, am I right? Shouldn't third senior brother answer this question?" After hearing Bai Jianmu's words, Tang Jianan immediately understood and hurriedly said, "Yes, junior brother Bai, you're absolutely right. Since third junior brother raised this question, he must have an answer in his heart. Third junior brother, please answer this question first." Hearing this, Zhong Laji hurriedly said, "How could he answer this question first? Second senior brother, how can this be? Since ancient times, seniority has always been respected. It's only reasonable for second senior brother to answer first. Second senior brother, I'd better listen to your opinion first." At this moment, Tang Jianan had regained his confidence because of Bai Jianmu's interference. Just now, he was at his wit's end and had nothing to say. Now, with Bai Jianmu's hint, he naturally had a target and it would be easier to talk. After hearing Zhong Laji's question, Tang Jianan shook his head and said with a smile, "Third junior brother, I'd better listen to your opinion first. Since you raised this question, you must have an answer in your heart. I think it won't be too late for me to answer after hearing your opinion." Hearing this, Zhong Laji hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Second senior brother, you're the second senior brother. You're our senior brother. We've all regarded you as our leader. Naturally, we have to listen to your opinion first. So, second senior brother, please answer first." After hearing Zhong Laji's words, Tang Jianan smiled and shook his head. At this moment, he had completely recovered his usual calmness. His previous flustered behavior had long disappeared without a trace. He could talk freely in front of Zhong Laji again. "Third junior brother, you're too polite. Although I'm the second senior brother, you're not bad either. It shouldn't be a problem for you to answer this question first, right?" After hearing Tang Jianan's words, Zhong Laji hurriedly shook his head and said, "No, how can this be? As the junior brother, how can I speak first in front of the senior brother? Second senior brother, please tell us your opinion of eldest senior brother first. Then, as the junior brothers, we'll speak one by one. This is in line with the rules." Hearing this, Tang Jianan waved his hand again and said, "Third junior brother, at this time, you shouldn't be modest. Since you raised that question, you should already have an answer in your heart. It's better for you to say it first and let us refer to it. Isn't that better?" At this point, Tang Jianan turned his head to look at Liu Huarong and said with a smile, "Junior brother Liu, don't you think so? Let third junior brother say his opinion first, and then we'll all answer. Isn't that better?" Liu Huarong saw that his side had seized the upper hand, and his confidence immediately soared. After hearing Tang Jianan's question, he hurriedly turned his head to look at Zhong Laji and clasped his fist. "Third senior brother, second senior brother is right. Since you said that eldest senior brother is suspected of stealing the blueprint, this means that you've already made a decision in your heart. Do you already think that eldest senior brother stole the blueprint? If that's the case, don't make things difficult for us. Third senior brother, as long as you say it, wouldn't it save a lot of trouble and we can also find the blueprint faster?" After hearing Liu Huarong's words, Tang Jianan couldn't help but secretly praise him. He really didn't expect Liu Huarong to be so quick-witted. In the blink of an eye, he put a big label on Zhong Laji and made it difficult for him to speak. Thinking of this, Tang Jianan decided to put in more effort. As soon as Liu Huarong finished speaking, he didn't wait for Zhong Laji to answer and immediately spoke. "Third junior brother Liu is right. Since you've already determined that eldest senior brother stole the blueprint, why do you have to make things difficult for us? As long as you say it, we'll naturally believe you. It won't be so troublesome. At this moment, after hearing Liu Huarong's words, Bai Jianmu also secretly gave him a thumbs up and praised him in his heart. At this critical moment, this junior brother Liu really didn't drop the ball and said something useful. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Chapter 181. Tang Jianan and Bai Jianmu were very satisfied with Liu Huarong's new idea and praised him in their hearts. However, when Zhong Laji heard this question, he was very dissatisfied. At the same time, he cursed Liu Huarong in his heart. Who would have thought that the usually quiet junior brother Liu would become so sharp at this moment? He was full of schemes. It was really unexpected. Seeing that Zhong Laji didn't answer this question, Tang Jianan smiled again and said, "Third junior brother, don't be polite. Hurry up and tell us so that we can look at it and find the blueprint as soon as possible." After hearing Tang Jianan's urging, Zhong Laji thought for a moment and immediately said, "Second senior brother, although this idea was proposed by me, I really don't have an answer in my heart. The reason why I ask this question is because I know that second senior brother is usually smarter than others, so I said it to let second senior brother think about it. I don't mean anything else." When Tang Jianan heard this, his face suddenly froze, but then returned to normal. He smiled and waved his hand and said, "Third junior brother, I know that you are a cautious and modest person, but at this time, it's better not to be modest. We all know that you never say things that you are not confident in. Since you asked this question, you must have an answer." As soon as Tang Jianan finished speaking, Liu Huarong spoke again. "Second senior brother, maybe third senior brother has found the answer, or has found the person who stole the blueprint. That's why he has the confidence to propose this idea." After hearing Liu Huarong's words, Tang Jianan raised his eyebrows and quickly followed Liu Huarong's words. "Third junior brother, is this true? Is what junior brother Liu said true? Do you really know who stole the blueprint? Haha, then third junior brother, please hurry up and say it. We also need to catch the person who stole the blueprint as soon as possible so that we can find the precious blueprint." When Zhong Laji heard this, cold sweat suddenly appeared on his forehead. If what they said was true, then it would be terrible. Thinking of this, Zhong Laji hurriedly waved his hand at the two of them. "Second senior brother, junior brother Liu, you too must not say that. It will be bad if others misunderstand." Tang Jianan smiled and waved his hand. "Third junior brother, you don't have to be modest. At this time, since you already know who stole the blueprint, then quickly tell us so that we can find the blueprint as soon as possible." Just as Zhong Laji was about to defend himself, Bai Jianmu snorted coldly and said loudly, "Third senior brother, since you know who stole the blueprints, yet you refuse to say it, could it be that you are the one who stole the blueprints?" Hearing Bai Jianmu's words, Zhong Laji's forehead was covered in cold sweat. It was difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. It seemed that he was still not a match for the three of them. However, Zhong Laji understood that this was not the time to admit defeat. Even if he knew that he was no match for them, he still had to persevere. No one knew who would be the final victor until the end. Zhong Laji wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead and turned to look at Bai Jianmu as he said loudly, "Junior brother Bai, I have already said that I didn't steal the blueprints. Unless you have any evidence to prove that I stole the blueprints, please don't say such words without evidence." After hearing Zhong Laji's answer, Bai Jianmu sneered. "Third senior brother, evidence is that you know that Yi Xian didn't steal the blueprints, but you can't say who stole the blueprints. Isn't this suspicious?" After hearing Bai Jianmu's words, Zhong Laji's eyes immediately widened. He looked at Bai Jianmu and said angrily, "Junior brother Bai, what kind of evidence is this? If I don't know who stole the blueprints, am I the one who stole the blueprints? What kind of evidence is this? If you have any evidence, I, Zhong Laji, will admit it. If junior brother Bai doesn't have any evidence, can I take it that you are framing me?" After hearing Zhong Laji's answer, Bai Jianmu ignored his words and continued to talk to himself. "Third senior brother, if you didn't steal the drawing, why don't you tell me why you're so sure that Yi Xian, who knows where the drawing is, didn't steal it? Do you have any solid evidence?" When Zhong Laji heard this, he said angrily, "Bai Jianmu, I have already said that I don't know whether Yi Xian stole the blueprints or not. I just feel that it is unfair to assume that Yi Xian stole the blueprints just because Yi Xian knew where the blueprints were. Is there anything wrong with my thinking? Bai Zhenmu said, third senior brother, why don't you tell me who among us knows where master kept the blueprints? After saying this, Bai Zhenmu stared intently at Zhong Laji. He wanted to see how he would answer this question. Bai Zhenmu's question was similar to Zhong Laji's question just now. At this moment, if Zhong Laji said that someone knew where the blueprints were kept, it would be no different from suspecting someone. Therefore, this question was very difficult to answer. Besides, it was impossible for Zhong Laji to know who knew where the blueprints were kept. This question was not easy to answer, and Zhong Laji naturally knew that. The key was that he really didn't know who knew where the blueprints were kept. All his seniors and juniors were here, and he thought about them one by one, but who knew where master kept the blueprints? Zhong Laji didn't know either. In Zhong Laji's opinion, under such circumstances, and based on Tang Zhenan, Bai Zhenmu, and Liu Huarong's behavior, he guessed that the person who stole the blueprints was one of the three. This meant that the person who knew where master kept the blueprints was one of the three. But who exactly was it? Zhong Laji had no clue at all. Was it possible for Tang Zhenan? He had joined the sect the earliest and had been in contact with master for the longest time. He was also the most likely to know the location where master kept the blueprints. However, Bai Zhenmu was not bad either. He was extremely talented and had the trust of master. It could be said that in the South County branch, in Sun Xinjing's eyes, other than Yi Xian, there was only Bai Zhenmu. With Sun Xinjing's trust, it should not be strange for him to know the location where Sun Xinjing kept the blueprints. Sixth junior brother, Liu Huarong, was also very suspicious. Although he was usually quiet and taciturn, it did not mean that he was not scheming. Through his performance today, Zhong Laji had a deep suspicion of him. A person who was usually taciturn had become abnormally active today. What was going on? Could it be that he was the one who stole the blueprints? Therefore, he was trying his best to testify that Yi Xian was the one who stole the blueprints. His goal was naturally to get rid of his suspicion. Zhong Laji knew that if Liu Huarong really wanted to find the location where master kept the blueprints, it would not be difficult. Chapter 182. If Liu Huarong wanted to know where Sun Xinjing placed the blueprints, all he had to do was observe Sun Xinjing's movements every day. Over time, he would naturally be able to find the location where the blueprints were placed. In that case, Liu Huarong was definitely suspected of stealing the blueprints. But then again, could it be that eldest senior brother LV Wenkang was really not a suspect? Regarding this point, Zhong Laji held a skeptical attitude. Not only was eldest senior brother LV Wenkang suspicious, but he was also very suspicious. It was so suspicious that everyone believed that he was the one who stole the blueprints. It was also because of this reason that Zhong Laji was the first to voice his thoughts. However, the originally good plan had been ruined by Bai Zhenmu and the other two. There was no progress at all. Thinking of this, Zhong Laji looked at Bai Zhenmu and took a deep breath to suppress the anger in his heart. He knew that it was useless to get angry now. He could only calm down and think of a way to find the person who stole the blueprints. Seeing Zhong Laji frowning and his eyes flashing, Tang Zhenan knew that Zhong Laji was thinking of a way. As for what he was thinking of, Tang Zhenan was also very clear. He knew that under such circumstances, Zhong Laji would definitely not do as they said. He would definitely think of a way to deal with them. Therefore, he could not let Zhong Laji think of a way. Once he thought of a way to deal with them, another problem would appear. Thinking of this, Tang Zhenan looked at Zhong Laji, who was thinking hard, and said loudly, "Third junior brother, since you're already certain that Yi Xian is not the person who stole the blueprints, please give us a reason why Yi Xian is not the person who stole the blueprints." After hearing Tang Zhenan's question, Zhong Laji lowered his head and thought for a moment. Then, he looked up at Tang Zhenan and said slowly, "Second senior brother, although Yi Xian is the only person who knows where master placed the blueprints, do you really think he would steal them?" Tang Zhenan was stunned when he heard this. In his opinion, Yi Xian would not steal the blueprints. Doing so would not benefit Yi Xian at all. There were many disadvantages. However, at this point, they could only continue down this path. If they did not continue down this path and Yi Xian made a comeback, they would be the unlucky ones. Thinking of this, Tang Jianan laughed coldly. Third junior brother, the location where Master placed the blueprints is very well hidden. I really can't think of anyone else who would steal the blueprints other than Yi Xian. Or rather, who would be able to steal the blueprints without knowing where Master placed to do so? To steal the blueprints to the end. At this point, Tang Jianan paused and looked at Zhong Laji. After a while, he spoke again. Under these circumstances, I really can't think of any reason why you would think that Yi Xian did not steal the blueprints. Can you tell me what reason you have to prove that Yi Xian did not steal the blueprints? After hearing Tang Jianan's words, Zhong Laji shook his head. Second senior brother, you're wrong again. My question was not whether Yi Xian knew where Master placed the blueprints, nor was it whether he would steal the blueprints. I was asking you if you really suspect that Yi Xian was the one who stole the blueprints. After hearing Zhong Laji's question, Tang Jianan's expression changed. Actually, no one dared to answer a question like this without any evidence. Earlier, he had wanted to use this vague method to deceive Zhong Laji, but he had not expected Zhong Laji to insist on asking him this question. He wanted him to give a direct answer to whether he really suspected Yi Xian of stealing the blueprints. As he watched Zhong Laji chase after him, Tang Jianan's mind raced as he tried to think of an answer. After some thought, Tang Jianan finally made up his mind. Based on his recent actions, he had already offended Yi Xian. Even if he did not say anything now, once Yi Xian came out, he would probably settle the score with him. Rather than that, he might as well beat Yi Xian to the bottom of the valley as soon as possible so that he would never be able to turn the tables. The best outcome would of course be for his side to gain the upper hand and for Yi Xian to be expelled from the sect. For the sake of this goal and for the sake of self-preservation, Tang Jianan gritted his teeth and raised his head to look at Zhong Laji. Third junior brother, I think that other than Yi Xian, no one else knows where Master placed the blueprints. Even if he wanted to steal them, he wouldn't be able to do it. After hearing Tang Jianan's answer, Zhong Laji nodded. So second senior brother thinks that the blueprints were definitely stolen by Yi Xian? At this moment, Tang Jianan had already made up his mind. Since the situation had already developed to this point, once Yi Xian was released, he would definitely suffer. For the sake of his own safety, he had to beat Yi Xian to the bottom of the valley. Third junior brother, Yi Xian knows where Master placed the blueprints. Therefore, I think that other than Yi Xian, there is no other possibility of the person who stole the blueprints. After Tang Jianan finished speaking, Zhong Laji nodded again and asked with a smile, in that case, second senior brother, after Yi Xian stole the blueprints, what benefits does he stand to gain? At this point, Zhong Laji paused for a moment before continuing. We all know that if this didn't happen, Yi Xian would very likely become the next leader. Master would naturally pass the blueprints to him. Second senior brother, you shouldn't have any doubts about this, right? After hearing Zhong Laji's question, Tang Jianan gritted his teeth and nodded without saying a word. After seeing Tang Jianan nod, Zhong Laji continued. Since Yi Xian would get the blueprints sooner or later, why would he steal them? Second senior brother, can you explain why? When Tang Jianan heard this, he was about to answer when Bai Zhenmu suddenly spoke up. Third senior brother, why do you think? At this point, Bai Zhenmu paused for a moment before speaking again. Because Yi Xian thought the same as you. He thought that no one would suspect him of stealing the blueprints since no one would suspect him even if he did. Therefore, he stole the blueprints. At this point, Bai Zhenmu snorted and said loudly. There's another advantage to Yi Xian stealing the blueprints. Since he had stolen the drawing, no one would suspect him. Then, he could shift the suspicion of stealing the drawing to someone else. For example, me or eldest senior brother. In short, he could shift the blame to anyone who poses a threat to him and get Master to eliminate the threat for him. At this point, Bai Zhenmu turned his head and stared intently at Zhong Laji as he said this. Third senior brother, do you think I'm right? After hearing Bai Zhenmu's words, Zhong Laji's heart skipped a beat. What Bai Zhenmu said was not impossible. Although Yi Xian was very likely to be the next leader, no one could be certain that he would become the leader before he became the leader. In order to secure his position as the leader, Yi Xian would use this opportunity to eliminate anyone who posed a threat to him. This was definitely a good opportunity. Chapter 183. Yi Xian definitely had a reason to do so, and he had the ability to do so. Just like what Zhong Laji said just now, no one would suspect that Yi Xian had stolen the blueprint, because he had no motive. He could have gotten the blueprint anyway, so why would he steal it? If that was the reason why Yi Xian went to steal the blueprint and then used it to eliminate his opponents, this should be the best opportunity for him to do so. Bai Zhenmu looked at Zhong Laji and sneered, "Third senior, if this is your reason, then I think it's ridiculous. You keep saying that Yi Xian is not the person who stole the blueprint, but you don't have any evidence to prove that Yi Xian is not the person who stole the blueprint. Then, what are you trying to do? Was I wrong to suspect you just now? Your way of doing things is too suspicious." After Bai Zhenmu said this, he stared at Zhong Laji closely. Bai Zhenmu knew that he didn't need to say anything else now. As long as he firmly held on to this point, it would be very difficult for Zhong Laji to resolve it. Unless he had evidence to prove that Yi Xian wasn't the one who stole the blueprint, or he could say who stole the blueprint to prove that Yi Xian wasn't the one who stole the blueprint. Other than that, Bai Zhenmu was sure that Zhong Laji had no other way to answer this question. In fact, in the face of Bai Zhenmu's accusation, Zhong Laji thought hard, but he couldn't think of a way to deal with it. Zhong Laji didn't have any way to find evidence that Yi Xian wasn't the one who stole the blueprint, or to say who the real thief was. He didn't have any evidence to prove that Yi Xian wasn't the one who stole the blueprint, nor could he find out who the real thief was. Zhong Laji asked his master to gather everyone not because he knew who the real thief was, but because he had doubts in his heart. He wanted to solve the doubts in his heart before he asked his master to gather everyone. Originally, Zhong Laji had good intentions, but he did not expect that things would turn out like this. At this point, Zhong Laji could see that Tang Zhenan, Bai Zhenmu, and Liu Huarong were all connected. Zhong Laji was certain of this through their conversation. Zhong Laji had never expected that in such a short period of time, as soon as Yi Xian was locked up in the Repentance Pavilion, Bai Zhenmu took action. He quickly roped in Tang Zhenan and Liu Huarong, laying the foundation for him to become the master. Not only that, Zhong Laji also realized that Bai Zhenmu had made such great preparations to become a branch leader. If Yi Xian was released, it would definitely not be a good thing for Bai Zhenmu. Therefore, Bai Zhenmu would definitely stop Yi Xian from being released. Although Zhong Laji had thought of this point, he had never imagined that even he himself would be caught up in it. At this moment, even if he wanted to escape, it would be extremely difficult. From Bai Zhenmu's words, it seemed that he was also a target to be eliminated. At this moment, Zhong Laji secretly rejoiced. If he did not ask his master to gather everyone, he really would not know that Tang Zhenan, Bai Zhenmu, and Liu Huarong had joined forces at this moment. If the three of them secretly framed him without him knowing, then he might really fall into their trap. Thinking of this, Zhong Laji gritted his teeth and secretly cursed Bai Zhenmu for being shameless. He did not expect himself to stand aloof from worldly affairs and not care about these things. At this moment, he could only face it. At this moment, Zhong Laji also understood that it was not just Yi Xian's problem. Self-preservation was the biggest problem. If he did not make things clear today, he was afraid that there would be no future. Thinking of this, Zhong Laji looked at Bai Zhenmu and suddenly sighed. Then he slowly said, "Junior brother Bai, why do you have to do this? You and I are brothers, why do you have to do this?" After Bai Zhenmu heard Zhong Laji's words, he was stunned. He thought that Zhong Laji would say something sharp to respond to his question, but he didn't expect Zhong Laji to say such a sentence. After hearing this, Bai Zhenmu's heart also moved. As the fifth brother, he entered the sect later than the four senior brothers before him. Naturally, he was taken care of more by them. Whether it was the eldest senior brother, the second senior brother, or even Yi Xian, they were all good to him. If there were any problems, they would carefully guide him. Thinking of the past, when everyone was together, they only focused on studying mechanism techniques and did not have any other thoughts. At that time, it was great. There were no disputes, only careful study of mechanism techniques. Thinking of this, Bai Zhenmu's cold eyes actually calmed down a lot. However, when Bai Zhenmu thought of his family, His heart suddenly sank. If he gave up now, there was no need to doubt the outcome. Yi Xian would be released and would naturally become the next branch master. His future would also be in the hands of Yi Xian. If Yi Xian found out about what he was doing at this moment, would he take revenge on him after he became the branch master? As the branch master of the South County branch, it would be too easy for him to take revenge on him. In the end, leaving the South County branch was the only outcome. What about his family? They were still waiting for news from him at home. If he did not become the branch master, it would bring a serious blow to them. All their fantasies would come to nothing. Not only that, they could not even guarantee their current life. They would become the lowest class of the Bai family in the South County and would never have the chance to turn the tables. Was this the outcome he wanted? If he let go now, Bai Zhenmu was sure that the outcome would be like this. No. He absolutely could not give up. At this moment, Bai Zhenmu felt as if he was on the edge of a cliff, climbing up. Not only that, if he did not continue to climb up, he would fall into the abyss and never be able to climb up again. Thinking of what would happen if he gave up, cold sweat broke out on Bai Zhenmu's forehead. Everything he did was because he did not want such an outcome. Bai Zhenmu was talented and intelligent. Otherwise, he would not have been sent to the Tianji sect by the Bai family. It was not easy to become Sun Xinjing's disciple. In order for Bai Zhenmu to successfully become Sun Xinjing's disciple, the Bai family had spent a lot of money. Needless to say, almost half of the huge courtyard of the South County branch was built by the Bai family. When cultivating the mechanism technique, a lot of materials were needed. There were so many disciples in the South County branch, so there were even more materials needed for cultivation. A large portion of these materials were sent by the Bai family for free. Bai Zhenmu knew very well why all of this was done. The Bai family's final goal was to let him take control of the South County branch. If he successfully became the branch master of the South County branch, everyone would be happy. However, what if he did not succeed? Chapter 184. Bai Zhenmu knew what would happen if he failed, so he couldn't back down. He had no way out. He could only continue. In just an instant, Bai Zhenmu's slightly melted heart regained its iciness. Looking at Zhong Laji in front of him, Bai Zhenmu suddenly laughed. After a long while, he slowly spoke. Third senior brother, let's not talk about those useless things. I just want to know what makes you think that Yi Xian couldn't possibly have stolen the blueprints. Zhong Laji sighed in his heart. Although he didn't know what Bai Zhenmu was thinking, at this moment, he understood that there was no turning back. The former fellow disciples had now become enemies. Although Zhong Laji sighed incessantly, he also knew that sighing was useless. The most important thing was to think of a way to salvage this situation. At the thought of this, Zhong Laji looked at Bai Zhenmu and said slowly, "Junior Bai, no one knows whether Yi Xian is the one who stole the blueprint or not. But I don't think it's right to conclude that he is the one who stole the blueprint just because he knows the location of the blueprint. That's why I asked everyone here to study it together and see who is the one who stole the blueprint. Is there anything wrong with that?" When Bai Zhenmu heard Zhong Laji's reply, he shook his head and said, "Third senior brother, you might be able to deceive others with your words, but if you want to deceive me, that's impossible. How can it be so easy to find the location where Master placed the blueprints? You can ask around and see if anyone knows the location." At this point, Bai Zhenmu paused for a moment. He looked at Zhong Laji and sneered, "Third senior brother, I understand now. You and Yi Xian have a good relationship. He must have told you where the blueprints were stored and you stole them. In the end, your good friend Yi Xian got locked up." At this point, Bai Zhenmu paused for a moment before continuing. "I think you might have found your conscience. You feel that you've let Yi Xian down by doing this, so you want to save Yi Xian. Whatever you do, at least you can make your conscience feel better. Third senior brother, am I right? I think there's an 80% chance that you were the one who stole the blueprints. That's how you know Yi Xian is definitely not the one who stole the blueprints." Hearing Bai Zhenmu's words, Zhong Laji's expression changed drastically. Bai Zhenmu's words really made people think of something. In the South County branch, Zhong Laji and Yi Xian had a good relationship. Everyone knew this. Since Yi Xian knew the location of the blueprint, perhaps Yi Xian told Zhong Leji about it when they were drinking. Or perhaps, this information was coaxed out by Yi Xian. In any case, Zhong Leji found out about the location where the blueprints were kept. No matter what the reason was, Zhong Leji knew where the blueprint was kept. Then, there were many possibilities for what happened next. Everyone's thoughts were different. Perhaps Zhong Leji felt that he had no hope of becoming a branch leader, so he took a fancy to the blueprint and wanted to improve his strength. Therefore, he tricked Yi Xian into telling him where the blueprint was kept and found an opportunity to steal it. Or, Yi Xian and Zhong Leji were accomplices. The two of them worked together to steal the blueprint. Their goal was naturally to frame someone who could threaten them. Just as Zhong Leji said, if the person who stole the blueprint was Yi Xian, then no one would suspect him because he had no reason to steal the blueprint. If he used this opportunity to frame his opponent, then the possibility of success was very high. After Bai Zhenmu said this, even Sun Xinjing was a little puzzled. If what Bai Zhenmu said was true, then this kind of thing was very likely. Sun Xinjing also didn't expect that there would be so many possibilities in the theft of the blueprint. Although the blueprint's whereabouts were still unknown, the changes in this case made him a little confused. Looking at these disciples in front of him, Sun Xinjing didn't know what to feel. Sun Xinjing was sure that the person who stole the blueprint was definitely one of these disciples. This was because other than these disciples, the other disciples of the younger generation basically didn't have the chance to go to the place where he kept the blueprint, let alone know where he kept it. Therefore, although Sun Xinjing didn't know who the person who stole the blueprint was, he was sure that it was definitely one of these 8 disciples. In Sun Xinjing's heart, he was very unwilling to believe this matter. Because, no matter which disciple stole the blueprint, they had betrayed his trust and his wholeheartedly nurturing. Facing these 8 disciples, Sun Xinjing basically treated them all the same. The things that he taught were almost the same. However, everyone's talent was different. Even if Sun Xinjing taught them the same, everyone's achievements were different. Under Sun Xinjing's guidance, after many years of cultivation, everyone's talent became more and more obvious. The eldest disciple, LV Wenkang, wasn't the most talented, but he cultivated the art of mechanisms with a diligent attitude. LV Wenkang gave up everything for the art of mechanisms. Sun Xinjing was very clear about this. Although he didn't approve of LV Wenkang doing this, he didn't want to care too much about each disciple's development, so he just let it be. Although the eldest disciple, LV Wenkang, wasn't the most talented, after many years of cultivation, his attainments in the art of mechanisms could be considered the best among these 8 disciples. However, LV Wenkang had once said that he didn't want to care about those trivial matters. Naturally, he didn't want to be a branch leader. He only wanted to focus on studying the art of mechanisms. The second disciple, Tang Zhenan, was about as talented as the eldest disciple, LV Wenkang. However, he wasn't as hardworking as LV Wenkang, so his achievements weren't too good. The third disciple, Zhong Leji, was much more talented than LV Wenkang and Tang Zhenan. Therefore, his attainments in the art of mechanisms weren't bad either. Although he wasn't as good as the eldest disciple, LV Wenkang, he was much better than the second disciple, Tang Zhenan. The fourth disciple, Yi Xian, was the disciple that Sun Xinjing valued the most. Yi Xian's talent was extremely high. Although he entered the sect later than the eldest senior brother, LV Wenkang, his attainments in the art of mechanisms had almost caught up to LV Wenkang. The fifth disciple, Bai Zhenmu, was also 1 in a million in the art of mechanisms. He had painstakingly cultivated in the South County branch. Until now, his attainments in the art of mechanisms were also extremely high. In fact, Sun Xinjing even suspected that Bai Zhenmu's attainments in the art of mechanisms had already caught up to Yi Xian. Sun Xinjing also paid more and more attention to him. The sixth disciple, Liu Huarong, had average talent. If not for the fact that his father and Sun Xinjing were good friends, Sun Xinjing might not have taken him in as a disciple. Although Liu Huarong was also very hardworking, his talent was really average. No matter how hard he cultivated, he was far behind Yi Xian and the others. Chapter 185. Thinking about the strengths and weaknesses of his 8 disciples, Sun Xinjing wanted to find out who was the one who stole the blueprint. Since he took such a huge risk to steal the blueprint, this blueprint must be very useful to him. However, it didn't seem right to judge based on this point alone. This was because everyone studied the art of engineering. Naturally, they would want to get their hands on this precious blueprint. Hence, it didn't seem right to judge based on this point alone. Just like the eldest disciple, LV Wenkang. Zhong Laji had already said that although LV Wenkang didn't have any intention of fighting for power, he had given up almost everything for the art of engineering. If such a person knew about such a precious blueprint, would he use any means to steal it? Although one shouldn't suspect others without any evidence, Sun Xinjing felt that it wasn't impossible. The reason why he didn't stop them was because he wanted to find out who was the one who stole the blueprint. At this point, Sun Xinjing was starting to suspect that Yi Xian wasn't the one who stole the blueprint. In other words, the blueprint might not have been stolen by Yi Xian. If Yi Xian wasn't the one who stole the blueprint, then this matter was serious. This proved that the blueprint was still out there. Hence, they had to find the blueprint as soon as possible. Looking at Bai Zhenmu's cold eyes, Zhong Laji took a deep breath and calmed himself down before speaking slowly. Junior Bai, you said that I stole the blueprint. Do you have any evidence? Bai Zhenmu sneered, then tell me, why do you say that Yi Xian isn't the one who stole the blueprint? What makes you so sure that Yi Xian isn't the one who stole the blueprint? Zhong Laji shook his head when he heard that. I didn't say that Yi Xian isn't the one who stole the blueprint. This time, I asked Master to bring everyone here because I want to know if Yi Xian is the one who stole the blueprint. It's not like what you said. I know that Yi Xian isn't the one who stole the blueprint. Bai Zhenmu nodded after hearing Zhong Laji's answer. So, you're just suspecting. Zhong Laji nodded. Is it really just a suspicion? Bai Zhenmu said, alright then. Since you suspect that Yi Xian isn't the one who stole the blueprint, why don't you tell me who's the most suspicious? Zhong Laji shook his head. I don't know either. That's why I asked Master to gather everyone here to investigate this matter and find out who stole the blueprint. After hearing Zhong Laji's answer, Bai Zhenmu laughed. Third senior brother, can I suspect you? Zhong Laji was stunned for a moment before he nodded. Of course. As long as you have evidence, you can suspect me. Bai Zhenmu said, evidence. You have a good relationship with Yi Xian. We all know that Yi Xian would tell you the location where Master placed the blueprint. I think that's very likely. When Zhong Laji heard this, he said angrily, why would Yi Xian tell me the location where Master placed the blueprint? Junior brother Bai, don't spout nonsense. You're saying things that have no evidence. Bai Zhenmu shook his head. Third senior brother, you're wrong. Among the 8 of us, only Yi Xian knows the location where the blueprint was placed. Those of us who don't know where the blueprint was placed naturally wouldn't steal it. Since you're saying that Yi Xian isn't the one who stole the blueprint, I really can't think of anyone else other than Yi Xian who would tell you the location. Don't tell me this doesn't count as evidence. This time, before Zhong Laji could say anything, Tang Zhenan beat him to it. Junior brother Bai is right. Yi Xian knows the location where Master placed the blueprint. We all know this. If third junior brother says that Yi Xian didn't steal the blueprint, then you're the only one who's the most suspicious. Because Yi Xian is the only one who knows where the blueprint was placed. I don't think he would tell anyone else other than you. At this moment, Liu Huarong had already forgotten that he was in a passive position. When he saw that second senior brother and fifth senior brother had already spoken, and that Zhong Laji's face was pale and his forehead was sweating, he quickly jumped out to join in the fun. Third senior brother, you said that eldest senior brother is the most suspicious. Haven't you thought about how you're the most suspicious? Yi Xian is willing to reveal such a big secret only to you because you have a good relationship with him and he trusts you. That's why he told you. As for us, we don't know the location where Master placed the blueprint. Even if he wanted us to steal it, we wouldn't be able to find it. After listening to Tang Zhenan and Liu Huarong's conversation, Bai Zhenmu saw that Zhong Laji had no intention of replying, so he spoke again. Third senior brother, I think even if Yi Xian did this, I'm afraid you can't get away with it. You just said that Yi Xian doesn't have to steal the blueprint because we all know that Master will pass the position of branch leader to Yi Xian. There's really no need for him to steal the blueprint. At this point, Bai Jianmu paused for a moment before he said coldly, "As for you, third senior brother, you can't get anything. You can't be the branch leader, and you can't see the blueprint. You can't accept it, so you instigated Yi Xian to steal the blueprint. By doing so, you can get the most benefits." Zhong Laji was trembling with anger when he heard Bai Jianmu's words. "Bai Jianmu, you're talking nonsense again. What benefits can I get?" Bai Jianmu smiled coldly. "What benefits can you get, third senior brother? You can get a lot of benefits. Do you need me to tell you?" Zhong Laji said angrily. "Tell me, what benefits can I get?" Bai Jianmu turned his head and looked around. When he saw that everyone was looking at him, he said loudly, "Third senior brother, if you instigated Yi Xian to steal the blueprint, then Yi Xian won't be trusted by Master anymore. It'll be impossible for him to be the branch leader again. In addition, you can also shift the blame of stealing the blueprint to me or second senior brother. This way, no one will compete with you. In the end, you're the only one who didn't participate in this matter among all the senior brothers. The position of branch leader will naturally fall to you. That blueprint was originally in your hands. In this way, you can get everything. Don't tell me these benefits aren't enough." Zhong Laji was so angry that his eyes were about to burst when he heard Bai Jianmu's words. "Bai Jianmu, don't talk nonsense. Why would I do such a thing?" At this point, Zhong Laji took a few deep breaths and calmed himself down. After he had calmed down a little, he continued. "Bai Jianmu, let me tell you something. Even if I tell him it's Yi Xian, he won't agree to it. That's because it won't do him any good. Tell me, if it were you and I asked you to do it, would you steal Master's blueprint?" Bai Jianmu was suddenly enlightened when he heard Zhong Laji's words. He laughed loudly. Chapter 186. Bai Jianmu laughed when he heard Zhong Laji's answer. After a while, he suddenly stopped laughing and said coldly, "So you did it. That's why you stole the blueprint yourself. Am I right, third senior brother?" Zhong Laji's expression changed drastically when he heard Bai Jianmu's words. He pointed at Bai Jianmu and shouted sternly, "I didn't do that. Why would I steal Master's blueprint? What evidence do you have to prove that I did it?" This time, before Bai Jianmu could answer, Tang Jianan had already said, "Because as long as you steal that blueprint, you can shift the blame to someone who can threaten you. Then, you can use this opportunity to get rid of your opponent. Third junior brother, isn't this reason sufficient?" Zhong Laji flew into a rage when he heard this. He turned to look at Tang Jianan and shouted sternly, "Second senior brother, don't lie. Second senior brother, don't talk nonsense. Why would I steal the blueprints? Why would I frame someone else?" Tang Jianan sneered. "Third junior brother, we all know that Master wants to step down from his position as the branch leader. You should know better. It's very possible that you would use this scheme to frame someone else for the sake of the branch leader's position, right?" Bai Jianmu chimed in. "Third senior brother, just admit it. Your good friend Yi Xian was locked up in the Repentance Pavilion because you stole the blueprint." Bai Jianmu paused for a moment before he looked at Zhong Laji and said coldly, "Don't worry. Third senior brother, you should know better than me what kind of place the Repentance Pavilion is. If you don't admit that you stole the blueprint, your good friend Yi Xian might get into an accident if he stays in the Repentance Pavilion for too long." Zhong Laji naturally knew what kind of place the Repentance Pavilion was. It was set up to punish disciples for their mistakes. It would be fine if they stayed there for a short period of time. However, if they stayed there for too long, it wouldn't be strange if they had a nervous breakdown. Bai Jianmu was right. Yi Xian had been locked up in the Repentance Pavilion for 3 days. If he wasn't released as soon as possible, he might get into an accident. Hearing Bai Jianmu's words, Zhong Laji was furious. He turned around and glared at Bai Jianmu. "Bai Jianmu, I think you're the one who stole the blueprint. As long as you stole it, Yi Xian would naturally become the biggest suspect. At that time, the person most likely to be the one in charge would naturally be you, Bai Jianmu. You're accusing me of stealing the blueprint now, but in fact, MPH, I think you're the one who stole it. Your purpose for doing this is nothing more than to clear yourself of suspicion so that you can be the branch leader. Bai Jianmu's expression changed when he heard Zhong Laji's words. Zhong Laji was right. If there was no Yi Xian, then he would have naturally become the branch leader. This was because in all aspects, other than Yi Xian, no one else, not even Zhong Laji, was stronger than him. Although Zhong Laji's words made sense, Bai Jianmu would never admit it at this moment. Even if he was the one who did it, he would never admit it. Thinking of this, Bai Jianmu sneered. Third senior brother, don't say this to me. You have to know that if you want to frame me, you have to find a better reason. Only Yi Xian knows where Master put the blueprint, and all of us think that Yi Xian stole it. Speaking of this, Bai Jianmu suddenly raised his hand and pointed at Zhong Laji. Third senior brother, you're the most likely person to have stolen the blueprint because you said that Yi Xian wasn't the one who stole it, but you can't say who did. Then tell me, why do you say that Yi Xian wasn't the one who stole it? Speaking of this, Bai Jianmu sneered and slowed down his voice. Third senior brother, if you can explain this matter clearly, I'll admit that I stole the blueprint. After hearing Bai Jianmu's words, Zhong Laji was stunned. Then, he said angrily, I've already said that I don't know who stole the blueprint. I just want everyone to discuss and find out who stole it. Is there anything wrong with that? Bai Jianmu shook his head. Third senior brother, you're not wrong to do this. But tell me, other than Yi Xian, who knows where the blueprint was placed, who else could have stolen it? After hearing Bai Jianmu's question, Zhong Laji's heart suddenly moved. He suddenly had an idea. His plan had been disrupted by Bai Jianmu, making him too passive. He had to reverse this situation as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Zhong Laji stopped looking at Bai Jianmu and turned his head to look at Tang Jianan again. Second senior brother, let's continue the topic just now. Tell me, does eldest senior brother want to steal the blueprint? Originally, Tang Jianan was listening to the conversation between Zhong Laji and Bai Jianmu. He was thinking about what to say to make Zhong Laji give in. Unexpectedly, Zhong Laji turned his head and asked him a question. After hearing Zhong Laji's question, Tang Jianan's expression changed. This question again. He still couldn't answer this question. However, since Zhong Laji asked, he definitely couldn't refuse to answer. Helplessly, Tang Jianan turned his head to look at Bai Jianmu again, hoping that he could help him get through this difficult situation. Looking at Tang Jianan's pleading gaze, Bai Jianmu knew that he was out of ideas and wanted him to help him out. Although he was angry at Tang Jianan for being useless, Tang Jianan was still on his side after all. If Tang Jianan failed, it wouldn't do him any good. Therefore, he had to help him out. Thinking of this, Bai Jianmu pondered for a moment before saying, Third senior brother, you changed the topic to eldest senior brother. I think you want to clear yourself of suspicion. Speaking of this, Bai Jianmu suddenly sighed. He looked at Zhong Laji and said earnestly, Third senior brother, we are all fellow disciples. Why do you have to make things difficult for eldest senior brother? Now, we all know that you and Yi Xian worked together to steal the blueprint. Why do you have to quibble? Hurry up and admit it so that you don't implicate others. Tang Jianan secretly hated Zhong Laji for asking him so many questions and making a fool of himself. At this moment, after hearing Bai Jianmu's question, he didn't wait for Zhong Laji to answer and spoke first. Third junior brother, eldest senior brother has been so good to us. Do you have the heart to frame him? Now, it's obvious that you and Yi Xian stole the blueprint. Why can't you just admit it openly? Why do you have to implicate eldest senior brother? Speaking of this, Tang Jianan's tone lowered and he continued with a little sadness, Eldest senior brother joined the sect early and knows more than us. We will always remember the care he has taken for us. Third senior brother, why do you have to be like this? Have you forgotten who taught you when you were in doubt? Who taught you tirelessly and helped you? Chapter 187. Although eldest senior brother LV Wenkang did not care about the trivial matters of the South County branch, he was not stingy when someone asked him about the mechanism technique. As long as he knew something, he would teach them. It could be said that among the 8 of them, eldest senior brother LV Wenkang took care of them the most. When Tang Jianan said this, Liu Huarong could not hold it in anymore. He knew that he had to seize the opportunity and knock down Zhong Laji's arrogance in a short period of time. Otherwise, when it was the other way around, they would be the unlucky ones. As soon as Tang Jianan finished speaking, before Zhong Laji could reply, Liu Huarong spoke first. Second senior brother is right. Although I joined the sect late, I've always been grateful to eldest senior brother for taking care of me. I've never thought of doing anything that would harm eldest senior brother. Third senior brother, you joined the sect earlier than me, so you've probably received more care from eldest senior brother than me. How can you bear to implicate eldest senior brother? Third senior brother, second senior brother and fifth senior brother have already said that among us, only Yi Xian knows the location of the blueprint. He's also the most likely person to steal the blueprint. If he didn't steal the blueprint. At this point, Liu Huarong's tone paused, and he continued with some pain. Third senior brother, Yi Xian knows the location of the blueprint, but we don't. Among us, I think other than Yi Xian, the person who is most likely to know the location of the blueprint is you, third senior brother. Yi Xian has the best relationship with you, and only you are most likely to hear the news of the location of the blueprint from Yi Xian. So, third senior brother, please don't quibble anymore and don't implicate eldest senior brother. Just admit it. Liu Huarong paused again. He cupped his fists at Zhong Laji and continued. Third senior brother, now that you've admitted it, we'll definitely plead for leniency for you in front of Master on account of our past friendship. I think that if you take the initiative to admit your mistake and we plead for you, Master will definitely not punish you severely. Third senior brother, just admit it. Liu Huarong cupped his fists and bowed deeply to Zhong Laji. Liu Huarong's sincere attitude and tone caused Sun Xinjing's heart to skip a beat. He turned to look at Zhong Laji and guessed in his heart. Could it be that Zhong Laji was really behind this? Sun Xinjing was not the only one who had doubts. Even 7th junior brother Mai Guangji and 8th junior sister Li Shuiyan looked at 3rd senior brother with suspicion. Although Liu Huarong's attitude was very sincere, Zhong Laji almost exploded in anger. However, he did not expect that Liu Huarong would use such a trick to trick him into admitting that he was the one who stole the blueprints. Needless to say, Zhong Laji understood that if he dared to admit that he was the one who stole the blueprint, then the next thing would definitely not be like what Liu Huarong said. At that time, his master's anger would be a small matter. The key was that Tang Jianan, Bai Jianmu, and 6th junior brother Liu Huarong. Zhong Laji was 100% confident that when it came to that, not only would they not plead for him, but they would also immediately kick him when he was down and beat him to a point of no return. Looking at the smiling Liu Huarong, Zhong Laji hated him in his heart. He wished he could crush him into meat paste to vent his anger. Although he was angry, Zhong Laji knew that if he really dared to make a move, the outcome would be very tragic. Bai Jianmu was already waiting for this opportunity. As long as he dared to make a move, he would definitely use this opportunity to cripple him. Therefore, he could not make a move. Even if he was angered to death, he could not make a move. At that time, not only would he be crippled, but these villains would also gain power. Zhong Laji knew that at this moment, in the South County branch, he was Bai Jianmu's only enemy. If he collapsed, then Bai Jianmu would become the boss. Thinking of this, Zhong Laji took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He turned his head to look at Liu Huarong and said with a smile, 6th junior brother, thank you for your kindness. However, it's a pity that I wasn't the one who stole the blueprint. I think you should say those words to the other senior brothers. Seeing that Zhong Laji was actually talking to him with a smile, Liu Huarong was stunned. He originally thought that his words just now would make Zhong Laji fly into a rage and even attack him. Liu Huarong was not afraid at all if Zhong Laji attacked him because he knew Bai Jianmu's martial arts very well. As soon as Zhong Laji made a move, Bai Jianmu would probably take him down. Therefore, Liu Huarong was not worried that Zhong Laji would make a move. He was worried that Zhong Laji would not make a move. At this moment, seeing the smile on Zhong Laji's face, Liu Huarong knew that his plan had failed. However, he was not discouraged. Since his words just now could not make Zhong Laji angry, then if he said something more ruthless, Zhong Laji would be angry. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Liu Huarong's face. He looked at Zhong Laji and clasped his fist. Third senior brother, stop pretending. Yi Xian could not have told you the location of the blueprint. Tell me, other than you who stole the blueprint, who else could have done it? After hearing Liu Huarong's words, Zhong Laji shook his head. No, since Master did not let Yi Xian tell anyone the location of the blueprint, Yi Xian would definitely not leak this information. Therefore, I do not know the location of the blueprint. After hearing Zhong Laji's words, Liu Huarong shook his head. Third senior brother, I used to admire you very much, but now I look down on you. Eldest senior brother has been so good to us, and you have received his teachings many times. However, for your own interests and to prevent others from suspecting you, you actually implicated eldest senior brother. You even accused eldest senior brother of stealing the blueprint. Do you think you can face eldest senior brother by doing this? After Liu Huarong finished speaking, Tang Zhenan also said, eldest senior brother is a loyal person and is not willing to care about the trivial matters of the South County branch. Third junior brother, why do you think that eldest senior brother is the one who stole the blueprint? Zhong Laji sneered in his heart when he heard the two of them echoing each other. They wanted him to say that eldest senior brother was the one who stole the blueprint. However, Zhong Laji would not fall for their trick because he knew very well that if he offended eldest senior brother at this moment, he would have no chance of winning at all. Although the chances of winning were still very slim, there was still a glimmer of hope. If eldest senior brother LV Wenkang spoke up for Bai Zhenmu and the others, then he would really have no way to survive. Thinking of this, Zhong Laji smiled and waved his hand. Second senior brother, what you said is wrong. I only said that eldest senior brother had the intention of stealing the blueprint, but I did not say whether eldest senior brother was the one who stole the blueprint. At this point, Zhong Laji paused and suddenly said in surprise. Chapter 188. Zhong Laji looked at Tang Zhenan and asked in surprise, second senior brother, could it be that you think that it's eldest senior brother's blueprint? After hearing Zhong Laji's words, Tang Zhenan's face suddenly changed. He quickly waved his hand and said, third junior brother, don't talk nonsense. When did I say that eldest senior brother was the one who stole the blueprint? After Zhong Laji heard Tang Zhenan's answer, he asked in surprise, but, I clearly heard you say that second senior brother stole the blueprint. When Tang Zhenan heard this, his expression changed again. He quickly thought about whether he had said that or not. Seeing Tang Zhenan frowning and deep in thought, Zhong Laji sneered in his heart. Just as he was about to ask again, Bai Zhenmu saw that the situation was not good and spoke first. Third senior brother, don't randomly point out. I clearly heard you say that eldest senior brother might have stolen the blueprint. These words were not said by second senior brother. When Zhong Laji heard this, he waved his hand. No, it was clearly second senior brother who said it. I never said it. At this point, Zhong Laji suddenly seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly turned his head to look at Tang Zhenan and asked with a smile. Second senior brother, then tell me now. Does eldest senior brother have the intention of stealing the blueprint to improve his mechanical skills? At this moment, when Tang Zhenan heard Zhong Laji ask this question again, he was annoyed. This was the question he was most unwilling to face. This was because he knew very well that no matter what he said, it did not matter. However, once he answered Zhong Laji's question, it would be terrible. That was because they all studied mechanism techniques, and everyone knew how precious that blueprint was. Not to mention eldest senior brother LV Wenkang, even he was extremely tempted when he heard about this blueprint. In fact, Tang Zhenan's status in the South County branch was a little awkward. As the second senior brother, other than eldest senior brother LV Wenkang, he was the most senior brother. However, because his attainments in mechanical skills were not high, although he was the second senior brother, his status was not high. On the contrary, although Yi Xian and Bai Zhenmu's rankings were not high, their attainments in mechanical skills were very high. Naturally, they were more trusted by their master. Tang Zhenan had once dreamed that if he could obtain that blueprint, he could use the mechanism technique on that blueprint to raise his own strength and change this awkward situation. At that moment, Zhong Laji had asked him if his eldest senior brother, LV Wenkang, had any ulterior motives. If it had been any other time, Tang Zhenan would have answered without hesitation that he did, because he had once had such thoughts. However, this wasn't a normal time. It was a critical moment, and he definitely couldn't say that his eldest senior apprentice brother LV Wenkang wanted to steal the blueprint. Because if he did that, his eldest senior apprentice brother LV Wenkang would probably side with Zhong Leji and become his enemy. Originally, Yi Xian and Zhong Leji were already a huge threat to them. If LV Wenkang, who was the leader of the group, joined in as well, things would get worse. Therefore, Tang Leji didn't want to answer this question. However, whether he wanted to or not was one thing. His master was watching from the side. If he dared to say that he didn't want to answer this question, then his master would definitely not let him off easily. He would definitely be expelled from the group and locked up in the Repentance Pavilion to wake him up. Seeing Tang Jianan in a difficult position, Liu Huarong knew that he had to help him. If his second senior apprentice brother couldn't handle it, then the outcome would be very bad. Thinking of this, Liu Huarong hurriedly said, "Third senior brother, let's not talk about that for now. I think that Yi Xian is the most likely to have stolen the blueprint, but third senior brother thinks that it's impossible. Then, can you tell us why Yi Xian couldn't have stolen the blueprint? Is there a reason behind this?" When Tang Jianan heard Liu Huarong's words, he heaved a sigh of relief and quickly said, "That's right. Everyone's first suspect is Yi Xian. Since third junior brother says that Yi Xian isn't the one who stole the blueprint, then why don't you tell us why Yi Xian isn't the one who stole the blueprint?" Seeing that Liu Huarong had changed the topic again, Zhong Leji secretly cursed Liu Huarong for being so cunning. However, since they had already asked this question, he could only answer, "Whether Yi Xian is the one who stole the blueprint or not, we will talk about that later. Right now, what we want to know the most is who is the suspect. Let's investigate one by one. In the end, we should be able to find the person who stole the blueprint." When Tang Jianan heard this, he shook his head. "Third junior brother, there's no point in asking this. Having the intention to steal the blueprint and actually stealing it are two different things. You can't mix them together. I think we should talk about Yi Xian, who is most likely to be the one who stole the blueprint. After all, he's the only one who knows where Master placed the blueprint, so he's the most suspicious." As soon as Tang Jianan finished speaking, Liu Huarong hurriedly said, "Second senior brother is right. Yi Xian is the most suspicious. Third senior brother, you can't possibly deny this." When Zhong Leji heard what the two of them said, his expression couldn't help but change. Then, he nodded. "You're right. Logically speaking, Yi Xian, who knows where the blueprint was placed, is the most suspicious. I won't deny this." Speaking up to this point, Zhong Leji paused for a moment before continuing. "However, we can't assume that he's the one who stole the blueprint just because he's the most suspicious." When Tang Jianan heard Zhong Leji's words, he sneered and asked in return, "Third junior brother, since you say that Yi Xian can't possibly steal the blueprint, then why don't you tell us what evidence you have to prove that Yi Xian isn't the one who stole the blueprint?" When Zhong Leji heard Tang Jianan's question, he waved his hand. "I don't have any evidence yet. However, just based on Yi Xian knowing where the blueprint was placed, it's a bit too childish to assume that he stole the blueprint. What's more, I don't think Yi Xian has a reason to steal the blueprint. Why would he steal the blueprint? He'll see it sooner or later. I don't think you guys think Yi Xian is such an impatient person. He can't wait to steal the blueprint even after waiting for this period of time." Speaking up to this point, Zhong Leji's gaze froze. He stared at Liu Huarong and asked again, "Junior brother Liu, do you think that Yi Xian is someone who can't keep his cool?" When Liu Huarong heard Zhong Leji's question, his expression couldn't help but change. He opened his mouth but didn't say anything to refute it. Cultivating the art of mechanics was a very boring thing to begin with. The fact that Yi Xian could cultivate the art of mechanics to such a high level proved that he wasn't someone who was impatient. It could be said that an impatient person who wanted to cultivate the art of mechanics wouldn't be able to achieve much. Yi Xian's mastery of the art of mechanics was so high. This was enough to prove that Yi Xian wasn't someone who couldn't keep his cool. Liu Huarong wasn't the only one who knew this. Everyone knew this too. That was why he had nothing to say. Seeing that Liu Huarong had nothing to say, Zhong Leji sneered. Chapter 189. Zhong Leji sneered, turned to look at Liu Huarong, and said slowly. I think that junior brother Liu also thinks that Yi Xian is not the kind of person who can't keep his cool, right? If that's the case, why did Yi Xian steal that blueprint? Do you really think that there's no problem with this matter? If there are no accidents, Yi Xian will soon become the leader of the South County branch. Under such circumstances, there's no reason for Yi Xian to steal that blueprint. This is also the reason why I suspect him. At this point, Zhong Leji stared at Liu Huarong and asked word by word, Junior brother Liu, under such circumstances, do you still think that Yi Xian would steal that blueprint? After hearing Zhong Leji's question, Liu Huarong's heart suddenly tensed up. He was very clear about what he was doing. He also had his suspicions, but what could he do? What he was doing now wasn't to raise suspicions, but to make sure that no one would doubt him. After hearing Zhong Leji's words, Liu Huarong quickly pondered in his heart and immediately came up with an idea. He raised his head to look at Zhong Leji and shook his head. Third senior brother, what you said is only normal. At this point, Liu Huarong dragged out the end of his sentence and paused for a moment. He only continued after his voice slowly disappeared. Third senior brother, if Yi Xian also understood this point, he knew that even if he stole the blueprint, no one would suspect him. Under such circumstances, if he stole the blueprint, it would be very normal. After Zhong Leji heard Liu Huarong's words, he shook his head again and replied, it doesn't make sense. Since Yi Xian can already become the branch leader, why would he steal that blueprint? As long as he becomes the branch leader, that blueprint will be his sooner or later. Why would he steal the blueprint? When Liu Huarong heard this, the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Third senior brother, do you really think that Yi Xian has no competitors in the South County branch? After Zhong Leji heard Liu Huarong's words, his heart skipped a beat. He subconsciously turned to look at Bai Jianmu. When Liu Huarong saw Zhong Leji's action, he laughed again and said slowly, that's right. It seems that third senior brother agrees with what I said. In the South County branch, Yi Xian is not the only candidate for the branch leader. Since that's the case, it's very likely that Yi Xian won't be the branch leader. In this state, it's very likely that Yi Xian will go back and steal that blueprint. After hearing Liu Huarong's words, Zhong Leji was stunned. Then, he said angrily, sixth junior brother, Yi Xian is not such a person. In normal times, we should know his character. Yi, Huarong, Liu Huarong, the branch leader of you, at the branch Huarong. Huarong is Yi of the Yi branch? Zhong Leji was stunned when he heard Liu Huarong's question. He really couldn't answer Liu Huarong's question. How could he guarantee that Yi Xian wasn't the one who stole the blueprint? Zhong Leji couldn't answer Liu Huarong's question. It wasn't because he didn't trust Yi Xian, but because of other reasons. If he said that he could guarantee that Yi Xian wasn't the one who stole the blueprint, then Zhong Leji was completely sure what Liu Huarong would say next. At that time, Bai Jianmu would definitely jump out and accuse him and Yi Xian of stealing the blueprint together. That would be terrible. Therefore, Zhong Leji couldn't answer. Now, whether he could turn the tables for Yi Xian or not depended on himself. If he was implicated, then everything would be over. After Liu Huarong asked this question, everyone looked at Zhong Leji, wanting to hear how he would answer. Bai Jianmu stared intently at Zhong Leji. As long as Zhong Leji said that he could guarantee that Yi Xian wasn't the one who stole the blueprint, then he would say that he and Yi Xian were in cahoots and that the two of them worked together to steal the blueprint. Tang Jianan looked at Zhong Leji nervously. Tang Jianan knew that the question Zhong Leji was facing was the same as the question he was facing earlier. It was a difficult question to answer. Earlier, he couldn't say that Big Senior LV Wenkang had the intention to steal the blueprint. And now, Zhong Leji couldn't say that Yi Xian wasn't the one who stole the blueprint. The outcome of these two situations was the same. If Tang Jianan said that Big Senior LV Wenkang had the intention to steal the blueprint, then he would be pushing Big Senior LV Wenkang to Yi Xian's side and have him join Yi Xian's side. But at this moment, if Zhong Leji could guarantee that Yi Xian wasn't the one who stole the blueprint, then there was a problem. How could Zhong Leji guarantee that Yi Xian wasn't the one who stole the blueprint? Unless he really knew who stole the blueprint, or if Zhong Leji and Yi Xian were in cahoots to begin with. That was why he tried so hard to help Yi Xian turn the tables. More importantly, Zhong Laji was also a suspect. He was the one who stole the blueprint. That was why he knew Yi Xian wasn't the one who stole the blueprint. In short, as long as Zhong Laji could guarantee that Yi Xian wasn't the one who stole the blueprint, then the problem he was about to face wasn't a simple one. It was very likely that he would be dragged into this mess and end up with Yi Xian. At this moment, after asking this question, Liu Huarong looked at Zhong Laji proudly. He knew that no matter how Zhong Laji answered, he would be at a disadvantage. Even if Zhong Laji answered that he couldn't guarantee that Yi Xian wasn't the one who stole the blueprint, it wouldn't be of any use. Because if Zhong Laji couldn't guarantee that Yi Xian wasn't the one who stole the blueprint, then how could he say that Yi Xian wasn't the one who stole the blueprint? If things continued like this, then the best outcome would be the same as before. Yi Xian would be locked up in the Repentance Pavilion and never be able to come out. And Zhong Laji wouldn't be able to help Yi Xian turn the tables. What was worse was that Zhong Laji would also be dragged into this matter and become Yi Xian's accomplice. So, Liu Huarong was very confident. He had never been so confident before. He believed that Zhong Laji wouldn't be able to answer his question. Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to escape from the palm of his hand. Everything was under his control. At this moment, Bai Zhenmu's impression of Liu Huarong had changed completely. Originally, he thought highly of his second senior brother, Tang Zhenan, and thought that Tang Zhenan would be of great help to this matter. However, he never expected that after entering this hall, Tang Zhenan would be chased to the corner by Zhong Laji before he could even say a few words. He didn't dare to speak anymore. Liu Huarong, on the other hand, had turned the tide and gained the upper hand. Bai Zhenmu knew that even if Zhong Laji wanted to answer Liu Huarong's question, he wouldn't be able to. This was because he knew that no matter how Zhong Laji answered, he would have a way to correct it. In fact, Bai Zhenmu had already thought of a few excuses to deal with Zhong Laji's answer. Bai Zhenmu decided that this time, he had to teach Zhong Laji a lesson so that he wouldn't cause trouble here. It would be best if he could knock him to the bottom so that he would never be able to turn the tables. Chapter 190. At this moment, the person in the most difficult position was, of course, Zhong Laji. He was well aware of the difficulty of answering this question. He also knew that no matter how he answered, he would fall into Liu Huarong's trap. Faced with such a situation, how should he answer? When Tang Zhenan faced such a situation, he had Bai Zhenmu's help. On the other hand, he could only fight alone with no one to help him. Thinking of this, Zhong Laji felt a little regretful. Why did he get involved in such a situation? However, after thinking about it for a moment, Zhong Laji could only sigh. If he didn't do this, Bai Zhenmu would probably make a move on him in order to clear the obstacles. The only difference was that it would only drag on for a little longer. The outcome would definitely be the same. Seeing that Zhong Laji didn't answer his question for a long time, Liu Huarong sneered in his heart. Then, he urged, "Third senior brother, since you're sure that Yi Xian isn't the person who stole the blueprint, why don't you dare to vouch for him?" At this point, Liu Huarong paused for a moment. He turned to look at Bai Zhenmu and saw that Bai Zhenmu was also looking at him with admiration in his eyes. Seeing this, Liu Huarong felt even more pleased. He turned to look at Zhong Laji and asked again, "Third senior brother, if you don't dare to vouch for Yi Xian, then what's the point of everything you've done today? Could it be that you have some difficulties that you can't speak of? Or do you know who the person who stole the blueprint is?" After hearing Liu Huarong's words, Zhong Laji weighed the pros and cons in his heart. Then, he looked up at Liu Huarong and said slowly, "Junior brother Liu, since you've asked this question, I'm sure you already know the answer. Then let me ask you. Do you think Yi Xian is the person who stole the blueprint?" After hearing Zhong Laji's question, Liu Huarong sneered. "Third senior brother, is there still a need to answer this question?" At this point, Liu Huarong paused for a moment before he continued. "However, since third senior brother wants to know, there's no harm in me telling you. Yi Xian is the only one who knows where Master left the blueprint. Other than Yi Xian, I really can't think of anyone else who could steal this blueprint." Liu Huarong paused when he saw that Zhong Laji was about to defend himself, so he quickly waved his hand and continued. "Third senior brother, I know what you want to say. You want to say that Yi Xian isn't that kind of person. He wouldn't steal a blueprint. However, third senior brother, think about it carefully. Yi Xian knows where master keeps the blueprints and has been there alone. Faced with such a precious treasure, Yi Xian can remain indifferent once or twice. But if it happens too many times, won't he have other thoughts? At this point, Liu Huarong didn't continue. However, everyone present understood what he meant. When Zhong Laji heard Liu Huarong's words, cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Such a precious blueprint was right in front of him. It was fine if it happened once or twice, but after a long time, it was hard to say if he would have thoughts of taking it for himself. The key was that such a precious thing was right in front of him and he could easily obtain it. Would he be tempted? No one could guarantee this. No matter how much Zhong Laji trusted Yi Xian, he could not guarantee it. This was because even he could not guarantee that he would not do such a thing when faced with such a situation. After hearing Liu Huarong's words, Bai Zhenmu secretly praised him in his heart. This Liu Huarong was definitely a genius. He did not know what was in his mind to be able to come up with such an idea. After hearing Liu Huarong's analysis, Bai Zhenmu's confidence immediately increased greatly. His originally uneasy mood also became confident. As long as Yi Xian was not released and he thought of a way to get rid of Zhong Laji, then everything would be perfect. He could successfully become a division leader, and the people in his family could also successfully become the fifth elder of the Bai family in the South County. At this moment, Bai Zhenmu felt that all of this had become very stable. Tang Zhenan was even more overjoyed. He did not want to face Zhong Laji's problem again. However, if Liu Huarong could defeat Zhong Laji this time, then he would no longer have to face such difficult questions. Thinking of the embarrassing situation just now, Tang Zhenan felt a wave of fear. If Bai Zhenmu and Liu Huarong had not helped him out these 2 times, he might have really fallen for this problem. However, it was good now. Although Liu Huarong's analysis could not obtain the final victory, it was almost impossible for Yi Xian to be released. As long as Yi Xian became the person who stole the blueprint, he would naturally not have to face Zhong Laji's problem anymore. Thinking of this, Tang Zhenan felt relieved. Since there was no more burden in his heart, Tang Zhenan began to think about how to increase the weight of Liu Huarong's words. If it was allowed, Yi Xian was the person who stole the blueprint, and Zhong Laji was his accomplice. If things continued like this, it would be perfect. Seeing that Zhong Laji did not answer Liu Huarong's question, Tang Zhenan decided to urge him to end this argument quickly. This was because as long as Zhong Laji answered, no matter which answer it would be disadvantageous to him. Tang Zhenan glanced at Bai Zhenmu and saw that Bai Zhenmu's eyes were flickering. He knew that Bai Zhenmu was also thinking of an idea to defeat Zhong Laji this time. Tang Zhenan looked at Bai Zhenmu and then at Liu Huarong. He was secretly glad that he had chosen a side. Otherwise, his future path would not be easy. Thinking of this, Tang Zhenan looked at Zhong Laji and said with a smile, "Third junior brother, do you think that junior brother Liu is wrong? In the face of such a precious blueprint, I think anyone would be tempted." Speaking of this, Tang Zhenan paused for a moment. He smiled bitterly and shook his head before speaking slowly. "I think that in the face of such a precious blueprint, even you and I would be tempted." Although Zhong Laji did not like what Tang Zhenan said, he had to admit that Tang Zhenan was right. In the face of such a precious blueprint, how many people could remain unmoved? Moreover, as people who studied engineering, no one knew what they would do in the face of a blueprint that could increase their strength. However, even if Zhong Laji understood this point, he really could not answer. Zhong Laji thought for a moment and looked at Liu Huarong in front of him. He sighed and said slowly, "I'm not sure about what you're talking about. I can't guarantee that Yi Xian would not be tempted when he sees such a precious blueprint." After hearing Zhong Laji's words, Liu Huarong sneered in his heart. Zhong Laji's answer was within his expectations. Because other than this answer, even if Zhong Laji wanted to answer other people's questions, he would not be able to answer other people's questions. Chapter 191. After hearing Zhong Laji's answer, Bai Zhenmu, who had been waiting for a long time, burst into laughter before Liu Huarong could say anything. Bai Zhenmu's laughter was so abrupt that it attracted everyone's attention. After a long while, Bai Jianmu finally stopped laughing. He didn't care about the others and just turned his head to look at Zhong Laji and said coldly, "Third senior brother, do you still think that Yi Xian is not the one who stole the blueprint?" After Zhong Laji heard Bai Jianmu's words, he shook his head with a bitter smile. "I can't guarantee that Yi Xian isn't the one who stole the blueprint. I just want to ask, since we're all seniors here, can you give Yi Xian a chance to investigate this matter?" Bai Jianmu sneered again after hearing Zhong Laji's words. "Third senior brother, what you said is wrong. Since Yi Xian stole the blueprint, why are you suspecting the other brothers? Are you doing this to let them down? Or are you standing up for him because you have a good relationship with Yi Xian?" At this point, Bai Jianmu paused for a moment before continuing in an even colder voice. "Oh right, there's another possibility. You and Yi Xian are accomplices. If you don't think of a way to save Yi Xian will definitely expose you in the end. In order to prevent this from happening, you're trying to save Yi Xian. Third senior brother, am I right?" Zhong Laji hurriedly said after hearing Bai Jianmu's words. "Bai Jianmu, you're talking nonsense again. How did I become Yi Xian's accomplice? I can tell you that I would never do such a thing. The reason why I want everyone to investigate this matter is because I want to give Yi Xian a chance." Bai Jianmu said loudly after hearing Zhong Laji's words. "I don't think that's what you're thinking. You're just afraid that Yi Xian will expose you." At this point, Bai Jianmu no longer paid any attention to Zhong Laji. Instead, he turned to Sun Xinjing and cupped his fists. "Master, this disciple has reason to believe that third senior brother and Yi Xian are accomplices. The two of them worked together to steal the blueprint." Sun Xinjing had also heard what everyone had said. Now that he heard Bai Jianmu's accusation, Sun Xinjing couldn't help but frown and ask, "Bai Jianmu, are you suspecting Zhong Laji because of what you said just now?" After Bai Jianmu heard Sun Xinjing's words, he hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Master, what you just said is absolutely reasonable. After the blueprint was sent to the South County branch, it was indeed not lost at first. That was because Yi Xian held back. However, after a long time, he finally could not hold back and made a move." At this point, Bai Jianmu turned to look at Zhong Laji and said, "Master, if it was only Yi Xian who stole the blueprint alone, this matter would be a little small. However, if he and third senior brother worked together to steal the blueprint, then this matter would be serious. The only person who is locked up now is Yi Xian. However, if third senior brother and Yi Xian work together to do this, then I'm afraid that the blueprint is in Zhong Laji's hands. If third senior brother saw that the situation was not good and ran away with the blueprint, that would be the worst thing." After Sun Xinjing heard Bai Jianmu's words, he couldn't help but frown even more. Even his expression changed. The problem that Bai Jianmu mentioned was also the problem that he was worried about. What he was most worried about was that the blueprint was not in the hands of Yi Xian but in the hands of someone else. This meant that someone could escape with the blueprint at any time. Thinking that the blueprint could be leaked out at any time, Sun Xinjing felt a burst of nervousness in his heart. His master, Fang Tianji, had spent half of his life studying the blueprint. If he lost it, he would become a sinner of the sect. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing's eyes gradually turned cold. He turned to look at Zhong Laji and asked coldly, "What do you have to say?" After hearing his master's question, Zhong Laji's heart suddenly jumped. After hearing the conversation between Bai Jianmu and his master, he felt that something was wrong. However, in front of his master, he couldn't stop him. He could only wait for Bai Jianmu to finish speaking. At this moment, after hearing his master's question, Zhong Laji understood that the army was suspicious. Thinking of this, Zhong Laji didn't dare to delay. He hurriedly stepped forward and cupped his fists to his master, saying, "Master, there's no such thing. Although I have a good relationship with Yi Xian, it's only limited to when we're studying mechanisms. As for the two of us working together to steal the blueprint, that's even more impossible. Master, please believe me. I would never do such a thing." Before Zhong Laji could finish his words, he was interrupted by Bai Jianmu. "Third senior brother, if your promise was useful, Yi Xian wouldn't have stolen Master's blueprint. What's the use of your promise to Master now? Hurry up and admit it." After hearing Bai Jianmu's words, Zhonglaji immediately pointed at Bai Zhenmu and said loudly, Bai Zhenmu, don't talk nonsense in front of master. What reason do I have to steal that blueprint? Was it just because I defended Yi Xian? Bai Zhenmu, don't you think this reason is ridiculous? Hearing Zhonglaji's words, Bai Zhenmu shook his head. He turned to look at Sun Xinjing and cupped his fists. Master, I don't suspect third senior brother because he defended Yi Xian. Hearing this, Sun Xinjing turned to look at Bai Zhenmu and asked. Then why don't you tell me the reason? After hearing his master's words, Bai Zhenmu said slowly, the reason why I suspect third senior brother isn't just because he spoke up for Yi Xian. It's because there's something else that made me suspicious. Speaking up to this point, Bai Zhenmu paused and thought for a moment before continuing. First of all, only Yi Xian knows the location where master placed the blueprint. Master shouldn't have any doubts about this, right? Speaking up to this point, Bai Zhenmu raised his head and looked at his master. Seeing that his master nodded in agreement, he continued, Junior brother Liu has already said that this precious blueprint is simply a supreme treasure for people like us who practice the art of mechanisms. Even if some people aren't tempted, it's only because they haven't seen it often. If they see it a few times, I believe that no one won't be tempted. Moreover, third senior brother's analysis just now also shows that it's very likely that the position of the branch master will be passed to Yi Xian. At that time, Yi Xian will be able to obtain this blueprint. Speaking up to this point, Bai Zhenmu paused for a moment. He looked up at Sun Xinjing and asked, Master, am I right? After hearing Bai Zhenmu's words, Sun Xinjing thought for a moment and nodded. Seeing Sun Xinjing nod, Bai Zhenmu continued, but in the South County branch, is Yi Xian the only one with the highest attainments in the art of mechanisms? Speaking up to this point, Bai Zhenmu did not wait for anyone to answer and continued to speak. Chapter 192. At this point, Bai Zhenmu turned to look at Sun Xinjing before continuing. Although Yi Xian's attainments in the art of mechanisms are very high, he's not the best among us. At this point, Bai Zhenmu turned to eldest senior brother LV Wenkang and cupped his fists. He smiled and said, for example, eldest senior brother LV Yongkang's attainments in the art of mechanisms are definitely not lower than Yi Xian's. After saying this, Bai Zhenmu turned to look at his master and cupped his fists again. Master, is what disciple said right? After Sun Xinjing heard Bai Zhenmu's words, he nodded and said in a deep voice, you're right. LV Wenkang's skills in the art of mechanisms are indeed very high. He's definitely not inferior to Yi Xian's. After hearing Sun Xinjing's answer, Bai Zhenmu continued. Another example is third senior brother Zhonglaji. Although his attainments in the art of mechanisms are not as good as Yi Xian's, overall, they're not much different. At this point, Bai Zhenmu cupped his fists again at Sun Xinjing and asked, Master, am I right? Sun Xinjing nodded when he heard this. That's true. Zhonglaji's skills in the art of mechanisms are indeed not bad. Bai Zhenmu continued, Master, what do you think of my skills in the art of mechanisms? After Sun Xinjing heard Bai Zhenmu's question, he did not immediately nod this time. Instead, he hesitated for a moment. Bai Zhenmu was his disciple, so he naturally knew Bai Zhenmu's strength very well. Bai Zhenmu was indeed very talented in the art of mechanisms. In addition, he was diligent and eager to learn, so his skills in the art of mechanisms improved very quickly. Sun Xinjing saw all of this. However, there were some things in Sun Xinjing's heart that Bai Zhenmu did not understand. Sun Xinjing knew Bai Zhenmu's identity, so he naturally knew that he was from the Bai family in South County. It was precisely because of this reason that Sun Xinjing hesitated. If the South County branch was controlled by Bai Zhenmu, it would be equivalent to being controlled by the Bai family in the South County. Under such circumstances, Sun Xinjing did not want Bai Zhenmu to become the leader of the South County branch no matter what. Sun Xinjing knew very well that even though Bai Zhenmu and Yi Xian had never competed, Bai Zhenmu's attainments in government affairs were definitely not lower than Yi Xian's. It was only because he was a member of the Bai family in South County that Sun Xinjing alienated him and did not want him to become the leader of the South County branch. If Bai Zhenmu was willing to obediently work for the South County branch, Sun Xinjing would definitely not object. After all, Bai Zhenmu could be considered a talent. A talent in the South County branch was definitely not a bad thing. However, Sun Xinjing was unwilling to let him become the leader of the South County branch no matter what. Although he knew that Bai Zhenmu was very strong, Bai Zhenmu's identity meant that he would not be trusted by Sun Xinjing. At this moment, after hearing Bai Zhenmu's question, Sun Xinjing was only stunned for a moment before he slowly nodded and said with a smile, "That's indeed the case. You're also very talented in government affairs." Hearing Sun Xinjing's words, Bai Zhenmu was a little angry. He could already tell that Sun Xinjing's answer was obviously perfunctory. However, even if Bai Zhenmu knew that Sun Xinjing was perfunctory, he could not do anything about it. After all, Sun Xinjing was still the leader of the South County branch. With just one word, he could immediately pack his luggage and get out of the South County branch. Bai Zhenmu took a deep breath and calmed himself down before speaking slowly. "Master, choosing the next leader is a very important matter. I think that as long as Yi Xian hasn't become the leader, he will be worried. Although we all know that Master will definitely let Yi Xian be the leader of the South County branch, I think that Yi Xian won't be at ease." At this point, Bai Zhenmu paused for a moment. He sighed before continuing. "Master, we all know very well that in the future, you will definitely choose Yi Xian to be the next leader. However, Master, you also know that among the many disciples of the South County branch, Yi Xian is not the best in government affairs. Therefore, I think he should be very worried. Yi Xian is worried that something will happen before he becomes the leader. This is because he knows very well that he is not the best in government affairs, and it is very likely that he will not be able to become the leader. Therefore, he wanted to solve this problem. Therefore, he thought of this method. He stole his master's blueprint. Yi Xian knew that even if he stole the blueprint, no one would suspect him. This was because everyone knew that he would soon become the next leader, and the blueprint would soon belong to him. Why would he steal the blueprint? It was precisely because of this reason that Yi Xian dared to make a move. This was because Yi Xian knew that once the blueprint was lost, his master would definitely be furious. When he found the person who stole the blueprint, he would definitely not let him off easily. Yi Xian stole the blueprint not just to look at the blueprint, but for another purpose. At this point, Bai Zhenmu cupped his fists at Sun Xinjing again and said loudly, "Master, Yi Xian stole this blueprint." Then, he took advantage of the fact that no one would suspect him to frame someone else. This was his main goal. In the South County branch, if anyone posed the most threat to him, he would frame that person. For example, eldest senior brother, third senior brother, and me. The three of us would be framed by Yi Xian to achieve his goal of getting rid of us. However, Yi Xian didn't expect Master to be so decisive. When we discovered that he stole the blueprint, we immediately locked him up. At this point, Bai Zhenmu sighed and continued, "I think that Yi Xian didn't expect him to be so decisive. Yi Xian only thought about how we would react, but he didn't expect that we would take him down with lightning speed. It also completely ruined his subsequent plans." At the end of his words, Bai Zhenmu cupped his fists at Sun Xinjing again and said loudly, "Master, do you think my deduction is reasonable?" After Sun Xinjing heard Bai Zhenmu's words, he nodded in his heart. Bai Zhenmu's words were indeed very reasonable. Just like what Zhong Laji had said earlier, if Yi Xian stole the blueprint, no one would suspect him. This was because everyone knew that as long as Sun Xinjing left the South County branch, he would be the next branch master. There was no need for him to steal the blueprint. Since no one would suspect him, even if he stole the blueprint, no one would suspect him. Yi Xian had used everyone's thoughts to think that even if he stole the blueprint, no one would suspect him. That was why he started his plan. Stealing the blueprint went very smoothly. However, Yi Xian never expected that after stealing the blueprint, he would take him down without listening to his explanation. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing sighed secretly. He guessed that it was very likely that he did not listen to Yi Xian's explanation and locked Yi Xian in the regret pavilion without hesitation. This was why Yi Xian did not have the chance to frame his fellow disciples. Chapter 193. After Bai Zhenmu finished his analysis, he kept sneaking glances at Sun Xinjing's expression. He knew that no matter how well he said or how reasonable his analysis was, it would be useless. Only if Sun Xinjing said that his analysis was right would it be the most effective. After waiting for a while, Bai Zhenmu saw that his master's expression kept changing. He knew that his master was hesitating whether he should suspect Yi Xian. Bai Zhenmu couldn't be anxious. He could only wait. Sun Xinjing's answer was very important. If Sun Xinjing suspected Yi Xian, then his plan might succeed. If Sun Xinjing still chose not to suspect Yi Xian, then his plan would never succeed. As he thought of this, Bai Zhenmu, who had been keeping his head down, suddenly had a cold glint in his eyes. Nobody knew what this cold glint meant. Only Bai Zhenmu knew what he wanted to do. Bai Zhenmu couldn't afford to lose this dispute. If he lost, he would have no way of making a comeback. After waiting for a long time, just as Bai Zhenmu was getting a little impatient, he saw a hint of sadness on Sun Xinjing's face. At the same time, Sun Xinjing nodded at him. When he saw Sun Xinjing nod, Bai Zhenmu felt as if a huge rock had been lifted from his heart. He suddenly felt relieved. He knew what Sun Xinjing's nod meant. Sun Xinjing no longer trusted Yi Xian. He acknowledged his own words and also acknowledged that Yi Xian was most likely the person who had stolen the blueprint. As he thought of this, Bai Zhenmu thought quickly. Suddenly, he cupped his fists at Sun Xinjing and said loudly, "Master, your disciple still has some thoughts. I don't know if I should say them." At the moment, Sun Xinjing felt like he had lost all hope. His most trusted disciple had betrayed him. Not only that, but Yi Xian had also wanted to use his trust to frame his other brothers. This kind of behavior had already crossed Sun Xinjing's bottom line. At the moment, his heart was burning with rage. Not only that, but the anger in his heart was also getting bigger and bigger. It was so big that he almost couldn't control himself. Just as Sun Xinjing was feeling vexed, he heard Bai Zhenmu speak again. Only then did he sober up a little. He waved his hand at Bai Zhenmu and said in a low voice, "What's the matter? Say it. I won't blame you." After hearing Sun Xinjing's words, Bai Zhenmu sneered in his heart and said slowly, "Master," he said slowly, "Yi Xian is locked up in the Repentance Pavilion. Logically speaking, everyone should be doing their own thing. However, why do you want to bring this matter up again?" At this point, Bai Zhenmu suddenly turned around and raised his hand to point at Zhong Laji. He said loudly, "Master, if I'm not wrong, it must be third senior brother who told you that Yi Xian was wronged. That's why he begged you to summon all of us here to discuss this matter again." After Sun Xinjing heard Bai Zhenmu's words, he turned to look at Zhong Laji and nodded. "That's right. It was your third senior brother who begged me." After Bai Zhenmu heard Sun Xinjing's answer, he sneered and continued speaking. Third senior brother still wants to turn the tables on Yi Xian in this situation with irrefutable evidence. I can't help but suspect his motives. At this point, Bai Zhenmu stopped looking at Zhong Laji and turned to face Sun Xinjing again. "I'm guessing that third senior brother must be in contact with Yi Xian. If I'm not mistaken, this matter was done by Yi Xian and third senior brother together." Zhong Laji, who had been listening by the side, couldn't help but shout at this moment. He no longer cared about his master's presence. "Bai Zhenmu, don't talk nonsense. Why would I work with Yi Xian to steal the blueprint? What evidence do you have to prove that Yi Xian and I worked together to steal the blueprint?" Speaking up to this point, Zhong Laji took a few deep breaths to calm down his exploding mood before continuing. "Bai Zhenmu, if you suspect me like this, then I can also suspect you. You're the one who stole the blueprint." After Sun Xinjing heard Zhong Laji's words, he was stunned and looked at Bai Zhenmu in confusion. He then turned to look at Zhong Laji and asked, "Do you have any evidence?" After Zhong Laji heard Sun Xinjing's words, he turned to look at Bai Zhenmu and said angrily, "Master, Bai Zhenmu just said that his skill in mechanisms is definitely not inferior to Yi Xian's. This means that he might have stolen the blueprint as well. Because as long as he stole the blueprint, he could still frame Yi Xian. At that time, as long as Yi Xian is locked up, Master will choose a new successor. Master, you also know that eldest senior brother will never become a branch leader. We all know this very well. The only people left who can compete with Bai Zhenmu for the position of branch leader are me and junior brother Yi. In order to become the branch leader, Bai Zhenmu stole Master's blueprint. Then, he framed Yi Xian and made Master lock up Yi Xian. Now, he wants to frame me. As long as he gets rid of me, he can become the next branch leader without any accidents. At this point, Zhong Laji turned to look at Bai Zhenmu and said angrily, Bai Zhenmu, am I right? You were the one who stole the blueprint. After hearing Zhong Laji's words, Bai Zhenmu didn't look angry at all. He even clapped his hands and said with a smile, Third senior brother, you're right. If I get rid of you and Yi Xian, I should be able to become the next branch leader without any accidents. You're absolutely right. I won't deny this. Bai Zhenmu's words stunned everyone. Zhong Laji was even more baffled. He couldn't figure out what was going on. Could it be that Bai Zhenmu suddenly found his conscience and changed his mind? However, this thought only appeared in Zhong Laji's mind for a moment before he rejected it. Impossible. Bai Zhenmu definitely wasn't that kind of person. If he could frame Yi Xian and himself so viciously, he definitely wouldn't go back on his word. But what was the reason? Zhong Laji was a little puzzled as he looked at the smiling Bai Zhenmu. Bai Zhenmu, is that really what you think? After listening to Zhong Laji's question, Bai Zhenmu nodded with a smile. Third senior brother, your analysis is correct. Under such circumstances, it is indeed possible for me to steal that blueprint, and it is also possible for me to shift the blame to you and Yi Xian. Because it is indeed in my best interest to do so. After hearing Bai Zhenmu's confirmation for the second time, Zhong Laji was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. Sun Xinjing was even more puzzled. Just now, Bai Zhenmu clearly said that Yi Xian and Zhong Laji were the ones who stole the blueprint. But why didn't he object to Zhong Laji's accusation? Instead, he agreed with Zhong Laji's statement. Chapter 194. Just when Sun Xinjing was puzzled and Zhong Laji was dumbfounded, Bai Zhenmu suddenly turned around and looked at Sun Xinjing. He cupped his fist and said, Master, third senior brother is right. I might steal the blueprint, but he forgot one thing. Speaking of this, Bai Zhenmu turned around and looked at Zhong Laji. He smiled and said, Third senior brother, do you know what you forgot? Zhong Laji, who was already stunned, heard Bai Zhenmu's question and shook his head blankly. Seeing Zhong Laji shake his head, Bai Zhenmu nodded in satisfaction. He then turned around and cupped his fists towards his master, Sun Xinjing, and said loudly, Master, this disciple doesn't know the location of this blueprint. Even if you want me to steal the blueprint, where would I go to steal it? Master, am I right? After Sun Xinjing heard Bai Zhenmu's words, he was stunned. He nodded but didn't answer. Zhong Laji already knew why Bai Zhenmu was so calm in the face of his accusation. Although what he said was reasonable, he lacked the most important thing. Bai Zhenmu didn't know the location of the blueprint, so naturally, there was no way for him to steal the blueprint. All his accusations were not only useless, but it also made his master dislike him. Thinking of this, Zhong Laji secretly glanced at his master. Sure enough, his master was also looking at him angrily. Sun Xinjing saw Zhong Laji looking at him and asked again, Bai Zhenmu, if you don't know the location of the blueprint, naturally, there is no way to steal it. In the future, think carefully before you speak. After listening to his master's reprimand, Zhong Laji hurriedly agreed and promised that he wouldn't dare to do it again. At this moment, Bai Zhenmu was in a good mood. Zhong Laji was reprimanded by his master, which meant that things were going according to his plan. Thinking of this, Bai Zhenmu cupped his fist and said to his master, Master, there is a reason why this disciple suspected third senior brother. It's not without evidence. Third senior brother and Yi Xian have always had a good relationship. Everyone should be very clear about this. If Yi Xian told others the location of the blueprint, then this disciple has reason to believe that this person must be third senior brother. That's why I said that. Sun Xinjing nodded after hearing Bai Zhenmu's answer. He turned to Zhong Laji and asked, Zhong Laji, what do you have to say? After hearing his master's question, Zhong Laji knew that his master was already suspicious of him. At this moment, he didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly knelt before his master. He cupped his fists and said, Master, this disciple can swear to the heavens that he would never do such a disgraceful thing. Please believe this disciple. The person who stole the blueprints must be someone else. This time, without waiting for Sun Xinjing to speak, Bai Zhenmu had already sneered and said, "Third senior brother, do you think swearing will work? Then I can tell you that Yi Xian, who is locked up in the Repentance Pavilion, can also swear. Don't tell me that as long as Yi Xian swears, he will be cleared of suspicion. Third senior brother, you don't think it's that simple." After hearing Bai Zhenmu's words, Zhong Laji was furious. He couldn't be too presumptuous in front of his master, so he could only speak angrily. "Bai Zhenmu, what do you want then?" After hearing Zhong Laji's question, Bai Zhenmu ignored him and turned to Sun Xinjing. He cupped his fists and said, "Master, if third senior brother says that he's not a suspect, then he has to provide accurate evidence. Otherwise, the first suspicion will be that he and Yi Xian worked together to steal the blueprints." After hearing Bai Zhenmu's words, Sun Xinjing thought for a moment and nodded. He turned to look at Zhong Laji and asked slowly, "What do you have to say?" At this point, Sun Xinjing paused for a moment before continuing. "The only person who knows the location of the blueprints is Yi Xian. Bai Zhenmu just said that you have a good relationship with Yi Xian. I know this too. If Yi Xian could tell anyone else the location of the blueprints, he could only have told you. You won't deny this, right?" After hearing Sun Xinjing's question, Zhong Laji knew that things were bad. He knew that Sun Xinjing was starting to suspect him. He might even think that he was the one who stole the blueprints. At this moment, Zhong Laji was really panicking. He originally wanted to seek justice for Yi Xian, but now, not only did he fail to seek justice for Yi Xian, but he also got himself into trouble. Zhong Laji knew that if he got himself into trouble, no one would be able to save him. If Yi Xian was locked up in Repentance Hall, there were still people he wanted to save. If he was also locked up in Repentance Hall, then the two of them would never have a chance to make a comeback. However, Zhong Laji didn't know if Yi Xian was the one who stole the blueprints. Although Bai Zhenmu's analysis was targeted at Yi Xian, even Zhong Laji had to admit that Bai Zhenmu's words made sense. Yi Xian did have a good relationship with him, but could he prove that he wasn't the one who stole the blueprints? Or could he guarantee that he wasn't the one who stole the blueprints? He didn't dare to because this matter was indeed very strange. The location of the blueprints was indeed as Bai Zhenmu said. Only Yi Xian knew about it. No one knew if Yi Xian would be tempted after seeing the blueprints. Or perhaps, it was just as Bai Zhenmu said. Yi Xian stole the blueprints with ulterior motives. He wanted to use the fact that no one would suspect him to get rid of his opponent. But why did things turn out this way? Yi Xian stole the blueprints. Not only did he fail to get rid of his opponent, but he was also locked up in Repentance Hall. Was it a miscalculation or was it something he didn't do in the first place? No one knew which of these two possibilities was true. Just like these seniors in front of him. Who could guarantee that they didn't steal the blueprints? Just like what he said earlier, was eldest senior brother LV Wenkang really not a suspect? Was Bai Zhenmu not a suspect? In the face of such a precious blueprint, everyone was a suspect. It was just that they lacked the most crucial evidence. They didn't know the location of the blueprints. So, the suspicion towards them was a lot lower. In fact, there might not even be any. Zhong Laji knew that now that his master was suspicious of him, the next step would be really difficult. This situation had to be changed. Otherwise, the final outcome would be Bai Zhenmu getting the blueprints. Although Zhong Laji thought this in his heart, he couldn't think of a good way to change this situation. Bai Zhenmu said that he was a suspect because he had a good relationship with Yi Xian. Yi Xian would tell others the location of the blueprints. Even Zhong Laji admitted that Yi Xian would only tell him and not anyone else. Since this was the case, he was definitely the most suspicious. Zhong Laji also believed this. Chapter 195. If what Bai Zhenmu said was true, Zhong Laji knew that he was the most likely suspect. There was no doubt about that. This was where he was in a dilemma. If he wanted to defend himself, what could he use to defend himself? Although what Bai Zhenmu said was also based on speculation, it was reasonable and well-founded. Yi Xian knew the location of his master's blueprint. Everyone knew this. Yi Xian had a good relationship with him. Everyone knew this. Next, Yi Xian would tell him the location of the blueprint. Although the possibility of this happening was very small, everyone believed that if Yi Xian was willing to tell someone, that person would definitely be them. With so many reasonable speculations, Bai Jianmu's speculation was very convincing even though there was no evidence. Even his master, Sun Xinjing, believed it very much. Because everything was so reasonable. Zhong Leji thought about it carefully. He cupped his fists at his master and said, "Master, what Bai Jianmu said is impossible. Since Yi Xian is likely to become the next leader, then the master will also tell him the secret room where the drawings are kept. It will become his secret. In the future, even if he wants to keep any treasures, he will put them in this secret room. If he tells me the location of the secret room, then the secret room where he keeps his things will no longer be a secret. Therefore, Yi Xian will never tell me the location of the blueprint. Master, please investigate this." After saying this, Zhong Leji cupped his fists at his master again. He stopped talking and waited for his master's decision. Originally, Sun Xinjing had thought that Bai Jianmu's analysis was reasonable and that there was a certain possibility. However, after hearing Zhong Leji's words, he hesitated. Bai Jianmu said that Yi Xian would very likely tell Zhong Leji the location of the blueprint. However, Zhong Leji said that Yi Xian wouldn't tell him the location of the blueprint's location. This was because if Yi Xian became the branch leader in the future, then this secret room would belong to Yi Xian. If he wanted to put any treasures in the future, he would definitely put them in this secret room. No matter how stupid Yi Xian was, he wouldn't tell anyone such an important secret. Although this secret room belonged to Sun Xinjing now, when Yi Xian became the branch leader in the future, this secret room would belong to Yi Xian. In that case, would Yi Xian really tell this secret to Zhong Leji? Sun Xinjing thought about it carefully and felt that it was impossible. If Yi Xian told this secret to Zhong Leji, then this secret room would no longer be a secret room. In other words, after Yi Xian became the branch leader, he would be in charge of this secret room. Then, no matter what treasures he put in this secret room, it would no longer be safe because Zhong Leji knew the location of this secret room. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing raised his head and looked at Bai Jianmu. He asked, "Bai Jianmu, what do you think of Zhong Leji's words?" Ever since Zhong Leji finished speaking, Bai Jianmu had been thinking of a countermeasure. When he heard his master's question, he quickly replied, "Master, although third senior brother's words make sense, there are still many suspicious points." At this point, Bai Jianmu turned to look at Zhong Leji before continuing. "Master, third senior brother said that Yi Xian wouldn't tell him the location of the blueprint. Whether this is true or not, we don't have to argue about it. Let's talk about something else. Even if third senior brother doesn't know the location of the blueprint, he can still conspire with Yi Xian to do this. Perhaps Yi Xian agreed to let third senior brother see the blueprint in order to win over third senior brother's support. He used this as a condition to get third senior brother to help him achieve his goal. Master, this is also very possible." After Sun Xinjing heard Bai Jianmu's answer, he thought carefully and suddenly asked, "Bai Jianmu, why do you keep suspecting that Yi Xian and Zhong Leji are in contact? Is there a reason for this?" Bai Jianmu quickly shook his head and replied, "Master, the reason why I suspect third senior brother is in contact with Yi Xian is because third senior brother is trying to defend Yi Xian despite knowing that Yi Xian did it. Third senior brother's actions are too suspicious. No matter what, Master, as you can see, other than third senior brother, no one dares to interfere in this matter. They are all waiting for Master's decision. This shows that everyone is calm and not afraid of being suspected by Master. However, third senior brother is the only one who dares to risk being punished by Master to speak up for Yi Xian, who is locked up in the Repentance Pavilion. He even wants to point out that eldest senior brother is the one who stole the blueprint so that Yi Xian will be cleared of suspicion. Master, although this doesn't seem like much, and it seems like third senior brother is just trying to seek justice, when you think about it carefully, there seems to be more to it. Master, can we say that third senior brother is doing this because he has a guilty conscience? Perhaps third senior brother knows that if he doesn't rescue Yi Xian will rat him out. That's why he is so anxious to speak up for Yi Xian so that Yi Xian won't rat him out." At this point, Zhong Leji had heard such words many times, so he wasn't as angry as before. He was only thinking about how to resolve Bai Zhenmu's accusation so that he would be cleared of suspicion. Bai Zhenmu was right. Among these fellow apprentices, he was indeed the only one who spoke for Yi Xian. As for the others, they were either on Bai Zhenmu's side, or they did not care about this matter at all. At this moment, it was impossible for anyone to speak for him. He had to rely on himself for everything. Thinking of this, Zhong Laji took a deep breath and calmed his chaotic emotions. Then, he said slowly, Bai Zhenmu, you keep accusing me of being in cahoots with Yi Xian. Then, let me ask you, can I suspect that you are the one who stole the blueprint? Bai Zhenmu sneered after hearing Zhong Laji's question. Third senior brother, I already said that even if you accuse me of stealing the blueprint, I don't know where master put it. How can I steal it then? Don't tell me that Yi Xian told me where he put it. Haha. I don't think that's possible. I don't have a good relationship with Yi Xian. I don't think he would tell me where he put the blueprint no matter what. Everyone should be very clear about this. Speaking of this, Bai Zhenmu looked around at all the senior brothers and then looked at Zhong Laji again. At this time, after hearing Bai Zhenmu's words, Tang Zhenan hurriedly stood up and said, that's true. Yi Xian and Zhong Laji have a good relationship. We all know this and believe that Yi Xian can only tell third junior brother about the location of the blueprint. It seems impossible for anyone else. Chapter 196. Tang Zhenan paused for a moment before turning to look at Zhong Laji with a smile. Third junior brother Bai is right. Even if Yi Xian wanted to reveal the location of the blueprint to someone else, he definitely wouldn't do so. Does third junior brother doubt this? Zhong Laji shook his head and said loudly, of course not. Yi Xian and Bai Zhenmu don't have a good relationship. Furthermore, Yi Xian definitely wouldn't reveal the location of the blueprint to anyone else. No matter what, he wouldn't tell Bai Zhenmu the location of the blueprint. There's no doubt about that. Zhong Laji's reply stunned Tang Zhenan. He thought that Zhong Laji would argue strongly and convince everyone that Yi Xian would reveal the location of the blueprint to Bai Zhenmu. That way, he would be able to accuse Bai Zhenmu of stealing the blueprint. Why did Zhong Laji deny this possibility and admit that Yi Xian wouldn't reveal the location of the blueprint to Bai Zhenmu? What did he mean by that? What was Zhong Laji's motive for saying that? After Tang Zhenan recovered from the shock, the smile on his face faded a lot. He looked at Zhong Laji in confusion and asked, third junior brother, since Yi Xian won't tell Bai Zhenmu the location of the blueprint, then Bai Zhenmu definitely won't be suspected of stealing the blueprint. Third junior brother, you won't object to my words, right? Zhong Laji shook his head when he heard Tang Zhenan's question. He suddenly turned to look at his master, Sun Xinjing, and clasped his fist. Master, I would like to say something disrespectful. Please allow me. Sun Xinjing was shocked when he heard Zhong Laji's words. He quickly asked, what are you going to say? After hearing his master's words, Zhong Laji turned his head and glanced at Bai Zhenmu. He gritted his teeth and turned his gaze back to Sun Xinjing. Master, do you think that Yi Xian is the only one who knows the location of the blueprint? Sun Xinjing was stunned when he heard that. Then, his expression changed. He looked at Zhong Laji and asked slowly after a while. Zhong Laji, what do you mean? After listening to Sun Xinjing's words, Zhong Laji threw caution to the wind and hurriedly cupped his fists and said, Master, I think that the location where you put the blueprint has already been known by other. After Zhong Laji finished speaking, the expressions of the people in the hall changed. Zhong Laji's words meant that someone was secretly observing Sun Xinjing's every move, and from there, they knew the location of the blueprint, which was Sun Xinjing's secret room. What did this mean? This meant that everyone in the hall was a suspect. The reason why everyone suspected Yi Xian was because Yi Xian knew where the blueprint was kept. At least on the surface, Yi Xian was the only one who knew where the blueprint was kept. Other than him, no one else knew because Sun Xinjing had never led anyone to his secret room. However, Zhong Laji's words implied another possibility. This possibility was not only related to Bai Zhenmu alone, but to everyone. On the surface, only Yi Xian knew where the blueprint was kept, but behind his back, someone else might have secretly found the location. After listening to Zhong Laji's words, Sun Xinjing naturally understood this point. He didn't want to suspect his disciples, so he tried his best to control himself and not think of the worst. However, at this moment, since Zhong Laji said it, he couldn't help but think about it. Looking at the many disciples in the hall, Zhong Laji suddenly felt a sense of sadness spreading in his heart. These disciples were all carefully selected by him. They were all talented, loyal, and reliable disciples. If it was Yi Xian who stole the blueprint, although Sun Xinjing was angry that Yi Xian had betrayed him, he didn't feel much sadness. This was because Yi Xian knew where the blueprint was kept. If he stole the blueprint, it could only be said that he couldn't resist the temptation of the treasure and stole the blueprint. It could only be said that he didn't have enough willpower and was momentarily blinded. However, if what Zhong Laji said was true, it meant that some of his most trusted disciples had betrayed him. Not only that, but they were also observing him and plotting to find the secret room where he kept the treasure. When he thought of this, Sun Xinjing felt a chill in his heart. The South County branch was his home. He felt extremely safe at home, but now, he suddenly had a feeling of insecurity in his heart. These disciples in front of him seemed to have changed in Sun Xinjing's eyes. They had all become suspicious. Sun Xinjing's gaze slowly swept across the hall from left to right. His gaze landed on every disciple and paused for a moment. He wanted to see if this disciple had betrayed him. After looking at all his disciples, Sun Xinjing sighed helplessly. It was impossible to find these problems on the surface. The more things were like this, the more suspicious everyone was. At this moment, Sun Xinjing felt a faint sense of regret. He regretted locking Yi Xian in the Repentance Pavilion because he now knew that Yi Xian might not be the person who stole the blueprint. Although he was still very suspicious, there was at least a slight possibility that he didn't steal the blueprint. After Zhong Laji said this, everyone in the hall was shocked. Everyone had thought about Zhong Laji's words, but no one said it out loud. Because if they said it out loud, it would be too hurtful. Seeing his master's expression change non-stop and the sadness in his eyes, Bai Jianmu cursed in his heart. If things continued according to the trajectory just now, Zhong Laji would definitely be finished. However, he did not expect that a cornered dog would jump over a wall, let alone Zhong Laji. Bai Jianmu knew that Zhong Laji had been chased to a corner by them. If he did not resist, he would no longer have a chance. At this time, he had to get rid of this thought and not let his master think of it. Otherwise, if his master thought of this possibility, not only would he not be able to push Zhong Laji to the bottom of the valley, even Yi Xian would be released. Thinking of this, Bai Jianmu knew that he could not delay any longer. However, at this moment, he could not speak because Zhong Laji's words were targeted at him. If he refuted, he would not have much strength. Bai Jianmu hurriedly turned his head and gave Tang Jianan, who was beside him, and Liu Huarong, who was a little further away, a look, indicating that they should speak quickly and dispel his master's thoughts. After Zhong Laji's words, Tang Jianan naturally understood the stakes. If his master thought of this possibility, it would be really bad. This proved that Yi Xian was not the only person who could steal the blueprint. There was another thief hiding in the dark and secretly observing his master, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. It was one of the other disciples. Chapter 197. Tang Jianan saw the look in Bai Jianmu's eyes and immediately understood. He hurriedly stepped forward and cupped his hands to Sun Xinjing. Master, don't listen to third junior brother's nonsense. Among us, who would do such a thing? Please believe us. After hearing Tang Jianan's words, Liu Huarong also knew that this was not the time to back down. He hurriedly stepped forward and said, Master, we are all your disciples. How could we do something that would let you down? Please believe us, Master. We would never do such a thing. 7th junior brother Mai Guangji and 8th junior sister Li Shuiyan, who had been silent all this while, also hurriedly stepped forward and said, Master, please believe us. We would never do such a thing that goes against the sect. Eldest senior brother LV Wenkang, who had been silent all this while, also stepped forward and said, Master, please believe us. We would never do such a thing. After everyone stepped forward to speak, Bai Jianmu cupped his hands to Sun Xinjing and said, Master, third senior brother is gauging the heart of a gentleman with his own mean measure. I think that only someone who would do such a thing would have such thoughts. Master, please investigate clearly. Zhong Laji was helpless when he heard that Bai Jianmu was still blaming him at this time. He could only cup his hands to Sun Xinjing and say, Master, I would never do anything that would let you down. Please believe me. Sun Xinjing really couldn't believe it when he saw the disciples step forward to guarantee him. Someone was secretly looking for his secret room. This thought was like a magic box that had been opened. Since this thought had been released, it was impossible to completely retract it. Sun Xinjing's thoughts were exactly the same. In the past, he didn't want to think in this direction because these disciples were the people he trusted the most. Therefore, he didn't want to think of these disciples in a bad way. However, Zhong Laji dug out the thoughts buried in his heart. Once this thought was dug out, it could no longer be controlled. Sun Xinjing suddenly felt a little tired when he saw these disciples bowing to him and saying that they wouldn't steal the blueprint. He taught each of his disciples with great care, wanting to teach them everything he had learned in his life. However, how did they treat him? They secretly observed him, looked for the place where he kept his treasures, and then waited for an opportunity to steal the precious blueprint that his master had spent half his life researching. At the thought of this, Sun Xinjing felt that the beast in his heart couldn't be controlled. He turned his head to look at Zhong Laji's eyes and asked harshly, Zhong Laji, if you think that there are other people besides Yi Xian who knows the blueprint's location, then tell me, who else knows the location? After hearing Sun Xinjing's Zhong Laji's words, Sun Xinjing immediately sneered after hearing Zhong Laji's answer. Since you don't know, how dare you say that there are other people besides Yi Xian who know the blueprint's location? What are you thinking? Although Sun Xinjing's question was cold, Zhong Laji had already thought of a response. At this moment, after hearing Sun Xinjing's question, Zhong Laji quickly replied, Master, the reason why your disciple thinks this way is because I know how precious that blueprint is. If we don't find it as soon as possible, the consequences will be unimaginable. At this point, Zhong Laji secretly glanced at his master and saw that his master's expression was getting uglier. He knew that he had guessed correctly and quickly continued. Master, in order to prevent that blueprint from being leaked, it's better to quickly think of a way. Now, Yi Xian has been locked up in the Repentance Pavilion for quite some time. If he really stole it, he would have taken it out long ago. At this point, Zhong Laji's tone paused for a moment before he continued. That's why your disciple had no choice but to say such disgraceful words. I hope to find the blueprint as soon as possible to prevent it from being leaked to outsiders. After hearing Zhong Laji's words, Sun Xinjing nodded. His tone softened a little as he said again, Zhong Laji, what should we do next? Do you have an idea? After hearing Sun Xinjing's words, Zhong Laji smiled bitterly and shook his head. Master, your disciple doesn't have a good idea yet. Originally, I asked you to gather everyone here so that we could think about it together. However, I didn't expect this to happen. At this point, Zhong Laji paused for a moment. He thought for a moment before he continued, if we want to find the person who stole the blueprint at any time, we have to find him first. Who would want to steal the blueprint? After hearing Zhong Laji's words, Sun Xinjing nodded and asked slowly, in that case, is it the same as the question you asked just now? Zhong Laji nodded. That's even more so. Your disciple had the same idea just now, which was why he asked that question. After hearing Zhong Laji's words, Sun Xinjing thought about it carefully. If what Zhong Laji said was true, then the blueprint was not stolen by Yi Xian, but by someone else. In the entire South County branch, Sun Xinjing knew very well that he had only led Yi Xian to that secret room. Other than Yi Xian, he would not allow anyone else to get close. If Zhong Laji's hypothesis was correct and Yi Xian was not the person who stole the blueprint, then if others wanted to steal the blueprint, they had to know the location of the blueprint. There were two ways to get to the location of the blueprint. One was to find out from Yi Xian, and the other was to find out from Sun Xinjing. It was impossible to find out from Sun Xinjing because this secret room was his own secret. He had placed all the secret things in this secret room. The reason why he told Yi Xian about this secret room and even led Yi Xian there was because if there were no accidents, Yi Xian would be the next branch master. Sooner or later, he would know about this secret room. Even if he knew about it earlier, it did not matter. However, it was impossible for others to find out from Sun Xinjing. Therefore, the location where the blueprint was placed from Sun Xinjing could basically be ruled out. Then, only Yi Xian was left. Would Yi Xian reveal the location of the blueprint? Sun Xinjing guessed that he would not. This was because this was the secret of the South County branch master. If he told others, it would not be a secret anymore. Therefore, Sun Xinjing felt that the possibility of Yi Xian revealing the location of the secret room was very small. It could even be said that it was impossible. Then, since he could not get any information about the secret room from Sun Xinjing and Yi Xian, he could only secretly observe it himself. Among these disciples, other than Mai Guangji and Li Shuiyan, everyone had been by Sun Xinjing's side for at least 10 years. In these 10 years, if they really wanted to find clues about the secret room, it should be very possible. This was because no matter how strict Sun Xinjing's defenses were, there would always be times when he let his guard down. Chapter 198. Even Sun Xinjing had to admit that if a disciple really wanted to investigate the location of his secret room, as long as he paid attention, it was very likely that he would be able to find out about it. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing felt even more uncomfortable in his heart. His most trusted disciple had been scheming against him from the very beginning. This was really ridiculous. Zhong Laji originally didn't want to say this out loud, but things had already come to this point. If he didn't say it out loud, he was afraid that he would be unlucky. Zhong Laji knew that it didn't matter if he was unlucky, but he was afraid that the blueprint would never be found. Therefore, this matter had to be said, and that blueprint had to be found. Thinking of this, Zhong Laji once again cupped his fists towards his master and said loudly, "Master, this matter must be investigated. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable." After hearing Zhong Laji's words, Sun Xinjing nodded and said slowly, "You must investigate and find the blueprint. No matter who stole it, I won't let them off." When Sun Xinjing said the last few words, it was as if half of the words were squeezed out from between his teeth. When everyone heard it, they felt as cold as metal rubbing against metal. After hearing Sun Xinjing's words, everyone's expression changed. They knew that their master was really angry. If they found the person who stole the blueprint this time, that person's fate would definitely be very tragic. Bai Jianmu's eyebrows twitched a few times, but all of this only lasted for an instant before he returned to normal. He only pondered for a moment before he clasped his fist at Sun Xinjing and loudly said, "Thank you. Master, even if that's the case, do you really believe that someone would do this?" After hearing Bai Jianmu's words, Sun Xinjing was stunned at first, then asked coldly, "Why, do you think it's impossible?" When Bai Jianmu heard this, he nodded, then stretched out his hand and pointed at the hall, then said loudly, "Master, look at these disciples in front of you. Which one of them hasn't received your careful guidance? Which one of them is like an ungrateful person? Master, this disciple really can't see who would do such a thing." After hearing Bai Jianmu's words, Sun Xinjing glanced at the people in the hall and sighed. He had only taken in 8 disciples in his life, but now, something like this had happened. Zhong Laji's words made sense. It was indeed possible that someone was secretly searching for the location of the secret room. After finding it, they would steal the most precious blueprint. This was very likely. However, Bai Jianmu's words also made sense. When he chose his disciple, he didn't just look at the person's talent. The most important thing was the person's character. It could be said that these 8 disciples had all passed Sun Xinjing's test to become Sun Xinjing's disciples. Could it be that the disciple he had chosen would really do such a thing? Thinking of Bai Jianmu's words, Sun Xinjing hesitated. Could it be that he had guessed wrongly? Seeing the hesitation on Sun Xinjing's face, Zhong Laji hurriedly went forward and cupped his fists. "Master, as the saying goes, you may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. For things like this, no one knows the truth." Speaking of this, Zhong Laji paused for a moment. Then, he spoke in a more serious tone. "Master, regardless of whether you suspect them or not, the blueprint has really been lost. This disciple thinks that if we don't find the blueprint as soon as possible, it will be bad." Hearing this, Sun Xinjing's heart suddenly ached. Zhonglaji was right. Regardless of whether he suspected them or not, the blueprint had been lost. This was a matter of absolute certainty. Everything else was a small matter. The blueprint had to be found as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the blueprint was leaked out, wouldn't half of his master's efforts be wasted? Thinking of this, the trace of hesitation on Sun Xinjing's face immediately disappeared. It was replaced with a hint of coldness. When Bai Jianmu saw the hesitation on his master's face, he knew that his words had worked. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. At a time like this, he couldn't let his master suspect others. If he suspected others, it would mean that Yi Xian was no longer a suspect. This was something that Bai Jianmu didn't want to see. In Bai Jianmu's opinion, whether his master's secret chamber was discovered or not was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the blueprint had to be stolen by Yi Xian. This point couldn't be changed. If it was changed, it would be the worst thing that could happen. Seeing that his master's mind was about to change, he didn't expect that he would be persuaded by Zhonglaji. Seeing this scene, Bai Jianmu knew that this couldn't go on. He had to find a way to reverse the situation. Otherwise, he might lose this dispute. Thinking of this, Bai Jianmu didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly cupped his fists at Sun Xinjing and said loudly, "Master, this disciple thinks that there's no need to go through so much trouble. The blueprint must have been stolen by Yi Xian." After hearing Bai Jianmu's words, Sun Xinjing's expression couldn't help but change. Just now, Zhonglaji had made it very clear that among all the disciples, it was very likely that other than Yi Xian, there was someone else who knew the location of the person who released the blueprint. But why was Bai Jianmu still holding on to this point? If Zhonglaji's words were confirmed, then needless to say, Sun Xinjing could be certain that Yi Xian's suspicions were greatly reduced. In fact, this matter might not even be done by Yi Xian. However, at this moment, Bai Jianmu still insisted that this matter was done by Yi Xian. How could Sun Xinjing not be suspicious? Could it be that there was something wrong with Bai Jianmu? Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing looked up at Bai Jianmu and said with some displeasure, "You heard what your third senior brother said just now. Don't tell me you think that what he said is unreasonable." After hearing Sun Xinjing's question, Bai Jianmu hurriedly shook his head and said loudly, "Master, this is completely different." When Sun Xinjing heard this, he was a little puzzled. "Bai Jianmu, what do you mean? Hurry up and tell me." After hearing his master's question, Bai Jianmu hurriedly replied, "Master, this disciple said that this matter is different from what my third senior brother said. It makes sense. Third senior brother said that someone knew the location where you put the blueprint, so they went to steal it. However, this disciple doesn't think that is the case. Because none of us would do anything to let you down. Please believe me, Master." After hearing Bai Jianmu's answer, Sun Xinjing shook his head in disappointment. He thought that Bai Jianmu would say something useful, but he didn't expect that other than a bunch of nonsense, there was nothing useful. Sun Xinjing looked at Bai Jianmu and asked with some disappointment, "Is that all you wanted to say?" When Bai Jianmu heard this, he hurriedly shook his head. "Master, this disciple hasn't started yet. I just wanted to know if you want to listen to this disciple." When Sun Xinjing heard this, his eyes lit up and he hurriedly said, "All right then, hurry up and say it." Chapter 199. To be honest, Sun Xinjing did not want things to be like what Zhonglaji had said. In the South County branch, other than Yi Xian, there was someone else who knew about the secret room where the blueprint was kept. That was because that meant betrayal. Someone betrayed the sect. This was something that Sun Xinjing did not want to see. If the blueprint was stolen by Yi Xian, it could only be said that he did not have enough willpower. However, if it was stolen by someone else, it meant that someone had wanted to betray the sect for benefits from the very beginning. At this moment, when he heard that Bai Jianmu might know the location of the blueprint, Sun Xinjing actually had a faint sense of anticipation in his heart. He hoped that what Bai Jianmu said was true and what Zhonglaji said was just a guess. Seeing the anticipation in Sun Xinjing's eyes, Bai Jianmu immediately understood his master's thoughts. He was delighted and quickly spoke. "Master, among the disciples present, other than 7th junior brother and 8th junior sister, the rest have been by your side for at least 10 years. After so many years, if they knew the location of the secret room, they would have stolen the good things inside long ago. Why would they wait until now? Master, I think that it's impossible for the blueprint to be stolen by someone other than Yi Xian. After Sun Xinjing heard Bai Zhenmu's words, his eyes could not help but light up. Bai Zhenmu's words were definitely very reasonable. Everyone had been in the sect for so long. If they knew the location of the blueprint, would they wait until now to steal it? There was not only one blueprint in that secret room. It could be said that the best things in the South County branch were all in that secret room. If someone knew about that secret room, would they wait until now to steal it? Impossible. Sun Xinjing only thought about this question for a moment before immediately rejecting it. Since someone had deliberately found the secret room where the blueprint was placed, they would definitely have made a move early. Even if they did not have the blueprint at that time, there would still be other good things. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing's face immediately relaxed. When he raised his head to look at the disciples in front of him, he immediately felt much closer. Thinking that none of these disciples knew about the secret room, Sun Xinjing felt relieved. At the same time, he sighed secretly. It was not for anyone else, but for his most trusted Yi Xian. If there were no accidents like stealing the blueprint, Sun Xinjing might really pass on the position of the branch leader to him. However, why did Yi Xian have to be so stubborn? Why did he have to steal the blueprint at this critical moment? Could it be that he couldn't even wait for a few days? Or, as Bai Zhenmu had said, Yi Xian really wanted to take the opportunity to eliminate his opponent after stealing the blueprint. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing sighed even more. He had already told Yi Xian. Why was he still so stubborn? After hearing Sun Xinjing's sigh, Bai Zhenmu was ecstatic. He knew that his master had already believed his words and was sighing for Yi Xian. At the same time, Bai Zhenmu also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If his master really believed Zhonglaji's words and suspected that the person who stole the blueprint was not Yi Xian, but someone else, then this matter would really be difficult to handle. Now, everything was back to his plan. As long as his master believed that Yi Xian was the person who stole the blueprint, Bai Zhenmu did not care about anything else. Zhonglaji could not hear Sun Xinjing's sigh. He knew that things were not good. He also knew who his master was sighing for. It was definitely for Yi Xian. There was no other possibility. In this way, his master did not believe his own words, but Bai Zhenmu's words. Yi Xian was once again the person who stole the blueprint, and it was very likely that he would become Yi Xian's accomplice again. He would become the target of Bai Zhenmu's group. Thinking of this, Zhonglaji didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly cupped his hands towards his master and said loudly, "Master, this disciple thinks that what junior brother Bai said is wrong. Someone knew the location of the secret room, but didn't steal it because there was nothing worth stealing. It wasn't until he obtained this precious blueprint that he chose to steal it. Master, please believe in disciples' words. This kind of thing is definitely possible." When Sun Xinjing heard this, he nodded. Just as he was about to speak, Bai Zhenmu beat him to it and said, "Master, this disciple thinks that what third senior brother said is wrong. In Master's secret chamber, this disciple guesses that there must be many valuable things. For someone who cultivates in the art of mechanisms, these are rare treasures. I think that anyone who practices the art of traps will definitely not be able to resist taking one or two items when they see so many treasures." At this point, Bai Zhenmu paused for a moment before continuing. "Master, after so many years, I don't think you have lost anything, right?" Sun Xinjing nodded after hearing Bai Zhenmu's words. "Indeed, I have never lost anything." After hearing Sun Xinjing's answer, Bai Zhenmu's lips curled into a smug smile. He turned to look at Zhonglaji and said with a smile, "Third senior brother, you heard me. Third senior brother, you also heard Master's words. If someone knows the secret room where Master keeps the blueprints, then why hasn't anything been lost in all these years? Third senior brother, why don't you tell me the reason for this?" At this moment, before Zhonglaji could reply, Tang Zhenan, who was at the side, beat him to it and said, "Third junior brother Bai is right. If anyone is deliberately looking for the secret room where Master kept the blueprints, they would definitely take a few of them for cultivation when they saw so many precious treasures. Why would they wait until now? After hearing their questions, Zhong Leji was a little puzzled. Although Bai Jianmu and Tang Jianan weren't on the same side as him, Zhong Leji still agreed with what they said. Since they knew the secret room where Master kept the blueprint, why hadn't he lost anything? Zhong Leji also believed that although the blueprint was the most precious item in Master's secret room, there were still many good things that could attract people to steal it. However, why hadn't a single item been lost after so many years? What was the reason? Thinking of this, Zhong Leji's heart skipped a beat. He thought of another possibility. Could it be that the person who stole the blueprint had only recently found out the location of the secret room? Thinking of this possibility, Zhong Leji thought about it carefully and felt that his guess made sense. Perhaps it was that precious blueprint that attracted someone, so he thought of ways to find the location of the secret room. After knowing the location of the secret room, he decisively made his move and stole the blueprint. If that was the case, everything could be explained. Why had Master never lost anything in the past? It was because no one knew the location of the secret room. Now that he had lost something, it was because of the blueprint. Chapter 200. This blueprint was too precious. Everyone knew that as long as they could get their hands on it, their skills in engineering would improve greatly. Under such temptation, there should be someone who was tempted. Thinking of this, Zhong Leji hurriedly cupped his fists towards Sun Xinjing and said, "Master, disciple guesses that after the blueprint was sent here, someone coveted it and deliberately searched for the location of the secret room. After finding it, they decisively stole the blueprint. It was also because of this that Master did not discover that something had been stolen in the past. That was because at that time, no one knew the location of the secret room." After Sun Xinjing heard Zhong Leji's words, his eyes suddenly narrowed and his heart suddenly rose again. According to what Zhong Leji said, it was only after the blueprint was delivered that someone wanted to explore his secret room. Then, they took the opportunity to steal it. This was also possible. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing turned to look at Bai Jianmu and asked, "What do you think?" After hearing his master's question, Bai Jianmu hurriedly cupped his fists and replied, "Master, I think that this is absolutely impossible. First of all, although Disciple does not know where the secret room where Master kept the blueprint is, Disciple guesses that it must be very hidden and not easily discovered by others. It has only been a month since this blueprint was sent here. I think it's impossible to find Master's secret room within this 1 month. Therefore, Disciple thinks that third senior brother's words are unreasonable. I also don't think that anyone else knows the location of the secret room." Speaking of this, Bai Jianmu paused for a moment. He turned to look at Zhong Leji and sneered, "Third senior brother, do you think that someone can find Master's secret room in such a short time?" After hearing Bai Jianmu's words, Zhong Leji only smiled faintly and said, "Junior brother Bai, Master has never guarded against us disciples. If someone has evil intentions and deliberately searched for the secret room where Master kept the blueprint, I think it is still possible to find it." After hearing Zhong Leji's answer, Bai Jianmu sneered and asked loudly, "Third senior brother, you sound so confident. Do you know who stole the drawing? Or do you know who else besides Yi Xian knows about Master's secret room?" Zhong Leji shook his head. "I'm not sure either. However, I believe that there's no way to hide the truth. We'll definitely be able to find that person." Bai Jianmu sneered. "Third senior brother, since you don't know who it is, and you don't know if anyone else knows about Master's secret room, you can say that there is someone else besides Yi Xian who knows about Master's secret room." At this point, Bai Jianmu paused and turned to Sun Xinjing. He cupped his fists and said loudly, "Master, I suspect third senior brother's intentions." Third senior brother did not know who had stolen the blueprints, nor did he know if there was anyone else who knew about the secret room where Master had kept the blueprints. However, other than Yi Xian, there was someone else who knew about the secret room where Master had kept the blueprints. I've always suspected that third senior brother was very suspicious. He wanted to use this excuse to hide his true intentions. "Master, please investigate this matter thoroughly." Sun Xinjing was stunned when he heard Bai Jianmu's words. If Zhong Leji was really like what Bai Jianmu had said, saying that there was someone else who knew about the secret room where Master had kept the blueprints for another purpose, it was really suspicious. At this thought, Sun Xinjing's face darkened. He turned to look at Zhong Leji and asked, "You heard what Bai Jianmu said. Do you have anything to say?" Zhong Leji secretly cursed Bai Jianmu for being cunning when he heard what Bai Jianmu had said to his master. However, he couldn't help but admire Bai Jianmu. This guy could always find an excuse to refute in the face of adversity. At this thought, Zhong Leji hurriedly said, "Master, no one knows if this is true or not, but do you think the possibility that I mentioned will happen?" Sun Xinjing thought for a moment and nodded. "Go on." Zhong Leji continued, "Since there's such a possibility, why don't we investigate further? Don't forget that we still haven't found the whereabouts of the blueprints. The longer this matter drags on, the easier it will be for the blueprints to leak out. Therefore, we have to find the blueprints as soon as possible." As soon as Zhong Leji finished speaking, Bai Jianmu sneered. "Third senior brother, we haven't found the blueprints because Yi Xian refused to hand them over. It has nothing to do with anyone else. I think that as long as Yi Xian stays in Repenting Pavilion for a while, he will definitely hand them over obediently." After hearing Bai Jianmu's words, Zhong Leji was furious. If Yi Xian stayed in Repenting Pavilion for a while longer, it was hard to say if he could come out alive. Usually, staying in the Repentance Pavilion for 3 days was enough to make one's nerves collapse. But now, Yi Xian had already stayed there for 4 days. If he stayed there for a little longer, no one could say for sure what kind of accident would happen. Looking at Bai Jianmu's calm face, Zhong Leji could only sigh inwardly. He joined the sect 5 years earlier than Bai Jianmu. When Bai Jianmu joined the sect, Zhong Leji had helped him many times. In Zhong Leji's opinion, it was only natural for him to help his junior brother. Although he didn't do as much as his eldest senior brother in this aspect, he had never rejected Bai Jianmu when he asked him for guidance. He would always guide Bai Jianmu carefully until Bai Jianmu mastered it. At that time, Bai Jianmu was humble and polite. He was very respectful to Zhong Leji. The third senior brother he called out every day was so sincere. But now, things had turned out this way. Looking at Bai Jianmu's sneer and the disdain in his eyes, Zhong Leji felt a trace of sadness in his heart. When a person grew up, they would definitely change a lot. But it was really surprising that they could turn out this way. Zhong Leji took a deep breath and calmed his chaotic emotions. He looked at Bai Jianmu and said slowly, "Bai Jianmu, you should know very well what kind of place Repenting Pavilion is. Yi Xian has already been in there for 4 days. It's not a short time. If he stays in there any longer, there might be a big problem. If Yi Xian is really behind this, then no matter what happens, it will be Yi Xian's own fault. But if Yi Xian isn't behind this, what will happen if something happens? Bai Jianmu, haven't you thought about it?" Bai Jianmu was stunned when he heard Zhong Leji's words. But then, he thought of his family and his situation. His heart, which had been a little relaxed, turned cold again. "Third senior brother, what right do you have to say that Yi Xian isn't behind this? Up until now, tell me, who is more suspicious than Yi Xian? In the entire South County branch, tell me, who could have stolen that blueprint? Other than Yi Xian, who knows the location of the blueprint, who else could have stolen it?" Chapter 201. Bai Jianmu looked at Zhong Leji and asked coldly, "Third senior brother, tell me. Other than Yi Xian, who else could possibly steal the blueprint?" Zhong Leji smiled bitterly after hearing Bai Jianmu's question. If he knew who stole the blueprint, he wouldn't have wasted so much time talking to Bai Jianmu. Although he didn't want to answer Bai Jianmu's question, his master was watching from the side. It was impossible not to answer. Looking at Sun Xinjing's intense gaze, Zhong Leji understood that his master was also eager to know who stole the blueprint. Zhong Leji thought for a moment, then he suddenly turned around and looked at his master Sun Xinjing, cupped his fists and said, "Master, this disciple has already said that this disciple does not know who stole the blueprints. This time I invited everyone here, because I want everyone to discuss who is most likely to steal the blueprints." At this point, Zhong Leji paused for a moment. He thought about it carefully before continuing. "Master, in order to find the blueprint as soon as possible, I think we can't think too much about it now. We can only distinguish the people who are most likely to steal the blueprint from those who are unlikely to steal the blueprint. I think this is the only way to find the person who stole the blueprint as soon as possible. At this point, Zhonglaji once again cupped his hands towards his master and bowed. Master, please allow me to thoroughly investigate everyone. After hearing Zhonglaji's words, Sun Xinjing narrowed his eyes and thought for a while before turning to look at Bai Jianmu. Do you have a better idea? After hearing Zhonglaji's words, Bai Jianmu already knew what Zhonglaji wanted to do. He wanted to return things to the way they were before. However, this method was very disadvantageous to Bai Jianmu and his group. Therefore, Bai Jianmu definitely wouldn't agree. However, his master was watching from the side and he couldn't interrupt Zhonglaji. He could only listen to Zhonglaji's words and think of a countermeasure. At this moment, after hearing his master's question, Bai Jianmu, who had already thought of a countermeasure, quickly bowed and answered. Master, your disciple doesn't think it's appropriate. After saying that, Bai Jianmu glanced at Zhonglaji from the corner of his eyes before continuing. Master, we are all brothers, and we are all loyal to Master. If we continue to investigate like we did just now, I'm afraid that it will cause everyone's dissatisfaction, and it will lead to a bad result. At that time, the gains will not make up for the losses. Therefore, this matter is of great importance. Master, please consider it carefully and do not act rashly. After hearing Bai Jianmu's reply, Sun Xinjing nodded secretly. At the same time, he felt a headache coming on. Zhonglaji was right. What he said made sense. If he wanted to find the blueprint, he had to investigate as soon as possible and find all the suspicious people. Then, they would differentiate and try to find the person who stole the blueprints. Under such circumstances, this was undoubtedly the best solution. What Sun Xinjing was worried about was that the blueprints would be leaked out. If that really happened, how could he face his master? Therefore, the blueprint had to be found as soon as possible without any delay. However, although Zhonglaji's words made sense, Bai Jianmu's words didn't make sense either. If he did as Zhonglaji said, all the disciples would be suspected. No matter who it was, they would be suspected. If the person who stole the blueprints was the real culprit, he naturally deserved to be punished. However, among the 8 disciples, only one of them was the one who stole the blueprints, and he deserved to be punished the most. However, other than the one who stole the blueprints, the other 7 people would suffer an undeserved calamity and be suspected for no reason. The feeling of being suspected was definitely not good. If he did this, the disciples who didn't steal the blueprints would definitely be disappointed. At that time, even if the blueprints were found, these disciples would be dissatisfied, and there would be a barrier between them and their master. Sun Xinjing knew that once there was a barrier, it would never be resolved. Although everyone didn't care on the surface, this barrier would never be truly resolved. It would only be buried in the deepest part of their hearts, and they wouldn't be willing to think about it. However, no matter how deep it was hidden, it would resurface sooner or later. Thinking of this, Sun Xinjing was also a little hesitant. He had taken in 8 disciples, and taught each of them with great care. He almost treated them as his own sons. However, if the disciples that he had painstakingly nurtured had bad thoughts about him, that was definitely not something that Sun Xinjing wanted to see. What should he do? How should he solve this problem? Should he listen to Zhonglaji's suggestion and immediately start investigating all the disciples, or should he do as Bai Jianmu said and think of another way? These 2 thoughts were spinning around in Sun Xinjing's mind, and it was simply giving him a splitting headache. If he couldn't find the blueprints, he would let his master down. If he suspected his own disciples, these disciples would resent him. These 2 outcomes were not what Sun Xinjing wanted. His master had painstakingly taught him for so many years, and even gave him the blueprints that he had spent half his life researching for him to study. However, he was so useless that he actually lost such a precious blueprint. If the blueprints were to be leaked out, wouldn't it be adding insult to injury? How could he face his master again? The blueprints must be found. However, could these disciples be suspected for no reason? These disciples in the hall were all people who had been acknowledged by him. In terms of character and talent, Sun Xinjing had carefully investigated them before accepting them as disciples. Was it fair for them to suspect them for no reason? Bai Jianmu, who had been waiting for Sun Xinjing's reply, saw his master's frown and knew that his master had been moved by his words. He couldn't help but feel secretly happy. In order to increase his persuasiveness, Bai Jianmu gave Tang Jianan and Liu Huarong, who were beside him, a look, indicating for them to come forward and add fuel to the fire so that his master could make a decision early. Tang Jianan, who was at the side, saw the look that Bai Jianmu gave him and immediately understood in his heart. He hurriedly took a step forward and cupped his fists to Sun Xinjing, who was deep in thought, and said loudly, "Master, I think that junior brother Bai's words make sense. All of us disciples are loyal to Master, and we have never thought of doing anything that would let Master down." Speaking up to this point, Tang Jianan's tone paused for a moment before he continued with a sorrowful tone. "Master, I think that third junior brother's words are inappropriate. All of us know that the blueprints are very important. Not only did we know, but we also caught Yi Xian, who stole the blueprints, in the first place. However, third junior brother refused to admit that Yi Xian was the one who stole the blueprints. This made us feel very helpless. Not only that, third junior brother even wants to examine all of us. This is simply an insult to us." You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.